Live from the AM1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM1310 WDPN.
Oh, it is an AWP Safety Football Friday here on AM 1310 WDPN. It is the Sam Bourquin Show. We are back here at the University of Mount Union, Cara Stadium, the Dom Capers press box. You can see it behind me. Another beautiful day here, and we are getting ready for week 9 of the high school football season. Welcome in, everybody. How was your Thursday night? How has your Friday been going for you so far? How'd you like that game last night? How'd you like those how'd you like those two old geezers last night? Almost 900 yards of total offense. 33-31, Cincinnati beat the Steelers down at Paul Brown or whatever they call it now. Boy, so many thoughts were racing through my mind last night. By the way, before we get started, I got to shout out Drew and his outstanding crew at AWP Safety. They are the proud sponsors of the Sam Bourquin Show each and every Friday throughout the high school football season. It's awpsafety.com, awpsafety.com. Everything you need to know about at AWP Safety. By the way, they're hiring, and that's the main reason that we're telling you about this each and every Friday. If you're looking for a career change, maybe looking for a little extra money, just a new career path, something that you maybe thought you would never try, never want to do, never want to learn anything about, here's your opportunity. And the great thing about AWP Safety is they're going to treat you right. Okay, I promise you that. Paid training, certification, advancement opportunities, and more. They're hiring right now. If you are looking for a job or you know somebody who's looking, tell them this website, jobs@awpsafety.com, jobs@awpsafety.com. And we appreciate them being on board with us here during the high school football season. Okay, let me get all the I's dotted and the T's crossed before we jump into the meat and potatoes here today. Text line is open for you. There it goes on the screen. There it goes, 330-924-7088, 330-924-7088. If you are listening or watching on any of our streams today, and you can see that link there, all you have to do is hit that link. That'll get you right into our virtual studio, and we can talk, just like we're on the phone, just a little different. Just pop that link, and we'll get you right in. We'll get you right to the front of the line. Also, you can follow us and watch us live and listen to us live on the 1310 WDPN Facebook page, our X page, and, of course, the Q92 Radio page on YouTube. And while you're there, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can get some alerts. And every time we got something cooking, you'll get an alert, and you can jump in with us and enjoy what we've got going on. So we're here at Mount Union today. Tonight it's I almost did it. Tonight it's Alliance and Minerva high school football here, 1310 WDPN and on Q92radiosports.com. I will get into all of the games we'll be broadcasting tonight between AM and FM and the Q92 Sports Network. We'll let you know where we're going to be, what games we're calling, where you can find them, all that cool stuff coming up throughout the program. We will also be telling you about our big McKinley-McKinley ginormous tailgate party / pregame show coming up a week from tomorrow at the Fan Engagement Zone at the Hall of Fame Village at the Gridiron Gastro Pub. It all begins at 10 a.m. The guests are coming in fast and furious. There you go. It's on your screen right now. It might be a little tough for you to read down there at the bottom, but there's some great details there. We invite you to get there and get there early. Again, we start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we will take you right up until kickoff for the game between the Massillon Tigers and the McKinley Bulldogs. That's a week from tomorrow at the Hall of Fame Village, the Gridiron Gastro Pub, live outside on the patio. And the weather looks good, so I'm pretty sure we're going to be outdoors. That's going to be awesome. We're going to have so much stuff, so many activities, food, drinks, giveaways, prizes, yard games. We're going to have interviews. We're going to have just anything you can imagine at a tailgate. We're going to have it there. So we want to see you a week from tomorrow. Make your plans to join us. Come on, come one, come all, come Bulldogs, come Tigers, come Stark County football fans, come football fans. We'll be there beginning next Saturday, 10 a.m. live. That broadcast will be all over the place. Okay, 92.5 FM, Q92 Radio, Q92 Radiosports.com. It'll be on X. It'll be on Facebook. It'll be on YouTube. It's going to be all over the place. So next Saturday, make your plans to join us. And thank you to all of our sponsors who are jumping on there. We've got more sponsors coming in almost every day, and we really appreciate you jumping on board. And heck, we invite you guys to come on over too and have some fun with us next Saturday at the Gridiron Gastro Pub. Okay. Also, I've got to get this out. I haven't given it to Rainsburg yet, but I'm going to text it over to him. It's a fill-in-the-blank Friday. And very simple. Today's question is, after watching the Bengals in the Steelers game last night, you are still a Cleveland Browns fan because of blank. I figured that would get the juices flowing a little bit today. Good, bad, or indifferent. Fill-in-the-blank Friday here on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN. After watching the Steelers and Bengals game last night, you are still a Cleveland Browns fan because of blank. It's a fill-in-the-blank Friday. So get those answers, get those comments to us via the text line and also on all of our social media platforms. So do I have anything else to get out of the way before we jump into everything we want to jump into here? Hey, hope everybody enjoyed our broadcast via all of our social media platforms today of Pro Football Hall of Famer Dwight Stevenson. He was over at the Nash Center today at the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and looked like a tremendous crowd was there. He did. I was able to check out some of his speech today on. I was watching on Q92 Sports on Facebook, and I caught a little bit of it on 1310 WDPN X page. And Dwight's just a cool guy, man. He's a football player. He's an outstanding gentleman, and hope you got a chance to watch some of that. If not, you can still go back and watch it. It's up on our socials right now. Dwight Stevenson, Pro Football Hall of Famer, spoke today at the a rare Friday edition of the Pro Football Hall of Fame Luncheon Club. But Dwight was phenomenal. If you missed any of that, you can go back and check that out anytime. Okay. Last night, I'm watching the game. And I will tell you this, I watched a lot more of that game last night than I had planned. Just because I knew I was going to get out of work a little bit later last night. I still wanted to get to the Y, get those laps in because, I have to. And I was going to watch some baseball last night. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna try to watch more of this football game than I originally planned. Now, of course, it's on Amazon Prime, so have to go down to the cave and watch that because we don't have the Prime upstairs or the upper level in the house. You got to go down to the cave. So my son was working on some geometry. I said, well, you can count me out right now. I don't ask your mom. So they sat down at the kitchen table last night. I swear to you, they sat down there at about 9:15, and I think they were still grinding away on the geometry work at like 11:30. So I stayed down in the clear, and I watched pretty much the entire last two drives of the first half, and I watched all of the second half. And I'm watching Aaron Rodgers take the Pittsburgh Steelers up and down the field. He had a couple of interceptions last night, but for the most part, I thought, he was Aaron Rodgers. He still got a cannon, man. He still has a hose for an arm. And then I'm watching the Bengals. And then I was on my way home. I was listening to it on the radio. It was 10-0. And my thoughts sometimes on the NFL. Things are not what they really appear to be. So I'll tell you what I did. I'm going to be 100% honest with you right now. When it was 10-0, I pulled off. What road did I pull off of? I pulled off of 55th. I pulled off of 55th Street last night into a business, and I got on my phone and I got on my BetMGM app, and I plunked a little bit of cheddar on the Cincinnati Bengals to win the game outright. We've all seen this movie before, haven't we? Somebody gets out to a pretty big lead, and then their team comes back and they win it in dramatic fashion. Just had a little hunch that was going to happen last night. It's Amazon. They're trying to draw eyeballs to Amazon on Thursday nights. They wanted a big game, a close game. They got it. I said, you know what? I'm gonna ride the Bengals. I'm gonna go into this knowing I'm already down 10-0, but I'm gonna bet them to win the game. Got pretty good odds on them. Another reason I hung in there and I watched the game last night. So I'm watching the game, and I'm watching Rodgers and Flacco duel it out in the third quarter. They're dueling it out in the fourth quarter. And I couldn't help but wondering if Jimmy and D. Haslam or Andrew Berry or Paul D. Podesta, and I'm not going to include Kevin Stefanski here because it's not his fault. And I'm wondering what they were wondering while they were watching that game last night. They had to have been so embarrassed. I mean, Jimmy Haslam had to be going out of his mind. I wonder if there was like a group text going on last night between Jimmy and D and Barry and D Podesta. I would love to get my hands on that group text. And I'm sitting there watching the game and I'm going, oh my God, I can't believe this. And then the cheering during the post game last night on Amazon, if you watched it, what was the chant you kept hearing last night while they were doing their post game show? I mean, there were hundreds, thousands of Bengal fans screaming, "Thank you, Cleveland. Thank you, Cleveland." It was so embarrassing. It was so embarrassing. And then old Joe rolls up to the podium with Jamar Chase for the post game. And it looked like the old fella had been in a Bengals uniform for 10 years. He just seamlessly slid in there, and in just a couple of weeks, he comes out and throws for almost 400 yards. I think he was 31 of 47, something like that, with not a very good offensive line, mind you. He ran an option play last night, an option quarterback bootleg for a first down, slid to the ground, got up, went back to the huddle. Crowd was going crazy. He didn't throw any interceptions last night. He dumped the ball away when he needed to dump the ball away. I don't know how many times he got sacked. Not many. And I sat there and I couldn't believe it. I'm wondering how many of you were sitting there watching and thinking the same thing. I couldn't help myself last night. I had to get on Twitter. I had to get on Facebook, and I couldn't help it. So people were getting all riled up last night, and that continued into today. And then, okay, I watched the post game, and I'm sitting there. I said, okay, I think I'm about done with football tonight. So then I went back to my phone, and I was just reading some of the comments. I was getting on the Bengals X page, the Steelers X page, and looking at some of the comments and everything. And it was about 1 o'clock. I said, okay, I'm done. I've got to stop this. And then I was like, man, I'm not tired. See, even at the ripe old age of 56, you get a second wind sometimes at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, I'm not tired. I figured I'm already down here. I got the smart TV. We got all the apps and all the junk. So I was flipping around last night. And you know what I put on? Terrifier 2. I watched Terrifier 2 at 1 o'clock in the morning. It was on to almost 3. And then I went to bed. I don't know. I can't explain myself sometimes, but I wonder how everybody felt last night watching that game.
It's funny because I actually kind of picked up on that. I was surprised how seamless the offense looked for the Bengals because I knew that Flacco hadn't, played that many games with them. So
they looked like a well-oiled machine that had been together since training camp.
Yeah, you couldn't tell the difference between the Bengals and the Steelers as far as teamwork is concerned.
It was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. I know I'm wrapping here. I got to go to a break, but I just wow is all I can say. I mean, the Cleveland Browns, they ought to be embarrassed from head to toe. They really should. Sam Bourquin Show, fill in the blank today. After watching the Steelers and the Bengals last night, you are still a Browns fan because of blank. Fill that blank in, 330-924-7088. Drop those comments on all of our social media platforms, and we'll read those as we go. And you can hit me up on Facebook and such, and we'll get those on the air as well. So then today rolls around. I get up, get my equipment all set inside the house, so I know when I leave today, I got everything I need. I got all my paperwork. I got all the equipment. I've got all the core. I got everything I need. Got my Yeti. Got my Yeti here. Got Tylenol because you never know. And I said, okay, I'm gonna. So I went out and mowed the grass today because we're gonna get a ton of rain on Sunday. I won't be able to do it tomorrow because of the road trip to Heidelberg. So I got the grass mowed today. Did a couple of things around the house, little redden up and everything. And then I was like, well, okay, I got a couple of minutes here before I figure out what I'm going to figure out. And a couple of friends of mine on a group text sent me a highlight of Baker Mayfield against the Pittsburgh Steelers a couple of years ago at Cleveland Browns Stadium when he was going back to pass, got flushed out of the pocket, and ran for a first down for about 18 yards down the right sideline. And before he went out of bounds, one of the cheap Steeler football players came over and cheap shotted him and drove him into the wall. The whole bench got up. The fans are going crazy, and the announcers, Nance and Romo, were on the game, and they thought that Baker got hurt. 1,000, 2,000. He gets up. He runs out off the sidelines. He goes about 10 yards out the field, and he does one of these, first down, and he's whooping the crowd up, and it was so loud, I was getting chills. I mean, I'm getting chills now. And I was like, oh, here we go. Now I'm angry that Baker's gone again. What did I do? Right to social media. I put the video out there, and I wrote a couple of lines. So I'll tell you about that when we get back from break. And then I started that again. And I'm like, oh my God, you got to give that up. You got to give it up. He's never coming back, but I can't. I'm stubborn, and I'm set in my ways. So that's that. Let's take a break. 26 minutes after the hour. We're just getting cranked up here on an AWP Safety Football Friday edition of the Sam Bourquin Show. We are live at Cara Stadium here on the campus of the University of Mount Union. Sam Bourquin Show until 6. High school football tonight, Minerva and Alliance, and so much more in between. We'll be right back.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
This isn't a haunted house. It's a haunted factory. The Factory of Terror in Canton is now open. 5 blood-curdling haunts under one roof. And when you think you've survived, 5 killer theme bars, if your nerves can handle it. Over a mile of fear, no safe zones, no turning back, every corner, something's waiting. Get your tickets now at FOTOhio.com. Factory of Terror, where the fear never dies.
Welcome back to 1310 WDPN. It is the Sam Bourquin Show here, live from Kara Stadium on the campus of the University of Mount Union. What do we got? I still have to have the blinds pulled here because of the sun, but I think Mount soccer team is out there getting some practice in, and because you can hear if I turn the crowd mic up a little bit, you can hear them down there, and then we'll get the football, not football, but football business coming up here at the stadium. A lot of big ball games tonight. We're going to keep you in touch with all of them along Q92 Sports Network. McKinley Jackson, Lake Hoover, the Biggies in the Federal League tonight. Perry and Green, I think, is going to be a pretty good game. Maslin hosting Warren Harding tonight. Tigers should roll in that one. Carrollton over at West Branch tonight. That's part of our game coverage on Q92radiosports.com. We got a Minerva and Alliance. I have not seen a Minerva game in a long time, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the Lions got tonight. I know they've kind of struggled against some of the better competition this year, but the fact that they have 5 wins, already, and they got a couple more, and who knows? Who knows? I mean, Alliance last week was getting blown out of the water in the first quarter by West Branch, and they rallied the troops and came back and made that as exciting as you could at the end of the ball game. So I think the Minerva Alliance is going to be fun tonight. And, of course, next weekend is rivalry weekend. Of course, McKinley-Maslin on Saturday. Don't forget, 10 a.m., the big pregame / tailgate party at the Gridiron Gastropub at the Fan Engagement Zone over at the Hall of Fame Village. We're going to be live beginning at 10, and it's going to be off the charts, okay? You don't want to miss it, 10 o'clock next Saturday. But also next weekend, you got Hoover Jackson, Lake and Green, Perry Glen Oak. You've got Central Catholic St. Tom. Both could go into that game 0-9, and somebody's got to win. So that'll be a big game. That'll be a big game for the Lance next Friday. Lots of big games next weekend, but we're worried about week 9. Don't forget, coming up here about 4:30 today, head coach Tim Goodman is going to bring up one of his players from the Aviators, and we'll have some fun with Coach and see what's going on with him. We'll continue to recap the ball game last night with the Bengals and the Steelers, get your thoughts, and our fill-in-the-blank Friday after watching the Bengals-Steelers last night. You are still a Cleveland Browns fan because of blank. I need you to fill in the blank. We got lots to get to. Baseball to tell you about, college football this weekend, some of the big pro games. It's all coming up here. But first, the news on 1310.
Here's the latest news on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 3:30. Meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office today. President Trump said he plans to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin again soon. Trump and Putin are expected to meet in Warsaw following a call Thursday to discuss ending the war in Ukraine.
To be determined, but I would say most likely it's going to be a double meeting. It'll be a double meeting, but we will have the President, Zelensky, in touch. There's a lot of bad blood.
Zelensky has been asking Trump for Tomahawk missiles capable of striking deep into Russia. Trump has suggested he's open to it, but he also says he discussed it on the phone with Putin Thursday, who doesn't like that idea. John Bolton has pleaded not guilty in the Justice Department case accusing him of sharing classified information. He was ordered released from custody after making his appearance before a judge in the third Justice Department case brought in recent weeks against a critic of President Trump. Bolton has signaled he will argue he is being targeted because of his criticism of the president, describing the charges as part of a Trump effort to intimidate his opponents. The case appears to have followed a more conventional path toward indictment than other recent cases against perceived Trump enemies. House Speaker Mike Johnson is blaming Democrats for the ongoing government shutdown, now into its 17th day. The Speaker blamed Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer for the impasse, calling on him to reopen the government.
And he is the one that has decided to hand the keys to the kingdom to President Trump. When you shut down the legislative branch, the chief executive has the authority to make the decisions in the executive branch. He has no choice. They have turned off the funding streams, and they have to triage the situation with federal spending.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is standing firm against Republican pressure to end the standoff, insisting Democrats remain united. Protecting tax credits for the Affordable Care Act remains a demand for Democrat lawmakers. Prince Andrew says he is giving up his royal title of the Duke of York after his friendship with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein returned to the headlines. The younger brother of King Charles III says he and the royal family decided the continued accusations about me distract from the work of His Majesty and the royal family. It comes as excerpts have been published of an upcoming posthumous memoir from a woman who has alleged she was trafficked by Epstein and had sex with Andrew when she was 17. It's 64 degrees in Alliance at 3:32. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Now, the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Increasing clouds in the forecast this afternoon, a high near 65. Showers overnight with increasing clouds, a low 46. Saturday, a chance of morning showers, mostly sunny, otherwise a high near 75. Sunday, a 90% chance of showers, a thunderstorm also possible, a high near 69. That's your WDPN weather.
WDPN. Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show as we broadcast live from Karis Stadium on the campus of the University of Mount Union today. It is the Sam Bourquin Show presented by AWP Safety. We're going to be with you until 6 o'clock tonight. And then Caleb and I will be back with the pregame at 6:30, and we'll fire the kickoff up tonight at 7 right here on AM 1310 WDPN. We are going to be checking in with Nick Shook from NFL.com here in a minute or two whenever I get the okay from the crew back at 1310. And we'll bring Nick in and we'll talk about the football game last night. We'll talk about the Browns and also all the other crazy, wild things that are going on right now in the National Football League. So, as soon as we get Nick in, we will get ready to go. By the way, you can text us at 330-924-7088, 330-924-7088. I'm trying to do 15 things at once right now, and I apologize, but this is the only way that we can do this. I'm trying to line up more guests for the McKinley-Maslin pregame tailgate show for next week, and everything's kind of coming in here at once, so I apologize. So the Browns and the Dolphins on Sunday, I've been following, which I'm pretty much a lot of us have been following, the weather forecast for up on the lakefront. Now, a couple of days ago, they were calling for like 95% chance of rain, 40 to 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. That has kind of calmed down a little bit. Now, I still don't think it's going to be a great day to play football, but I don't think it doesn't look like it's going to be as bad as they originally said. Up in Cleveland for Sunday, it's actually going to be 71 degrees. Cloudy and windy with periods of rain, thunder possible, high of 71. Right now they're calling for winds south-southwest at 25 to 35 miles an hour. Now the chance of rain is back up to 90%. And then Sunday night, which would be, anything after, 6 o'clock, rain and wind, 20 to 30 miles an hour, rain chance 100%, and they're talking about maybe a half to 3/4 of an inch of rain, and then it'll be out of here by Monday morning. So I guess we'll kind of wait and see what happens here as far as the weather up in Cleveland for the Browns and the Dolphins. Cleveland's still about a 2.5, 3-point favorite against the Fish on Sunday. I mean, do the Browns win on Sunday?
Well, Nick Shook is here, so I think you could probably ask him.
Maybe he can help me out because
exactly.
I can't call him anymore like I used to. Now I got to use my contrarian theories, and I got to use my conspiracy theories. That's how I roll now. Nick Shook, let's bring him in, our good friend from NFL.com, here on the Sam Bourquin Show as we broadcast live from the University of Mount Union today, getting ready for our big high school football game tonight between Alliance and Minerva. There he is. Quick, Nick. How you doing this afternoon, partner?
Good. Thanks for having me, Sam.
Hey, you bet. Okay, let's go right to it. What were your thoughts on the Old Man Bowl last night between Rodgers and Flacco? Almost 800 yards. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, heck of a game. A great example of, even though guys are old and not as mobile, although Rodgers still looks pretty mobile, as they were in their prime, that arm tends to hang around longer than anything, and they both still have cannons. Flacco using his wisdom gained over nearly 2 decades in the NFL to get through the pre-snap reads and basically just feed Jamar Chase all night. Aaron Rodgers, doing what Aaron Rodgers does, improvising, ripping a seed down the seam to Pat Freiermuth to give the Steelers a lead late in the game. Just a super entertaining game between two guys that, a lot of people probably thought were close to being done, and yet helps out 2 teams in the AFC North.
Nick, how does that? I mean, I'm sure you're a Northeast Ohio guy. You probably know what was going through the minds of a lot of Browns fans and Cleveland people and Ohio people last night. It looked like Joe Flacco had been with the Bengals in training camp this year. I mean, I've never seen a more seamless transition for a guy being somewhere for 2 weeks. Now, granted, when you're throwing to guys like Higgins and you're throwing to Jamar and some other guys, it makes life a lot easier. But my gosh, he just went out there and he put his hard hat on and went to work.
Yeah. Look, basically when he got traded to the Bengals, Zach Taylor said he was surprised by the amount of crossover there was between the 2 offensive systems. And so that kind of helped Flacco on board. There was also the cramming session before the game against the Packers, the short week, but enough time to digest at least some of the offense. He's also been in the league so long that that's going to benefit him. I know a lot of Browns fans were upset with watching Flacco succeed and how could you trade this guy away? Well, first off, he played last night. The reason that he won the starting job is because of how he played last night. Like, he just was clearly the best option in Cleveland during camp, which wasn't a huge surprise given who else was battling for the job. But the main difference is, while the Browns have a terrible offensive line, the Bengals just have a mediocre offensive line. So what did Zach Taylor do? He put together a game plan that involved a lot of quick releases, get the ball out quickly, simple reads, feed the ball to Jamar Chase. And that's the last part, is that the receiving talent is just head and shoulders better than what the Browns have. So a little bit better protection, better offensive game plan, and most importantly, better pass catchers than what the Browns had. You go back to week 1 in that Bengals game. I mean, if they're not dropping passes left and right or dropping passes into interceptions, or if Andre Schmidt makes the kicks, they win that game. So, and folks will wonder, well, why did they bench him for Dylan Gabriel? Because when the offensive line falls apart, he is not mobile enough to, make it work. And yes, he kept the read option for a first down last night, but it was the most unexpected play that anybody in the NFL would believe would come in that situation. So, it was not going to work here given the Browns' weaknesses in multiple areas. And it is not really an indictment of their decision to trade him. It's an indictment of the current state of their roster.
Yeah, I would agree 150%. Flacco, 31 of 47, 342, 3 tutties, no interceptions. He only got sacked twice. And that little bootleg rollout last night, maybe because they were wearing all white and the tiger stripes, he looked really quick last night, Nick. He really did on that play.
It's funny when you can get the edge on a read option, and the whole defense has every reason in the world to believe it's a handoff.
Oh my goodness gracious! So a high-scoring game last night. It comes down to the wire. It's almost like Mike Tomlin had a feeling this was coming the other day when he just blasted Andrew Berry in his press conference about the Browns dealing Flacco, who was a starter, to a team in the division. Their defense got carved up last night. Was that just a fluke thing, or is Pittsburgh really struggling right there?
I think when you look at their record, it's a little misleading, because if you look at who they've played, they are much like I can't remember who the other team is that I made comparison with, but they are much like. Look, they beat the Jets in week 1 in a shootout. They lost the Seahawks, who looked like the better team. They beat the Patriots, who essentially fumbled away that game. They beat the Vikings in Dublin when the Vikings were quarterbacked by Carson Wentz, and they beat the Browns. Like that is not resounding resume that's going to convince everybody in the world that they're for real. And so I think that there are issues with their defense, some issues. I think it was really also a matter of their defensive backs are not as good as they probably think. Joey Porter Jr. is a high pick. He's an investment that has not taken the next step. He's very grabby. He got dinged with a flag last night. Jalen Ramsey, I hate to say it, is old. Like, he's been in the league for a long time.
Last night. Yeah.
And I feel like he's probably been that corner for a few years, and folks just haven't paid attention to it because of the teams that he's been on, or the way the defensive scheme is. But he got cooked pretty much all night. And I've seen that from him for a while now. Even going back to his final days with the Rams, there would be times where he would get cooked. They also made some mistakes in terms of situational decision-making, and that's a credit to the flow of the game and Joe Flacco being able to capitalize on it. I think that's really the big difference too, is that Flacco, again, has enough experience to be able to pick out, what he thinks is coming from the Steelers, having played in this, division for a couple of years now, having been with the Browns, and he was able to take advantage. There was a third down play where the safety drives down on a target that they had set basically at the sticks, and Andre Yoshivas runs right down the seam behind him. So when the safety drives down, he leaves an open area downfield with no help over the top. Flacco immediately sees it and rips an absolute dime to Yoshivas for a big gain. That's the type of thing that Jake Browning's not going to do, which explains why Zach Taylor was so excited to add Joe Flacco, because he felt like he brought that extra dimension to the game that Browning's lack of experience, relatively speaking, just, he didn't have that. And I also think that's why Mike Tomlin was so irritated, because if you look at it from his perspective, okay, we're 4-1. We get to play the Bengals. They're struggling mightily. They have no offense. They can't run the ball. That Jake Browning looks completely lost. Then they have Joe Flacco. Oh, now I actually have to prepare. This is going to be a much greater challenge. I'd be upset about it too. But guess what? I don't care. That's the NFL, baby. Yeah, they haven't made a trade in years. They tried to make that trade for AJ McCarron back in the day before the paperwork mishap screwed that. But yeah, I understand why he was upset. But hey, man, this is why they play the games.
Got it. Nick Shook, NFL.com, at the Nook Shook. Check him out on X. He's all over the place. Instagram, YouTube, Twitch. I don't know what this says about me, but you came up on my feed the other night and you were playing, I think, college football, and you were playing Kent State.
Yep.
And you were on defense and you give up a long touchdown. I'm like, Nick, what are you doing? You called it. You said, look, this guy's going to score a touchdown. I guarantee it. Boom. And there he went.
Yeah, but you know what? We came back in that game. We won in double overtime.
I left early. I didn't think what happened. God almighty. Nick Shook, NFL.com is our guest. Check him out. He does a great job covering the National Football League. Okay. Let's circle up to the lakefront. Sunday looks like it could be a weather day. 25, 35 mile an hour winds. Looks like 90, 95% chance of rain. It's a battle of 1 and 5 teams. What do you see happening Sunday? I'm already come to grips that I think Kevin's going to be here the whole year. I don't think they're going to let him go during the season. If the Browns should stumble against the very mediocre Miami team, would that happen on Sunday or no?
I mean, if you look at the numbers, it suggests that they could have a better day than they certainly had against the Steelers. The Dolphins ranked 30th in total yards allowed per game. They're last in rushing yards allowed per game. The Jets ran all over them in that primetime game that the Jets ultimately lost because they couldn't get out of their own way. Opposing third down percentage are tied for 30th. Opposing 3-and-out percentage, they're last, which means offenses aren't getting off the field against their defense. And opposing scoring drives, they're tied for 30th. They've given up 33 scoring drives. They have players that are good. Their scheme is not working. They cannot stop the run. And what is one thing the Browns have been intent on trying to establish is the run with Quinshon Judkins and Jerome Ford, and I guess a little bit of Dylan Sampson. I would like to see him more. So the Browns have a shot. And especially if the inclement weather that most people are expecting, comes to fruition, that's going to hurt the Dolphins' passing game. Now, they have Devon Achane, who had a great game last weekend in a close loss for the Dolphins, and that'll stress the Browns defense, but that's the strength of the Browns. So I think that it actually does set up for the Browns to win this game. I just have a hard time believing that they're going to score more than 17 points, which is probably what it's going to take because they haven't done it all year. So until the Browns prove it to me, I can be a bit of a hater, a bit of a cynic, but I think I have every reason in the world to be. As for Stefanski, I think, I live in Northeast Ohio, I live in Cleveland. So I'm going to throw myself in there, but I think Browns fans in general need to adjust their lens when viewing this season, because I don't believe they understand that the Browns trades in season, the trade in the draft. I mean, they moved from 2 to 5, take a defensive tackle and pick up a first round pick. They're not playing for 2025. They understand that they are saddled with this contract, this Deshaun Watson albatross, and that they have to get to the end of it before they can do anything. That's part of why they traded Greg Newsome. He's going to be a free agent. They don't have the cap space to pay him what he is probably going to get on the free market. So they go get Tyson Campbell, who's a cost-controlled cornerback who's comparable and fits their scheme better. They trade Joe Flacco for picks because he's not playing, and they're not going to use him because now it's all about figuring out what they have in the rookie quarterbacks. Like I said, the trade in the draft, moving down to pick up that first-round pick, it's not about this year. So I think it is a bit of a unique situation in that it is not Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins. It's not Brian Callahan and the Titans. The Titans needed to demonstrate growth. They did not. They were a mess. All they had was Cam Ward, and Cam Ward actually played pretty well. It's just that the team around him was not good, and the operation was bad, and that fell on the coach, which is why they fired him. Mike McDaniel could get fired because the Dolphins are underachieving grossly again. That is not the case with these Browns. I know it's hard to watch every Sunday, and you get on the couch and you watch the game and everything else, but I just stress this to every Browns fan. You know, I watch the local radio host lose his mind online and it goes viral on the internet. And it just breaks my heart because we need a little bit more understanding of the context that surrounds this team. It's a lot to ask a fan base to just grit and bear a rough season. But guess what? You did it already with Hugh Jackson.
Right.
And then what happened? They turned around. They got a franchise quarterback. Didn't ultimately work out for a number of different reasons, but they turned it around. Let's not forget, this is a coach in Kevin Stefanski who has won Coach of the Year twice. And you're going to be like, I don't care about those awards. That's fine. He's also won you a playoff game. He's gotten you to the playoffs twice, one time with 5 different starting quarterbacks in a season. The guy can coach. The biggest mistake you could make is to blow it all up now, because they had a good draft this year. They have a bit of a core in place. But when you change regimes, new guys come in and they want to get their guys. Eric Mangini with the Browns trading for Jason Trusnick and Chancey Stuckey and guys like that. And because they're their guys. That's how this team tears down and gets worse. Do not pull the plug on something just because the product is bad. Understand that this is a long developing thing. Have a little patience.
You know what? I've been preaching the same thing that you just laid on us. I'm so glad you did that. Look, if people couldn't figure out how this year was going to go by the way they drafted some of the people they brought in, the Cam Robinsons of the world, who they know are not very good, this was never about this year. It might not even be about next year. But moving forward is when that path to whatever in 2029. I wish people would understand. I know it's hard, but that's just what we're doing.
And they want somebody to pay the price for the bad product of the field. And I understand that. Sure. It's a little vindictive, but that's the way sports are, right? But I also think that the fact that Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski are still in their positions and they're feeling the heat from the fans, but I don't think they're feeling it from the organization, which is, I can see that in the way that they've gone to Dylan Gabriel and the way that they've played some of these different guys in the trades they've made. I don't feel like they feel pressure like they're going to lose their job. They are not Bill O'Brien just making crazy trades to keep his job in Houston, for example. Like it's just DeAndre Hopkins to Arizona for David Johnson because they need a running back. These things are not happening with the Browns because I believe this regime understands that this is not about this year, and they understand that ownership is on the same page with them. Now that can change. I wouldn't trust the Haslams with my life in that situation, but I think that it ultimately comes down to if we could read the tea leaves and read through between the lines with all of this, the Watson deal was an ownership decision, and the regime has been given a pass because ultimately it was out of their control, and they're going to let them try to fix it.
100%. Nick Shook, NFL.com. That's NFL.com. Check him out at the Nick Shook on X. He's all over social media. I got a couple more, partner, and we'll kick you out of here. I just had this thought yesterday during the show, and I just threw it out for fun, and now I'm thinking, oh, God, maybe it could happen. But has there ever been, after a National Football League game, with the two teams that played each other, obviously one's got to win, one's got to lose, that both coaches got fired that night? Did that ever happen?
Off the top of my head, not that I can think of. That would be a good question for our research department. And it's not going to happen this Sunday.
No,
You know why? You know why? Here's why. Because one team usually wins. Sometimes you tie, but one team usually wins, and that will usually buy you at least a week of goodwill.
That would be the ultimate cherry on the Sunday if it ended up in like an 8-8 tie. I mean, that would just be unbelievable. The quarterback room. Also, I threw this out to our audience a couple of days ago. It was an either-or kind of deal. Do you expect, is there a possibility that Shedeur and Deshaun could both take snaps for the Browns this year? One or the other, or neither?
When Deshaun went down last year, I thought that was the last snap he'd play for the Browns and perhaps in the NFL. I still lean that way, but the vibe I'm getting about him working to come back makes me think that maybe he gets tossed out there again, and I don't think anything comes of it. Shedeur's got to play eventually because they're not going to win games. They're going to continue to struggle, and they're going to change out quarterbacks without any justification other than that they just want to see what he's got. I thought actually that you were going to get a little Shedeur at the end of last week's game, like a drive or two. It's a unique situation in that both are rookies. You usually don't see this. You usually see an incumbent, maybe a lame duck type of quarterback, and then they throw the rookie in there to get a look at him, and it's kind of just a transition that everybody saw coming. With two rookies, it's a little bit different because you wonder how much rope are they going to give Dylan Gabriel. And in Dylan Gabriel's defense, he hasn't played poorly. He's just got a low ceiling, and he's playing in a bad situation. I mean, if Joe Flacco can't make anything work in that offense and they can go throw for 350 for the Bengals, what do you expect Dylan Gabriel to do? But the fan base, of course, naturally, as fans do, are going to pin offensive struggles on either the quarterback or the coach or both, or the offensive line, but usually the quarterback or the coach. So, of course, they're going to go after Gabriel and say he's not the answer. He's not playing well enough because the offense isn't moving the football. Well, guess what? Shedeur's probably not going to be any better, but you're going to see him at some point. The Watson thing, no, that's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if they got him back on the field. I mean, the guy's got making tons of money and he's on the roster for another year, so you might as well. But anything is possible with this team because it's just I was thinking about this last night. I'm like, God, I'm so glad they beat the Packers because at least they have one win and they don't have to dominate the radio with, are they going to go 0-6, 0-17, that sort of thing. Yeah,
it is. I think there's about a 15% chance Deshaun gets on the field this year, but we'll see. Nick, before I kick you free, we're going to kind of go out of the box here a little bit. Of course, you being a Northeast Ohio guy, growing up here and everything, I'm sure you saw a couple of days ago where it looks like NIL is going to be coming to the state of Ohio, and it's going to be there for the student athletes to profit off their name, image, and likeness. If it indeed happens, which I think it's going to, what are your thoughts on that before we wrap up?
I'm all in favor of players getting paid, especially at the collegiate level. High school is a little different. You're playing with your buddies. You're playing for the love of the game. A lot of guys, that's the last level of football they'll play or any sport. But I think that this was going to happen eventually because once it takes hold, it's a trickle-down effect. NFL, college, high school, right? It always happens that way. I think about some of the powerhouse programs in the state, and yeah, I guess you could get a local deal because I just take myself back to when I went to St. Vincent St. Mary, and I'm like, what if our star player got to add like a deal with like Rockneys or like Swenson's or something like that? Skyway gets the backup quarterback, because there's a big rivalry between the two, something like that. It's cool for them, man. I don't know. I mean, they're minors, like their parents would have to manage that anyway, but like I'm all for it. I just hope that it does not cause the Wild West environment that we've watched college football enter over the last few years. And luckily there are rules in the state of Ohio that favor public schools, but there are rules that kind of regulate transferring as it is. It's not the Wild West environment that college football has, but I mean, look, I'm just going to say it outright. Recruiting happens in high school football anyway. Like it does. You can't say it doesn't. And I don't think that's going to change it. It's just that what might sweeten the pot instead of, saying, hey, you get to play here or whatever, there might be a little bit of money involved. But yeah, I mean, I think it's inevitable. So why not?
Yeah, I agree. If I was, if I would have been playing football up in Akron, and before I went up to work up there, WAKR for 5 years, some time ago, if I could have got an endorsement deal with the Eye Opener on West Market for breakfast every day, it was over. I'd have taken it, I'd have run and never came back.
Let me go get a deal with the mustard seed.
Let's go, everybody over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God. Nick, always good to visit with you. Have a great weekend. Enjoy all the action this weekend, and we'll catch up again, okay?
Thanks, Sam. I'm going to spend this next 5 minutes envisioning what a Wally Waffle deal would have done for me in high school. Appreciate it.
Well, we're going down the rabbit hole now. Wally Waffle. That's the piece, Wally Waffle. All right. Thanks, Nikki.
Thanks,
my gosh. Okay, we, you know what? I'm just going to take it up to 4 o'clock here, and then we'll get the news. Thanks to Nick Shook from NFL.com for joining us here on 1310 WDPN. Let's see here. Tim Goodman, head coach of the Alliance Aviators, is going to be coming up around 4:35 today. I think he's going to be bringing up one of the big linemen. Okay, so we're looking forward to that. That'll be around 4:35 here on the program. We will continue to talk about last night's Steelers game against the Bengals and Joe Flacco and the crowd last night at the stadium. Thank you, Cleveland chants ringing out during the post-game show. It was a rough night all around for the entire franchise of the Cleveland Browns, from the top all the way down. That was a rough night. Very entertaining football game, but a very rough night for the Cleveland Browns franchise. Our show today, our fill-in-the-blank Friday question is, after watching the Bengals and Steelers last night, you are still a Cleveland Browns fan because of blank. I need you to fill that blank in, and we'll read those comments here coming up on the other side of the news and weather, which is coming up right now with Jeff Mears, and we'll come back with a lot more here from the University of Mount Union. It is the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN, presented by AWP Safety. We'll take a break and come back.
An Alliance tradition for over half a century. You can always count on WDPN Alliance.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Talks at the White House between President Trump and Ukraine's President Zelensky centered on ways to end Russia's war against Ukraine. Zelensky asking for long-range Tomahawk missiles, which President Trump says could be seen as an escalation, but also says a possibility he discussed with Russia's President Vladimir Putin yesterday in a phone call. When asked by reporters if he thinks Putin may want to meet with him in Hungary to buy more time and is playing him, the president responded.
I've been played all my life by the best of them, and I came out really well. So it's possible, a little time.
Is your gut instinct?
It's all right. But I think that I'm pretty good at this stuff. I think that he wants to make a deal.
A day after a grand jury handed up an 18-count indictment against John Bolton, the former Trump advisor appeared in a Maryland court, pleaded not guilty to charges of storing and sharing classified information. On Wall Street, stocks are up as concerns over China tariffs ease. This is ABC News.
This week at Macy's, it's the best time to save on fall styles at our biggest fall sale. Find the classic brown boots and preppy Mary Janes that everyone's wearing. Luxurious cashmere and wool sweaters. Even better, it's our lowest prices of the season on diamond jewelry, now 50 to 75% off. Over half off. Don't miss your chance to save big on the looks you need now at Macy's biggest fall sale. Today, savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the work.
Now, the latest Alliance area news from Jeff Mears on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 4:02. This news is a service of Cars Auto Repair. A tentative contract between Metallus and union employees will be voted on by members of United Steelworkers Local 1123. A ratification of the 4-year agreement is scheduled for October 30th. The union represents 1,200 employees at Metallus operations in Canton. The Canton-based steelmaker and the union announced the tentative contract earlier this month. The existing contract was to expire September 22nd. Both sides extended it through October 15th to continue negotiations. A fourth man is in custody in connection with a home invasion in an Amish community in Geauga County. 2 were arrested in Canton Wednesday. 44-year-old William Hatfield of Massillon and 36-year-old Randall Cromer of Doylestown will face kidnapping charges. 43-year-old Ricky Lee Martin of Canton was picked up in Bainbridge Township and charged with complicity. A man in Middlefield Township told police October 9th 3 men had robbed him, assaulted him and his 8-year-old son with a stun gun, and took the boy hostage. The child was able to escape. 33-year-old Bradford Hosler was arrested in Canton Saturday. He is charged with kidnapping, aggravated robbery, and aggravated burglary. The Stark County Board of Elections discovered errors on 58 absentee ballots in 2 areas. Candidates were not included in the Canton Local Board of Education ballots. There are 3 candidates running for 3 seats. Those voters will be sent new ballots. A Massillon Library replacement levy was included for some voters not in the library district. They will be informed their vote on the issue will not be included. According to the repository, the Elections Board says it will make changes to tighten ballot proofing. An expansion of the Robertson Heating Supply Distribution Center is underway. The 93,000 square foot addition will be located at the company's headquarters on West Main Street in Alliance. A groundbreaking ceremony recently took place. Completion is expected by December 2026. The new facility will serve as a warehouse and storage space and have 24 additional loading docks. A Jackson Township man has been indicted on 2 counts of unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. A Stark County grand jury charged 24-year-old Joshua Barnes in May. He was arrested Wednesday and arraigned in common pleas court today. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for October 27th. The alleged activity occurred between October 2023 and April 2024. Barnes is accused of taking part in sexual conduct with a girl who was at least 13 years old, but under the age of 16. He posted bond and was released from the county jail. Outside legal counsel has been hired by Perry Township trustees to review financial operations and procedures of its fiscal office. The repository reports the board approved the payment of $10,000 for attorney Julie Jackmedes to conduct the investigation. Trustees did not cite details related to any wrongdoing or mismanagement by the fiscal office or fiscal officer Craig Chesler. He believes the review is retaliation for his criticism of the board's decision in April to give pay raises to road department employees and issue health savings account cards to township workers. Chesler tells the newspaper he's had clean audits and balanced budgets during his 6-year tenure. A man accused in a knife attack in East Liverpool is slated to return to court for a preliminary hearing October 23rd. 27-year-old Grant Goodballet of East Liverpool was arraigned Tuesday in Columbiana County Common Pleas Court. He was indicted on charges of felonious assault, intimidation, and domestic violence for 3 separate incidents. Goodballet allegedly swung knives at a man on Bank Street August 23rd. The victim suffered multiple cuts. Goodballet also is accused of calling a woman September 21st and telling her the man in the assault needs to drop charges or else he will kill him and his children. Goodballet allegedly pulled a woman's hair while she was driving and threw a lit cigarette at her in East Liverpool July 21st. A state trooper is dead following a crash in Mahoning County. The Highway Patrol says 40-year-old Nicholas Caton responded around noon Thursday to Route 11 in Canfield Township to assist a disabled semi in the northbound lanes. The truck had hit an item in the road. The patrol says Caton was in his cruiser with his emergency lights on when another semi rear-ended his vehicle. Cruiser was sent into the disabled truck, hitting the driver. The disabled truck's driver, 65-year-old Nelson Vasquez of Florida, was flown to a local hospital. His condition was not available. Caton died at the scene. The other driver, 35-year-old Ryan Rock of Canfield, was not hurt. The incident is under investigation. A Youngstown woman on trial for kidnapping will be sentenced December 2nd. Thursday, a Mahoning County Common Pleas Court jury convicted 51-year-old Stacy Gilmore of unlawful restraint, child endangering, and domestic violence. She was acquitted of kidnapping. Gilmore was accused of abusing a 5-year-old child after kidnapping them. The charges were filed after she was arrested by Boardman police in 2023. Children's Services removed the child from Gilmore's home after finding evidence of abuse. A Trumbull County judge has handed down punishment to a woman who pleaded guilty to a gun charge. Tuesday, Common Pleas Judge Ronald Rice sentenced 33-year-old Lucretia Green of Warren to 2 years in jail. She entered the plea to 1 count of improper discharge of a firearm on or near a prohibited premises, including a gun specification. On March 29th, Green was involved in an argument with 2 people at a bar on Elm Road Northeast in Warren. A vehicle was struck by bullets when she opened fire. It's 65 degrees in Alliance at 4:07. This is the local edition of WDPN News, a service of Cars Auto Repair, Cars with a K. Schedule your appointment today by calling 330-821-3100. I'm Jeff Mears.
Since 1996, Kale's Auto Repair Service, Cars with a K, has been the trusted auto repair shop in Alliance. With over 80 years of experience in Stark and Mahoning County, their team provides high-quality auto care and customer service. They offer a range of services from preventative maintenance to engine repair, AC service, and more. The shop features 10 bays, state-of-the-art diagnostic tools, and mechanics ready to get your car on the road again. They accept all makes and models, ensuring top-notch service for every vehicle. Open Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5 p.m. and Friday from 8 to 11 a.m. Schedule your appointment today by calling 330-821-3100.
This WDPN weather is brought to you by Canterbury Villa of Alliance, where your loved ones become family. Schedule a free visit today by calling 330-821-4000.
Forecast for this afternoon, increasing clouds, a high near 65 degrees. Chance of showers overnight tonight with a low near 46, chance of rain 40%. Saturday, a morning showers, a high near 75, chance of rain 30%. Sunday, 90% chance of showers with a thunderstorm also possible, a high near 69. That's your WDPN weather.
Send your loved ones to a place that cares and a place that they can trust. They'll find a place that feels like home at Canterbury Villa in Alliance. They will provide the highest level of care to their residents when it comes to skilled nursing, rehabilitation, long-term care, and Alzheimer's care. At Canterbury Villa, your loved ones become family. Located on Freshley Avenue, schedule a free visit today by calling 330-821-4000 and ask for Samantha Nutter. At Canterbury Villa, they walk the talk.
Live from the AM1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM1310 WDPN.
Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show, AM 1310 WDPN, powered up by our good friends at AWP Safety. If you are looking for a job, you know someone that's looking for work, maybe they just want to try something new. Maybe the last couple of things they've done, it's not working out for them. Let me recommend AWP Safety. They are hiring right now. And they offer paid training, advancement opportunities. They offer certification and so much more. I promise you, they will take great care of you. If you're looking for something, all you have to do to apply, real easy, visit jobs@awpsafety.com. Jobs@awpsafety.com, and they will take good care of you and get you on your way. Okay, and thanks to AWP Safety for coming on with us all season long here on our Friday football shows on 1310 WDPM. Thanks to Nick Shook from NFL.com for talking a little NFL with us on the program, breaking down the Browns' mess, talking about Flacco, Rodgers last night, Steelers, Bengals, and what's ahead for Sunday as the Dolphins come to town.
Who do you think's winning Sunday?
What was that?
Who do you think's winning Sunday?
Well, you know what my hope. You know, I'm honest to God, I'm hoping for a tie. I am hoping for a tie.
I think the Browns could do it. I would put my money on them.
You're going to put money on the Browns?
No, I'm not going to put money on the Browns.
I was going to say, I'll take your action right now if you want to do it that way.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you would.
There's, I mean, look, the only win they got this year was an absolute fix. I mean, an absolute fluke against Green Bay. This team can't score. They can't block. They're not giving Ken Stefanski a chance. Okay, they got him handcuffed. So how do they score?
I think it's just going to be luck at that point. I really feel like it's just going to whoever stumbles into winning first. I just think the Browns are going to stumble there first.
I mean, I was just kind of joking with Nick, and the more I think about it, I think I honestly think I'm going to pray. And you know me and ties with the NFL. There's nothing more sacrilegious than a tie football game in the NFL in 2025. I hope this game ends like 11-11. I hope that's how it ends. I do.
That would be
funny. I hope it's a tie.
You know what? I agree.
See there? I talked you
I'm
right.
with you on that. That would be crazy.
Can you imagine if there's a tie? I might not come in. I might not come in on Monday.
Can't even beat the other.
I might not come in on Monday. I mean, hey, I just predicted a tie. I think I deserve it. I have to come in. I got a million things to do on Monday, so I'll be there. But I think both teams really stink. And see, one is trying to lose, which is Cleveland, and Miami is trying to win, I think, but they're so bad. I just don't think it's in the cards. And I don't know that Tua Tagovailoa, I just don't know if he's going to be the guy to take them where they want to go. And I don't know if they're being held back by the coaches. I don't know if they're being held back by, ownership decisions, general managers' decisions. Mike McDaniels could certainly get fired after the game on Sunday. So I don't know what exactly is holding them back, but they are not a very good football team. But you know what? That doesn't matter because the Browns aren't a good football team either. They're not. I mean, boy, oh boy, I don't know. It's going to take a lot for me. You know what might save me? I was going to say it's going to take an awful lot for me to sit down Sunday and watch this game. But the forecast, if it's going to be so bad and just a dark, ugly, rainy day, why not? I'll sit there and I'll hit the remote and I'll watch the game. Got the grasses mowed already. Got that out of the way. The weather is going to dictate whether I sit and watch the game or not.
I think at that point, it almost is kind of like watching a car crash. You can't take your eyes off of it.
Yeah, you know it's bad, but you can't look away. You
can't stop looking.
Can't look away. So here we are. Fill in the blank Friday. After watching the Bengals and the Steelers last night, you are still a Cleveland Browns fan because of blank. Fill that blank in for me. 330-924-7088. That's on the text line. You can drop your comments on the Q92 radio page on YouTube if you're there. If you're there, hit that subscribe button. We would love for you to do that. And if you're watching or listening on WDPN X or Facebook, drop your comments in the comments section, and we can read those on the air. You can also slip those to me on my personal page on Facebook, the Sam Bourquin Show page on Facebook, or heck, you could text them to me if you got my number, okay? And we'll do it that way. But I was trying to put myself in the shoes of the ardent Cleveland Browns fan, like the passionate, like the dog barking, woof woof, brown and orange colored glasses fans, which there are a million of them out there. And I'm trying to put myself in their shoes when I put this question out today. Because, Browns fans are always going to be Browns fans. I would say out of every 100 Browns fans that tell you they're not going to root for them anymore, that they're never going to watch another game, they're never going to buy another ticket, they're never going to buy another hat, they're never going to go to the sports bar again, out of 100, one of them will follow up on that, if that. Maybe a half, okay? So the hardcore, die-hard, they're not going anywhere. Now, the fans that have kind of been on the fence a little bit, or maybe didn't grow up in the tradition of being a Cleveland sports fan, a Brown sports fan, fans that have been around, maybe only 20, 25, 30, 35 years, they've never seen anything. They've never seen any wins. They've never seen hardly anything. I just wonder if they're still going to hang on to that Browns fandom after all the stuff that they've been through. And then watching that last night, that embarrassment on television last night, I just, holy cow. Steve says, I'm a Browns fan still because I'm at a loss for words. Jim says, I'm still a Cleveland Browns fan because I enjoy ineptitude. Doug says, I'm still a Browns fan because I enjoy being tortured. Smiley face. See? It's getting to everybody.
George on Facebook, He says, I have been a Browns fan since the day I was born. I am used to the disappointment year after year.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Last night, this is going to sound weird. Last night for me was as, and I told you I was no longer, see, I'm just as bad. I'm just as guilty. I told you the other day, I told everybody, I am no longer emotionally invested in this team. And look at me. But what last night bothered me more than some of the games that the team has actually lost. The embarrassment level last night was so high. It was off the charts. And if you were at Paycor Stadium last night and you heard the cheers and the chants ringing out during the postgame on Amazon TV last night, I should say Amazon Prime, sorry. If you could hear those chants of thank you, Cleveland, resonating all around the stadium, and man, it was coming through the TV speakers last night, wasn't it? That to me, that was so embarrassing. That was almost as bad as stomaching a Browns loss on the field of play. What happened last night between Cincinnati and Pittsburgh and what Joe Flacco did? Look, and he may never do that again. He may not. He might, but he might not. But that embarrassment level was so high last night. I think that bothered me more than actually some of the Browns' losses this year. And again, yeah, I wonder what Jimmy Haslam was thinking last night, and D, and Andrew Berry, and Paul D. Podesta, the chief financial officer, the chief decision maker, Mr. Analytics himself. I wonder what was going through their mind last night, because that was incredible. It really was. Let's get you caught up with the Major League Baseball scores here real quick before we go to our break. Last night, boy, the Dodgers look like they're going to get the brooms out. Dodgers beat the Brewers last night 3-1. They lead that series 3-0 in the National League Championship Series. How about the Blue Jays? 8-2. They hammered the Mariners again. That series is tied at 2. And I believe this is 2-3-2. How they're doing these series. Yes, it's 2-3-2. So Toronto had 2 at home, 3 in Seattle. Obviously, they're gonna go back to Toronto. Folks, I don't know if the Brewers Dodgers game series is going to go back to Milwaukee. It might come to an end tonight. So this evening at 6:00, Mariners Blue Jays from Seattle, and then at 8:30 tonight you got the Brewers and the Dodgers in LA. We'll keep you updated on those games, of course, during our high school football coverage here on AM 1310 WDPN. There's also, oh man, there's a couple of college. There's a handful of college football games tonight. Louisville is at Miami of Florida at 7. Hurricanes are looks like an 11-point favorite. Minnesota is hosting Nebraska at 8:00. The Huskers are a 7.5-point favorite. San Jose, Utah State, we don't care about that. North Carolina, Bill Belichick and the Tar Heels are out in California tonight to take on the Golden Bears at 10:30. That might be some good viewing later tonight. Carolina is getting 7.5 from the Cal Golden Bears. Where's that game at tonight? That one's on ESPN. And I'm pretty sure Nebraska and Minnesota, that is on Fox. And Louisville and Miami, Florida, that also is on ESPN. So you got college football tonight. You got Major League Baseball. It's week 9 of the high school football season. We certainly hope you spend it with us here on 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network. We got 7 games for you tonight. Don't forget Alliance and Minerva here on 1310 on Q92 Radio tonight. Clint and the boys have Kent McKinley and Jackson in a big Federal League game. And, of course, Q92radiosports.com. We got 5 other big games tonight, including Hoover and Lake. So we got you covered tonight. Check us out on all of our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, you name it. we've got you covered. Coming up on 24 minutes past the hour. Text line is open, 330-924-7088. We'll get back to our fill-in-the-blank Friday question today, and we'll look ahead to some more high school football talk for tonight's games as well. 1310 WDPN, it's the Sam Bourquin Show, presented by AWP Safety. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Cindy with Anthony Petiti Organic Greenhouse, inviting you to the 23rd Anthony Petiti Organic Greenhouse Fall Festival, Saturday, October 18th from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. at 5828 Columbus Road in Louisville. This family-friendly event happens rain or shine. Bring the kiddos and meet the animals at the Farm Petting Zoo, including our adorable baby donkey. Take a ride in the fall colors on the hayride and test your courage at the Haunted Maze. Enjoy delicious bites from local food trucks. Plus, shop at the farmers market vendors, pop-up sales throughout the day, and stock up on all your fall decorating items. Don't miss the amazing sales, 25% off all fruit trees and berry bushes and 20% off all landscaping plants during the festival. It's the 23rd Anthony Petiti Organic Greenhouse Fall Festival, October 18th from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. Visit us online at petitisorganic.com or give us a call at 330-455-5997 and find us on Facebook and Instagram.
Mount Union Purple Raider football continues on AM 1310 WDPN. Join us Saturday afternoon at 2:30 for the kickoff as the University of Mount Union Purple Raiders take on Heidelberg University. Hear all the live action here on AM 1310 and streaming live on Q92 Radio Sports Network with Sam Bourquin giving you the play-by-play. This Saturday, Mount Union and Heidelberg at 2:30.
This place has a pulse. You hear it in the canopy, feel it in the ground. Life, fully illuminated, engulfs you. From the birds singing in the treetops above to the tiniest insects in the soil below, you take a deep, cleansing breath, filling your lungs with the essence of the forest. Now, imagine it's all gone. Healthy, life-giving forests reduced to nothing. No singing birds, no lush canopy, and water and food in short supply around the world. Time is running out to protect our forests, and without our love, they can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our forests. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
All right, Buckeye fans, that'll get you rolling here a little bit as we come back out of the break. 1310 WDPN, the Sam Bourquin Show here, as we get you ready for high school football tonight. I know we say this all the time, and we say it every year, but I'm going to say it again. Can't believe it's week 9. Can't believe it. I literally feel like we did our first show, or we did our first stadium show, presented by AWP Safety. I forget. We were at Marlington week 1. I feel like we just did that show like 2 weeks ago. And I remember being all nervous and all getting because, we were doing the show off site and I was in charge of setting up the equipment and learning some of the stuff. And I was a nervous wreck. I was freaking out. And, I remember that day. It was very warm, very hot. It was the end of I think it was the 3rd week in August, and it feels like it has just gone so quickly. I can't put my finger on it. And you'll notice obviously the sun's been going down a lot earlier now, the last couple of weeks, so that we're losing daylight. It's getting a little chillier at night. We actually had a little frost, I think, maybe Thursday morning, maybe this morning. And, of course, McKinley-Massillon game is right around the corner. Week 10, rivalry weekend, is right around the corner. And I just cannot believe it has gone as fast as it has. We were at Marlington week 1. I believe we were here for week 2.
I think that's right.
Yeah, Louisville was here. Louisville and Alliance were here. Then week 3 was our big roadie. As I went up to Streetsboro.
Yes.
Went to Streetsboro, and we did the show up there, and that was like the first 3 weeks. And I usually kind of take the season in weeks of 3. First 3, second 3, third 3, and then week 10 just kind of stands alone by itself because it's usually the big rivalry weekend, what have you. So those first 3, and then I remember we were back here at Mount, I think, for like 3 weeks in a row, and then we went to West Branch, and we're back here, and then we're going to be in Marlington next Friday. And that's it. So we started the season at Marlington. We'll end the season there, and then we'll go into postseason play. And we'll let you know where we're going to be, broadcast crews, games we're going to cover, where you can get the games. We'll handle all of that once Saturday evening rolls around, and we'll know where everybody's going to go and what the seeds are and everything. And we invite you to come along for the ride as well for the playoffs because it's going to be fun. A little bit different this year. The top 4 teams are going to get a bye. So those first round matchups are going to be a little bit more competitive, right? Instead of 1 playing a 16 and a 2 playing a 15, now you're going to get a 5 versus a 12, a 6 versus an 11, a 7-10, and then an 8-9. So the games are going to be, I think, a lot more compelling in the first week of the playoffs than they have been the last several years. But I just can't get over that this is week 10 or week 9, and by tonight at 10:30, 11 o'clock, that's it. And then we're just looking ahead to week 10 and getting ready for that. But it just goes to show you, and because and there's a reason it goes so fast, because we love it. We love it. We look forward to it. It's great entertainment. It's for the love of the game. It's great for the community spirit. It's great for the atmospheres. It's great for the stadiums. It's great for the student body, the alum. There's just something about it, and that's why we love it. And then within a blink of an eye, I mean, it comes and goes. It comes and goes so fast, and before you know it, it's going to be state championship weekend in Canton at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium early in December. Hopefully, we'll have a couple teams there. And then once that's it, the curtain will close, and we'll get ready for high school basketball. Of course, we're excited about that this year. Me and my partner, Lee Foster, we'll be with you during the high school basketball season on the Q92 Radio and Q92radiosports.com and YouTube and X and all those cool things. Courtside with Sammy B and Lee, that'll be coming up here in December, and we'll kind of roll from there. But the fact that it's already week 9 has just got me completely bamboozled. All right, the real talent has entered the studio. We're going to take a break. We'll come back after the news. We got Coach Tim Goodman. We got one of the big offensive linemen here from the Aviators, and we'll come back and talk Alliance football and week 9 and all those things as well. Stay with us. 1310 WDPN.
Now, the latest area news on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 4:30. President Trump has signaled to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky that he's leaning against selling long-range Tomahawk cruise missiles to Kyiv. Zelensky, at the start of today's White House talks, said he had a proposition in which Ukraine could provide the U.S. with its advanced drones, while Washington would sell Kyiv the Tomahawks, which Ukrainian officials say they need to motivate Russian President Vladimir Putin to get serious about peace negotiations. But Trump said he had an obligation also to make sure that the United States is completely stocked up. Trump added he was optimistic the war would soon end, mitigating Ukraine's need for the weapons. Former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton pleaded not guilty today to federal charges after a grand jury indicted him on multiple counts of mishandling classified information. ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Pierre Thomas explains what's next.
I think the key is what kind of defense will his team put forward. Primarily, the government is arguing that he took copious notes about his activities as National Security Advisor, that put those notes in the form of emails that were sent to family. And the other interesting aspect of this case is that they claim that his emails, personal emails, were actually hacked by hackers associated with the Iranian government. And that's one of the ways that the government first found out about it. So they're making the argument that not only did he retain this information, he made it vulnerable.
Democrats are calling on President Trump to get more involved with negotiations to end the federal government shutdown. Trump is showing no interest in interjecting in the fight that has stretched through 3 weeks with little movement. Republican leadership in Congress is hoping it stays that way, with Senate Majority Leader John Thune reiterating Thursday that negotiations are possible once the government opens up. But some in Trump's party are expressing frustration with the lack of progress. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski said she thinks some in the administration are happy that the role of Congress is being diminished. Health officials in Los Angeles County are investigating the possible local spread of a more severe strain of what's now known as Mpox. ABC's Alex Stone has more from Los Angeles.
Earlier this week, health officials here reported the first U.S. case of a more severe strain of Mpox, previously known as monkeypox, in a person with no travel history. Now, 2 more cases have been reported in L.A. County. No clear link between them has been identified. Contact tracing is being done to identify additional cases and sources of the infection. Produces flu-like symptoms followed by rash. It's often spread through sexual activity. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
It's 65 degrees and Alliance at 432. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the latest forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Increasing clouds this afternoon with a high near 65. Tonight, a chance of showers overnight, increasing clouds, low 46, chance of rain 40%. Saturday, chance of morning showers, otherwise mostly sunny, a high near 75, chance of rain 30%. For Sunday, showers, a thunderstorm also possible, a high near 69, breezy with a 90% chance of rain. That's your WDPN weather.
High school football continues on AM 1310. This Friday evening at 7, it's the Warriors against the Warriors. Carrollton takes on West Branch with Sam Bourquin giving you the play-by-play action live here on AM 1310 and streaming live on the Q92 Radio Sports Network. Carrollton and West Branch this Friday on AM 1310 WDPN.
From the Don Papers press box, Claret Stadium, University of Mount Union. It's the Friday night home of the Alliance Aviators. They'll take on the Minerva Lions tonight. We'll have it for you. Pregame at 6:30, the kick at 7, 1310 WDPN. All right. As I mentioned, the real talent has entered the press box. Head coach Tim Goodman, and he's got Aaron Sim with him. We'll be talking to Aaron here in a couple of minutes. But, Coach, thanks for coming up on week 9. It already feels like the sun's starting to go down, and it's only 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah. That's always my favorite time of the year, when you walk out and the lights are already on and start.
Yeah,
and that's when I think it's really cool to play high school football.
Yeah,
when it's already
you know
dark
that
out.
it's you know that it's like it's late in the year too,
Yeah,
because
right.
yeah. Oh, yeah. So last week was and I told you before we came on, because it's already Friday. We're not going to go back and break down a game from 7 days ago, but I thought a winner last weekend was high school football, and I think the EBC and I think Northeast Ohio. That was an incredible scene, an incredible atmosphere last weekend for 2 good teams. The community showed up and shelled out. The student sections, the adults, the bands. I mean, the whole night was. I know you didn't come up on the right end, and I don't believe in moral victories, and I know you don't either. But that was just high school football won last Friday night. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't say it better myself. It was a heck of a ball game between 2 really good teams and 2 guys that didn't want to lose. You know, West Branch hasn't lost a league game in 5 years, and we thought we had the right team to knock them off their throne finally. And just 2 teams that just competed their butts off into the final whistle. And I was super proud of our guys, and I'm sure Coach Cooper's proud of his guys. And like you said, that's what high school football is all about in Ohio.
We got here. Oh, okay. Thank you. Wow. That normally doesn't happen. The boss brings in a gas card for the Mount Union trip tomorrow. I'm telling you what, I'm living good today. Yeah. This is good. So let's let's forward now to Friday. First of all, I got to ask you, what was it like? Did you guys get back to it on Monday?
Yeah.
What was it like on Monday? Locker room, getting padded up, helmeted up, ready for practice. What was that like?
Yeah, these guys bounced back quick. Actually, we got back Saturday. We watched film of the game the night before, and all the kids had a great mentality. They really did. They watched the film, and we came up short, but it gave our kids confidence as we close out the season and move into the postseason that if we show up and play, we can play with anybody. That's a team that I watched their week 1 film versus Canfield. I don't know how West Branch lost to Canfield, and Canfield's one of the better teams in Division III, and we could potentially see them in the playoffs. So it gave our kids great confidence. It got them excited. That was my message to them, is how we're going to handle this adversity. We talked about Penn State. We talked about how they're probably 2 plays away from being the #1 team and national championship favorite, and 3 weeks later they're 3-3 and the head coach is fired. So how do you handle that adversity? And hopefully I didn't get many ideas to get me fired. So
you're good. You're good.
Yeah,
we got your back.
But yeah, we had that talk. How are you going to handle this letdown? You're going to let it dictate the rest of your season. You're going to learn from it, get back on get back to work and make yourself better for it.
Was it the usual leadership from the guys on this team that's kind of carried you through this week? The guys that you expect, the seniors and some of the other guys?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a really, really good senior class, and they really wanted that one bad, but they're so mature and they played so much football, and they really get the bigger picture of a season now.
Exactly.
Usually when you have a young team and you get that loss, they think the year's over. But these guys understand what we're playing for and what we have in front of us.
I imagine as you go through the season, I don't know how you break them down in groups, 2 games, 3 games, whatever. You start with a win week 1, Louisville, you fall, you learn, right? The next week you make the trip up to Streetsboro, you lay one on them, you learn. And then you come back home for a 3-game home streak and you learn by winning, and then a setback last week, but you learn. And now you got 2 games in front of you. The postseason looks like it's coming in clear vision. These guys know, I think you mentioned about the big picture, the long term. I think that's really cool that guys that age, that they can, like, the light goes on for them and they can see, and it's not just about today, it's about tomorrow, next week, next month, next year.
Yeah, and that's why football, I'm a football coach, but it's the greatest sport in my opinion. That I always say it's the best class you'll take in high school, because if you can learn that playing high school football and you can apply that to your life as you move forward, you're going to have setbacks in life. And if you can understand, hey, let's get a lesson, let's learn out of this, and let's move forward from this and improve ourselves, that's the best thing that football can teach you. So really, really proud of our guys. And I told them that last week after the West Branch game, that the lessons they're learning right now, if they can apply them in life, they're going to be winners. Who cares about a high school football game?
No doubt about it. Coach Tim Goodman is our guest here at Mount Union, the home of the Purple Raiders and the Alliance Aviators. They'll take on Minerva tonight at 7, 1310 WDPN. How much fun are you having this year?
I have a lot of fun. Winning's fun. I had a high school coach that said football's not fun, winning football is fun. And so we're having a good year. A lot of guys are making plays. Like you talked to enough of our kids. We have great kids that are fun to work with every single day. So it's one of those years you don't want to end. Some years you're like, all right, we're ready to pack it up and go on the basketball season. But this is one of those years you want to keep going, and those guys want to keep going. So hopefully, we have a few weeks out of us yet.
Yeah. So the magical question there is, what is it going to take to keep this train going as long as it can go? What's it going to take?
Just continuing to get better. I mean, a lot of teams start to reach their peak right now, but you got to continue to get better. Not only do we have to be good tonight versus Minerva, because they're playing well. Coach Slates has them playing hard. They're going to come up here. They're fighting for a playoff spot themselves, and how cool of a story would that be for them to turn around and get themselves in the playoffs. So we got to make sure we're ready to go tonight, and then continue to get better for a rivalry game next week, and then taking the lessons we learned from West Branch in these 2 weeks into the playoffs, when we're going to play another team like West Branch week 11. That's how every game is in the playoffs moving forward.
No doubt. And look, coaching is a fraternity, right? And you don't like to see somebody lose their job, and you always like to see somebody get an opportunity. Didn't work out for Zach and Perry. He goes to Minerva. They've got 5 wins this year, and I know you guys want to win tonight as badly as ever. But how neat is it to see them kind of turn things around, bring a little bit more balance to the EBC? Yeah. They're excited over there in Minerva. This is good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It's great for our league. That's the thing about the community of Minerva. Every time we go down there, and they've had tough years, their home stands are still packed. They love football down there. And, I coached against Coach Slates in the Federal League when I was at North Canton. And I wasn't happy when Minerva hired him, because I knew what we're going to get. We're going to get what we're getting tonight, the wing tee and those guys running off the football, and you better be disciplined. And I knew he was going to have success when he got down there, and I'm happy he took the lessons we just talked about and had a setback and found a new home, and he's having a good year right now. So happy for Zach.
It really is. It really is a great story. And you can talk about Alliance football too. The last couple of years, you guys have been. You can see it was building. You crawl, you walk, you run, you sprint. Are you where you thought you would be about this point in 2025? And what's the ceiling for this group, do you think?
Yeah. This is a class that I identified that was a talented class. They had won all the way up through that. They were 8th graders when I first got here. Had a really good 8th grade season, really good freshman season. A lot of them played as sophomores because we didn't have a big class ahead of them. So we knew, when I had Caden Davis and Brendan Zerberg and those guys, we had a good run and had a couple playoff appearances. And then that small class, we kind of had to get through that class last year because they just didn't have a lot of numbers in front of them. But these guys got a lot of lessons because of that. And we knew that we had a good nucleus coming back, and credit to them. Like we've talked, they've just taken the right steps that they need to take to be a successful team. So yeah, they have a lot of potential. We can make some noise in the playoffs if we do the right things. And that's all you're asking for. You're not asking to go to the playoffs and get sent home, with your butt kicked. So we want to be competitive in the playoffs when we get there and hopefully do some cool things that Alliance football hasn't seen before.
No doubt. Hey, before we bring Aaron in, I want to ask you, has the success of the football program here recently and the excitement, you see the crowds have been bigger, the student section has been bigger, there's been more electricity. What has it been like in the school and in the hallways? And do you think this is going to be the situation where, hey, you know what, instead of maybe 3 or 4 guys coming out from the hallways that you didn't think might come out to play, maybe that turns into 10 or 12 and the numbers start to grow? Do you see that at all?
Yeah, that's always the plan, right? Usually, success brings people that want to be part of it. A lot of superintendents will tell you they're going to have a good school year for a good football season to start the school year. And that's true. It gets the momentum going. I think we're going to have a really good basketball season. We have a lot of talent coming back there. So hopefully just keep this thing rolling. And the younger guys see the tone that these older guys are setting and say, I want to be like that when I get to their position. And that's how you build a program. And that's what I've challenged these guys to do, to make sure you hand that baton off when you leave. And the younger guys make sure that you're ready to pick that baton up when they leave. So hopefully, like you said, that's the plan.
That's the plan. All right, man. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll get Aaron in here. Good luck tonight, okay?
Appreciate it.
There you go. Tim Goodman, head football coach of the Alliance Aviators. They are 6-2, 2-1 in the EBC. They got Minerva tonight. The pregame at 6:30. We'll kick it off at 7 right here on AM1310 WDPN and, of course, the Q92 Radio Sports.com. All right. The big man has joined us, Aaron Sim from the Alliance Aviators. Aaron, how you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing great.
Good, man.
I'm really excited for tonight. Go out there and get a big win.
Good stuff, man. How has the football season gone for you since the opening game? And here we are already. It's week 9. First of all, can you believe it's gone this fast? And number 2, what's the year been like for you personally?
Well, I for sure have not. It's gone by way quicker than I really thought it would. When you're a young guy and you always think about your senior year. You always want it to be a great senior year. You always want to go out the right way, but it has really, really gone fast. And I mean, I'm really proud of every one of our guys. I mean, we've overcome so much through the past couple of years, especially with last year not being, the best years, growing pains as we call it. It's very exciting to have a year like this, especially for your last.
Man, we talked to Coach about, hey, when you're winning, football is really, really fun. You guys have been winning. How much fun are you having, and how do you guys enjoy that part of it? Whether you're with your teammates, whether it's family, whether it's friends or whatever, how do you make the fun out of that? What's that like for a high school kid?
Well, I mean, we see it as all summer we worked really, really hard because we really wanted it to be successful. So when we see our hard work pay off, when we're executing plays and we're scoring a lot of points, which we didn't last year. And, that was a big letdown that we had, and seeing us improve so much, we really enjoy seeing that part of us. And we always knew we had it. We just needed to get it out of us.
Aaron Sim is our guest, outstanding football player for the Alliance Aviators. They're taking on Minerva tonight at 7 here on 1310 WDPN and, of course, Q92 Radio Sports.com. What's your day look like on game day Friday when you get up? Take us through that.
Well, I normally get up. I try and get a good breakfast in, and I go to school. Make sure you always have to. Student always comes first. So student athlete always comes first. So you have to make sure all your stuff's good there, and then I normally I get to leave school early, so I leave school. Then I try and just get my mind right. I'll kind of relax for a little bit, get off my feet. But I always just try and think about what I can do during the game to help us be successful. And that's really been my big thing out of just every year. I've always tried to see what can I do and what can I do specifically to help us win the game on Friday nights.
What do you enjoy most about practice?
Oh, the competitiveness. Every day we're competitive. We all know everything that happens at practice is all love, and we're all going to be friends right after. But we always have that sense of competitiveness at practice. So it's always fun. This is always fun.
Is there a couple of loose cannons on this team?
Oh, of course.
During the week in practice, sometimes, hey, whoa, easy.
Yeah.
Who would those guys be?
One is definitely he's great. He's a great friend of mine. He's grown up so much, and I really love playing with him, Kanan Jones. But he always gets us going. He always gets our defense going, And another guy I would say is Cash Brisker. He's always been young. He's been a young guy for us, and he's always been competitive. That's always been his thing. He's never bowed down to anybody, no matter what. So those are definitely some guys that I would love to have on my team, and I don't want to go against them.
Oh yeah, you got to have some dogs, man. You got to have some dogs, and
for sure.
And when they're with you, that's even better. You can always find a couple of guys that you want to get in the foxhole with, and if you can get a couple of those, you're going to be in good shape
for sure.
Well, you guys come in here 6-2, 2-1 in the league. Of those 6 wins, which has been the most satisfying for you so far?
I would say the most satisfying was definitely Streetsboro, because that last year that loss really hit us hard, because that was a very, very good team, and we were a very young team trying to get on our feet and try and get things rolling. And I feel like when we beat them this year, it really flipped our minds, because we had to have a certain mentality coming off a loss the week prior, and seeing that flip switch in everybody's mind, because it's kind of hard to only have a few guys have that switch, because then that can lead to a lot of false positives. As if everyone has that flip switched, then we're ready to go, and we can really hang with any team out there.
We were up there. We did that game that night, and I know what happened the year before. And were you guys just a little bit surprised of how the score was not indicative? You guys blew them out, especially in the second half. Were you surprised at all?
I would say I was definitely, I was a little shocked. We going into that, we saw that they lost a couple key pieces, but we knew that they're a good football program. We know they're a good football team. So, but it was definitely a shock to see. We just but I give props to our defense. They really pulled through that game and let our offense go, and it really gave us confidence seeing our defense go out there and make stops on them all night.
Aaron Sim is our guest. You can check him out right now if you're watching on YouTube or X or Facebook. He's the big guy right here. So get ready to suit up for the Aviators against Minerva tonight. A couple of quick ones, and we'll let you get out of here. Where's your favorite place to go eat right now?
Favorite place? Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A?
Of course.
You're the first one to say that. We've had 5 guys on this year. Everybody has said Chipotle.
Really?
You're the first guy for Chick-fil-A. All right. Favorite song right now?
Favorite song? Ooh.
Favorite artist, favorite song?
I'm a big Pearl Jam guy. I love Pearl Jam.
No kidding.
Favorite song by them right now? Probably Oceans. That's a great song
Okay.
by them. I love that. I love listening to that pregame. Really
get you going?
Yeah, I love it.
Very good. All right, brother. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. Stay healthy. Good luck tonight. And we'll see you over Marlington next week. Okay? There he goes. Aaron Sim, the big man from the Alliance Aviators, joining us here after Coach Goodman here up in the press box, 1310 WDPN. It's the Sam Bourquin Show presented by AWP Safety. Love when the fellas come up and visit here on Fridays. Kind of sets the tone for the day, sets the tone for the night, for the broadcast, and gets everybody fired up and excited, and we certainly do appreciate that. We're going to step out. We'll take a break. We are coming up on 4:53 here on this Friday afternoon. We'll come back with more of the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN. Stay with us, everybody.
Mount Union Purple Raider football continues on AM 1310 WDPN. Join us Saturday afternoon at 2:30 for the kickoff as the University of Mount Union Purple Raiders take on Heidelberg University. Hear all the live action here on AM 1310 and streaming live on Q92 Radio Sports Network with Sam Bourquin giving you the play-by-play. This Saturday, Mount Union and Heidelberg at 2:30.
This fall, the fear returns. Enter the Akron Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory. 2 terrifying attractions, 1 horrifying night. Face your deepest fears across 3 haunted floors of spine-chilling terror. Are you brave enough to make it out alive? Open now. Get tickets at hauntedschoolhouse.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-498-2098 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-498-2098 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-498-2098 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
My doctor said I could use something called a biosimilar. Then she told me what it is.
A biosimilar is a type of biologic medication. Just like brand name drugs have generic versions, original biologics can have biosimilars.
So I asked what the benefits are and if they work the same.
Biosimilars have the same safety, effectiveness, and quality as the original biologic. They also offer more medication options at potentially more competitive prices.
My doctor said I could learn more at fda.gov/biosimilars.
Welcome back, 1310 WDPN. Welcome back to the Sam Bourquin Show, presented by AWP Safety. Looks like we got about 5 or so minutes before we get you to the top of the hour. Jeff Mears ready to roll with all of the news and the weather and get you squared away with what's going on in your world. Let's see here. Some stuff coming in here. Former NFL running back turned high school football coach was busted in a prostitution sting. Holy cow. To get some more details on this. That's pretty wild right there. The fill in the blank Friday question today. If you watched the game last night, if you watched the Bengals and the Steelers last night, you are still a Cleveland Browns fan because of blank. That's our fill in the blank Friday. After watching that game last night and watching what Joe Flacco did and the embarrassment that was oozing through the TV speakers last night and the chance of thank you Cleveland erupting during the live post game on Amazon Prime last night, you're still a Browns fan today because of blank. Mary Jane says, because Dad always said cheer for the hometown team. George says, I'm still a fan because of blind faith. Tony R. grew up a Browns fan, of course. Doug says, I'm still a Browns fan. The fact that I've survived being a fan this long, I can pretty much survive anything. Misery builds character. Mike says, it's simply fantastic football entertainment. If you watched the game last night, you're a Browns fan still because of blank. Tracy says, because I like pain and suffering, and I always think that we will get them next year. Ron says the Buckeyes help keep a sane Browns fan. That's true. That's true. Saturdays are always good. 99% of the time they're good. So that gives us hope for Sunday. And then Sundays we usually we always get let down. But that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes here in the state of Ohio. You can get your text in today, too, at 330-924-7088. I want to thank Nick Shook for joining us in 3 o'clock hour from NFL.com. Appreciate Nick coming on. Of course, I want to thank Coach Tim Goodman from the Alliance Aviators and Aaron Sim, the big lineman, for stopping by here and talking a little football. Also want to thank the boss, dropped off a little gas card for tomorrow. So we certainly do appreciate that as well. Let me tell you about, I got a couple of minutes. This is perfect. 1 week from tomorrow, we are going to have the mother of all pregame shows / tailgate parties / McKinley Maslin hoopla. Okay? Next Saturday, beginning at 10 a.m. and there it is, right on your screen, at the Hall of Fame Village. It's going to be off the charts. We're going to be on from 10 until 1:45, and then we'll kick it up to the booth with Clint and the boys as Maslin will take on Canton McKinley. Our pregame show, The Battle, McKinley Maslin, it begins at 10 a.m. We're going to be at the Gridiron Gastro Pub. We're going to be outside. You can't miss this. It's going to be a really cool setup. There's going to be bands. We're going to have live music. We're going to have yard games. We're going to have prizes and giveaways. We're going to have food. We're going to have drink. We're going to have interviews. We are going to have the tailgate pregame show party of the year. And we encourage all of you to come on over and be a part of it with us. That's beginning next Saturday at 10. Live radio broadcast on Q92, 92.5 FM, Q92radiosports.com. We will be on X. We will be on Facebook. We will be on YouTube. And you want to check us out because we got a great lineup of guests already. We're adding to that, it seems, every day. And it's McKinley Maslin. It's the game. It's the War of 1894. And I think it's going to be a great game. I'm not just saying that. I think it's going to be a great game this year. And when I mean great, I mean close. And I think there's going to be high stress level situations for everybody. And I think it's going to be a heck of a Saturday afternoon beginning at 2 o'clock. But the party gets started. The big pregame show gets started at 10 a.m. Next Saturday. Myself and Keller, we will be hosting the show. We've got some great interviews. I want to thank all the great sponsors who have already jumped on. We'll be mentioning them throughout the week next week as we get you ready for the big show. But put this on your calendar, put it on your fridge, put it on the inside of your pantry door at home. Tell everybody about it. You want to be there. Q92. It is McKinley Maslin Saturday live beginning at 10 a.m. It's going to be the tailgate party, the pregame show of the year, and you will not want to miss it. Okay? Okay. News and weather coming up next. We got one more big hour to go here on 1310 WDPN. Stay with us.
Keeping Alliance entertained and informed for over a half a century. AM 1310 WDPN Alliance.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. During a meeting with Ukraine's president today at the White House, President Trump did not make a decision on whether to provide Ukraine with long-range Tomahawk missiles in its battle against Russia. It follows a call yesterday with Russia's President Vladimir Putin that ended with President Trump scheduling another summit, this time in Hungary. President Trump says he thinks Putin wants to make a deal. Former defense analyst and ABC News contributor Mick Mulroy.
So it could have a considerable impact on Ukraine's ability to turn the tides of this war. And that's the only thing that I think President Putin would pay attention to.
The Trump administration has asked the Supreme Court to issue an emergency stay on a lower court decision blocking President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops in Chicago. It comes after protests today at the Broadview ICE facility outside Chicago. The government shutdown will drag into another week. The Senate returns Monday to vote on another stopgap measure. This is ABC News.
Whether it's day or night, hot flashes due to menopause can be unpredictable. That's why there's Veoza, a prescription treatment proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night that can start working in as early as 1 week. Based on clinical studies measuring efficacy at 4 and 12 weeks, individual results may vary. Talk to your healthcare provider about what this may mean for you. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms or hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause, Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
Now, the latest Alliance area news from Jeff Mears on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 5:02. Union employees at Metallus are scheduled to vote on a tentative contract with the Canton-based steelmaker October 30th. United Steelworkers Local 1123 represents 1,200 employees at the company's Canton operations. The union and Metallus announced the tentative 4-year agreement earlier this month. Details were not released. The current contract was set to expire September 22nd, but was extended through October 15th as negotiations continued. A fourth man is charged in a home invasion. 43-year-old Ricky Lee Martin of Canton was arrested in Bainbridge Township and charged with complicity. An Amish man in Geauga County's Middlefield Township told police 3 men had entered his home, robbed him, assaulted him and his 8-year-old son with a stun gun, and took the boy hostage. The child was able to escape. 44-year-old William Hatfield of Maslin and 36-year-old Randall Cromer of Doylestown were apprehended on kidnapping charges at a Canton home Wednesday. 33-year-old Bradford Hosler was arrested in Canton Saturday. He is charged with kidnapping, aggravated robbery, and aggravated burglary. The repository reports the Stark County Board of Elections will tighten ballot proofing after erroneous absentee ballots were sent to 58 voters. Some voters not in the Maslin Public Library District were sent ballots containing a replacement library levy. They were informed their votes on the issue would not be counted. Some voters in the Canton Local School District received ballots for school board with no candidates listed. There are 3 candidates running for 3 seats. Affected voters will be sent new ballots. A Stark County grand jury has indicted a man on child sex charges. 24-year-old Joshua Barnes of Jackson Township is charged with 2 counts of unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. The indictment was issued in May, and he was arrested Wednesday. Barnes was arraigned today in common pleas court. He posted bond and was released from the county jail. Barnes allegedly took part in sexual conduct with a girl who was at least 13 years old, but under the age of 16. The activity occurred between October 2023 and April 2024. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for October 27th. Robertson Heating Supply has begun expansion of its distribution center in Alliance. A groundbreaking ceremony recently took place for the 93,000 square foot addition. It will be located at Robertson's headquarters on West Main Street. The new facility will serve as a warehouse and storage space and have 24 additional loading docks. Completion is expected by December 2026. The financial operations and procedures of Perry Township's fiscal office are the subject of an independent review. Trustees agreed to pay attorney Julie Jack Meades to conduct the investigation. The cost will be $10,000. According to the repository, fiscal officer Craig Chesler believes the probe is retaliation for his criticism of the board. In April, trustees gave pay raises to road department employees and issued health savings account cards to township workers. Chesler has served as fiscal officer for 6 years and says he's had clean audits and balanced budgets. Trustees did not cite specifics related to any wrongdoing or mismanagement by the fiscal office or Chesler. An East Liverpool man who allegedly used knives to attack a man in the city August 23rd has appeared in court. 27-year-old Grant Goodballet was in Columbiana County Common Pleas Court Tuesday for arraignment. He was indicted on charges of felonious assault, intimidation, and domestic violence for 3 separate incidents. Goodballet is accused of swinging knives at a man on Bank Street. The victim suffered multiple cuts. Goodballet also allegedly called a woman September 21st and told her he would kill the assault victim and his children if he didn't drop charges. Goodballet is accused of pulling a woman's hair while she was driving and throwing a lit cigarette at her in East Liverpool July 21st. A preliminary hearing is set for October 23rd. The Highway Patrol continues to investigate a Thursday crash in Canfield Township that took the life of one of their troopers. Around noon, 40-year-old Nicholas Caton responded to Route 11 to assist a disabled semi in the northbound lanes. Truck's driver had struck an object in the road. Caton was in his cruiser with his emergency lights on when another semi rear-ended his vehicle. The collision sent the cruiser into the disabled truck, hitting the driver. Caton died at the scene. The disabled truck's driver, 65-year-old Nelson Vasquez of Florida, was flown to a local hospital. His condition was not available. The other driver, 35-year-old Ryan Rock of Canfield, was not injured. A Mahoning County Common Pleas Court jury has found a woman guilty of unlawful restraint, child endangering, and domestic violence, but acquitted her of kidnapping. The verdicts were issued Thursday in the case of 51-year-old Stacy Gilmore of Youngstown. The charges were filed after she was arrested by Boardman police in 2023. Gilmore was accused of kidnapping a 5-year-old child. They were removed from her home by Children's Services after they discovered evidence of abuse. Sentencing is scheduled for December 2nd. A former employee of Mahoning County Children's Services accused of stealing funds from her employer is formally charged with the crime. 55-year-old Nancy Walker McCain was indicted by a Mahoning County grand jury Thursday. She's charged with felony counts of theft in office and telecommunications fraud and a misdemeanor count of soliciting or accepting improper compensation. The state auditor's office began an investigation in June 2023 after Children's Services looked into an employee's pay for counseling services. Walker McCain allegedly worked for a private company while she was supposed to be working for the agency and was paid for both. Children's Services lost about $900 in public funds. She is scheduled for arraignment October 28th. It's off to jail for a Warren woman convicted in connection with a shooting. 33-year-old Lucretia Green was sentenced Tuesday by Trumbull County Common Pleas Judge Ronald Rice to 2 years behind bars. She pleaded guilty to 1 count of improper discharge of a firearm on or near a prohibited premises, which included a gun specification. The charge resulted from a March 29th incident at a bar on Elm Road Northeast in Howland Township. Green opened fire following an argument with 2 people in the parking lot. A vehicle was struck by bullets. This week, Xbox pulled the wraps off 2 new handheld gaming devices. ABC's Mike Dubusky reports on the ROG Ally and Ally X.
Carl Ledbetter was part of the design team.
It has a high quality display and both devices share the same display. It gives you rich color and a fast refresh rate.
He says they're designed to be able to play a variety of different games, not just the ones owned by parent company Microsoft.
Because it's powered by Windows, you can get all of your games and you can actually pull games from other stores. And so it's one place that brings together an aggregated library. And that's just something that's not available anywhere else.
He says that's what differentiates the ROG devices from other handhelds. Xbox will need that, says Anshul Sag, principal analyst at More Insights and Strategy. That's because they're entering a market that's dominated by the Nintendo Switch.
And everybody knows it, but Microsoft has the real opportunity to grow the market.
With Tech Trends, I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Taking a look at Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed today at 46,190, up 238 points. The Nasdaq Composite ended the day 117 points higher at 22,679. And the S&P 500 closed at 6,664, up 35 points. We have the following funeral announcement. The service for 92-year-old Ruby D. Amabile will be held Tuesday at 11 at St. Joseph Catholic Church. Arrangements by Sharer Sterling Skivalaki. It's 65 degrees and Alliance at 5:09. This is the local edition of WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Here's the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Increasing clouds in the forecast this afternoon, a high near 65. Showers overnight with increasing clouds, a low 46. Saturday, a chance of morning showers, mostly sunny, otherwise a high near 75. Sunday, a 90% chance of showers. A thunderstorm also possible, a high near 69. That's your WDPN weather.
Live from the AM 1310 WDPN studio, it's time for live and local sports talk. It's the Sam Bourquin Show.
I'm ready.
Give the show a call at 330-821-1310.
Good call, meatball.
Watch the Sam Bourquin Show on the AM 1310 Facebook page, the Q92 YouTube page, and on X. This is the Sam Bourquin Show on AM 1310 WDPN.
We are back, 1310 WDPN, the Sam Bourquin Show on a AWP Safety Football Friday as we come to you live from the University of Mount Union. Tonight, again, the home team, the Alliance Aviators, getting ready to take on the upstart Minerva Lions. That'll be coming up at 7 o'clock tonight right here on 1310 WDPN. Welcome to the show, everybody. It's hour 3. We cranked up at 3 o'clock here today. Shout out to Ryan Rainsberg getting it done back in the studios on Smith Avenue. Thanks to all of you for watching on X today, on Facebook, on the Q92 Radio YouTube channel. You can leave your comments and your answers and your thoughts in the comment sections on all of our social media platforms. Don't forget, you can also text us at 330-924-7088. And of course, if you want to talk, we would love to have a conversation. If you're watching on any of our streams today, YouTube, X, Facebook, there's a link there. It says Talk with Sam. Hit that link. Boom. You're in the virtual studio, and we can talk just like we're on the phone. We'll just be doing it a different way. Okay. You can tell it's getting later on in the season, right? The sun is starting to set a little bit earlier. They already have the lights on here at Mount Union, and what is it? A little bit after 5 o'clock. So I'm going to do a little something here. Those of you that are watching on our live stream, I'm going to give you a little view, a little look-see what's behind me here at the university, here at the stadium. I don't think it's going to make me look too much of a shadowy figure, but we're going to roll this baby up.
Don't worry, Sam. I'll let you know if you get too hidden in the darkness.
There you go. And you can see out there, there's the back of the stands, one of the light standards. You got the chapel over here, some of the dorm rooms. But that's a little. I am a shadow, aren't I?
You are now a shadow.
Oh,
yes.
Smokes! All right. Well, I just want everybody to get a good look at how beautiful it is here on a late Friday afternoon. But I don't want to be referred to as the shadow man, so we'll pull that blind down there, and we'll go about our business. How does that sound?
We'll call you the Invisible Man. That's much cooler sounding.
Yeah, that might be good.
Yeah.
Do you know who the original Invisible Man was? His actual name?
No, I don't. I'm assuming you're referring to the original movie, correct? Yes. Okay, good.
Yeah. Whenever you get a chance, Google the name Claude Rains. He was the original Invisible Man.
Okay.
So there you go. I learned you something here today. High school football tonight. We can't wait for our coverage. We got just a bunch of fantastic games coming up for you tonight here on 1310 WDPN, of course, Alliance and Minerva. And we've got a ton of other great ball games all along the Q92 Radio Sports Network. FM game tonight. You've got Jackson McKinley, which is going to be a real beast. I think that's going to be a fantastic game. We also are going to have, where do we go? Okay, we got Hoover Lake tonight. Big game, huge game. We don't know. Maybe Tide to George is going to play tonight for Lake. We don't 100% officially know that, but it could happen. So Hoover Lake tonight. This is on Q92radiosports.com. Carrollton West Branch tonight. Northwest Fairless, Green Perry, Warren Harding at Maslin. Again, those games all on Q92radiosports.com. Caleb Norick will join me here for Alliance and Minerva. Hey, we're also going to talk to Garth Evans. He's going to come up at halftime. So during our halftime activities tonight, we're going to talk to Garth. He is the athletic director at Minerva. And we're going to talk to him about how the football season has gone, how the school year has gone, how great it's been with Coach Slate's taking over the football program. So I wanted to make that known. Garth Evans, AD Minerva, is going to join us for about 3-4 minutes at halftime tonight during the Alliance and Minerva game. On, of course, our Q92 FM radio game tonight, McKinley Jackson over at Robert Fife Stadium. So we are loaded tonight. We are loaded up. We got some great games, and just stay with us all night long. And then, of course, after the games, on all of our social medias, 1310 and Q92, make sure you are checking out. We will have a ton of interviews with the winning coaches, with the players. There will be game photos. There will be all kinds of information out there. So make sure you're checking us out on social media, X, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. It's all happening. Q92 and, of course, 1310 WDPN. All right. We discussed this a little bit in the previous 2 hours today. The ball game last night in the NFL between the Bengals and the Steelers, 33-31. Cincinnati wins it. They get a game-winning field goal with about 10 seconds to go, and the Bengals win the game. Joe Flacco, 31 of 47, almost 350 yards, 3 touchdown passes, no interceptions. He only got sacked twice. He ran a naked bootleg around the left for about 12 or 13 yards and got a first down. And as we're all watching last night, myself and you and everybody out there, just kind of shaking our heads saying, why? Why is this happening? How is it happening? And it was just, I think it was the height of embarrassment last night for the Cleveland Browns organization to watch what Joe Flacco did on a national stage last night, and how he performed and what he's capable of and how he could look with real talent around him. Wide receiving core in Cincinnati, A+. Their offensive line, not great, not bad. Not great, not bad. Doable, serviceable. Run game, okay. Now, they did chuck it 47 times last night, so that tells you what the Bengals think of their own running game. But when they had to have a couple of runs, they got them. And then the chants after the game last night, I can't get it out of my head. Thank you, Cleveland. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you, Cleveland. Permeating around Paycor Stadium. Thousands of Bengals fans were chanting that. And that is a shot at the Cleveland Browns. That is a gut punch to the ownership group and to the people that are running that team. And you know what? They deserve it. They absolutely deserve it. They made this mess. Now they got to live with it. Okay? Now, all this being said, Browns on Sunday against the Dolphins. Could be rainy, could be windy, could be a nasty day. Kevin Stefanski, I'm telling you, is going to be safe for the rest of the year. And I think he should be. We've told you, I have told you, Nick Shook from NFL.com, who we had on the show today, he told you, he laid it out more eloquently than I could. I've been trying to tell you that the Cleveland Browns are not trying to win games. This is all a part of the plan. Strip it down to the studs. Strip it down. You're paying for the sin. You're paying for the multitude of sins when you brought Deshaun Watson into the program. And even though it's been, 3-4 years, you're still paying for it. He's still on the books next year for like $80 million. Salary cap. Boom. Hit $80 million. This is not on Kevin Stefanski. This is how things were set up from the beginning. They were not going to compete this year. They're not going to compete next year. Following year is when you start to try to get things right. And that's my worry. You know, the Browns are pretty good at not trying to win and pretty good at setting themselves up in a position where things can't go right. My worry is when they actually try to do something that's going to make the organization better, the team better, it's going to make the culture better, I worry they won't be able to do that either. And that's the scary point. That's the scary point here. But watching what happened last night in Cincinnati was, wow. That was tough. That was tough to watch. But I'll tell you what, I'm very happy for Joe Flacco. I am. I'm very happy for Joe Flacco. Browns and Dolphins Sunday. The Browns are about a 2.5, 3-point favorite. They're calling for 25 to 35 mile-an-hour winds all day, maybe some gusts up to 40. Looks like 95% chance of rain beginning late morning, and it should go all the way through the day on Sunday. So it could be a sloppy affair up on the lakefront on Sunday. What I thought we would do here, because it was such a short press conference today with Coach Stefanski, usually he will meet with, he'll go up to the podium after the games on Sunday. He'll do a Zoom on Monday. He'll come back and do a press conference on Wednesday and then a short one on Friday. So this is not very long. It's about maybe 5.5 minutes. And I thought we would do this before we get into On This Day in Sports History. So let's bring him up, Rainsburg. Kevin Stefanski in Berea today, press conference, Cleveland Browns, and let's go to that right here.
ready for Sunday, which, as we know, could have different weather than today. So we don't control the weather. We deal with it, and we'll see what it looks like down there Sunday. But excited to get back in front of our fans, excited to be down there, having the support when they're on offense and the noise that our crowd makes it so hard to operate. So it'd be nice to be back in front of our fans. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Mason Graham's injury.
Did something yesterday. We'll see how it responds really over the next 24 hours, 48. A knee injury.
Two guys in the protocol, Gage and Jack.
Yeah.
Are they still in there working their way through?
Working their way through. Both are progressing. As you know, you just follow those progressions, follow the protocols, follow the rules, and see where it takes us. But
So there's a chance.
Yes. Yeah.
And what he means to you guys.
Yeah, obviously, Dave's a big part of this football team on and off the field and the energy that he brings. So we expect other guys to step up in his absence, but he'll be there. He'll be there on the sideline, and he'll provide that leadership that he always does.
Any long-term concern with Mason's injury or just day-to-day?
No, day-to-day.
Just be more Blake without David in there?
Yeah, we have different options. Obviously, Blake's a guy that's played a lot for us over the years, and we trust.
I mean, you know the forecast. How much do you actually prepare for bad weather when you don't know?
Yeah, over the years, what I try to do is I look at it early. So really late Monday, you're looking at it Tuesday, and then you really don't do much. You may plan accordingly, but you have to wait till later in the week because, as you know, it just changes so often when you're that far out. So when you get into Thursday night, Friday, that's when you really take a peek. And we've played in these games. We've played in the cold. We've played in the wind, rain, you name it. So it does affect the football game. It affects both teams equally. It affects certain aspects of the game equally. So like I said to you guys, and I've told the team, we don't control the weather. We just deal with it.
Joe Flacco and the Bengals?
I did not. No, I'm definitely asleep on Thursday nights.
Oh, he did? Into the way.
Yeah, obviously, as you know, Tom, you're always rooting for all of your friends around the league, and that really happens on a lot of teams, but really mostly focused on our team and what we got in front of us.
Given how well Joe did play, there's obviously a lot of talk about the decision to trade him, and I just want to kind of ask you again, this organization talks about alignment all the time. Were you in alignment with the front office and AB about that trade?
Yeah, respectfully, Daniel, we're worried about this game in front of us. Got a Miami Dolphins coming to town that really has all of my focus, all of our energies. Nothing that's happened in the past.
Didn't see that version of Joe in the starts here. Joe got the game, after Bengals playbook.
Yeah, respectfully, I mean, I understand the question, Daryl, but I really have to keep the focus on our team.
A decent chance that Mike Hall could get out there?
He continues to get better every single day, so we'll see.
Especially if Mason can't go. I mean, it would be nice to have Mike back in.
Yeah, obviously Mike's been working so hard, so we're looking forward to that ASAP.
What has held him back the most? Is it the mobility? Is it?
Yeah, I think that's a real injury. Easy for me to say, but so he's worked very hard to get back, and rehab is a long road, and sometimes there's twists and turns to it, but he's every single day getting better, working hard. We just want to make sure that we're making smart decisions with Mike. Okay, thanks, guys.
All right. Short and sweet. I told you it was not going to be that long. Kevin Stefanski met with, okay, let's just cut right through the bull crap. You trying to tell me Kevin Stefanski, the head football coach of the Cleveland Browns, was not up last night watching the Cincinnati Bengals in the Pittsburgh Steelers? Come on, Kev. Come on. You expect people to believe that you weren't watching that game last night when you knew Joe Flacco was going to suit up for the Bengals against the arch rival Pittsburgh Steelers last night? You're telling me you were asleep and you weren't watching that game, hogwash, baloney, nonsense. Rainsburg was watching the game last night. Come on, Kevin. I know you were watching the game.
That's very funny. That had me giggling pretty good. But, he's the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. He works very hard every day. Maybe he goes to bed early. He needs his 9 hours, 8 hours, whatever.
There's no way he wasn't watching that game. And God. I get it. I get it because if he admitted to watching it, then it already was pretty much about all that, but the rest of the press conference would have been, okay, Kevin, what did you see last night when you were watching the game? So he just, he did the little white lie thing, and he kind of shut it off and says, I didn't watch it, I was in bed, which we know that was baloney. That was absolute baloney. How could you say you were in bed last night? Come on. You get a chance to do a little scouting. You get to watch two rivals play against each other. I know that Kevin was a big Joe Flacco fan. He still is. I know he appreciates what Aaron Rodgers still does. I know he was watching the game last night. I don't believe for a minute that Coach Stefanski was in bed last night at 8:30 on a Thursday night. I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. All right. We got a little time here. What do you say? We do a little on this day in sports history, and our audio segment, pretty cool. It involves Kenny Lofton and the Indians against the Seattle Mariners back in the Kingdom, if you know what I'm talking about. Okay, here we go. On this day in sports history. Boy, a lot of hockey stuff here today, so holy cow. 1962, the New York Yankees won their 20th World Series when they dusted off the San Francisco Giants. 1963? Is that 63? Detroit Lions set a rushing record when they achieved a negative 53 yards against the Chicago Cardinals. That was back in 1943. Oh my God, that's terrible. 1968, Bob Beamon long jump, 29 feet, 2.5 inches at the Olympics in Mexico. 1978, the New York Islanders began a streak of 23 games in a row. They were undefeated at home. 15 wins and 8 ties. That'll get you to 23. All right, here's the audio segment. On this day in history, let's go back to the Kingdom in Seattle. Randy Johnson is on the mound. The Indians have runners at second and third. Kenny Lofton's at second base. Here's what happened.
Heading home is Amaro. To third is Lofton. They have no play. And now here comes Lofton all the way. And he scores. He never stops.
Kenny Lofton. I know that was a very short clip, but he never stopped. Randy Johnson uncorked a wild pitch. The runner from third came in, and Kenny Lofton came all the way around from second, all the way around from third, and scored, and boom, Indians won, and they would go on to knock the Mariners out of that series. All right, we're going to take a break. We will, oh boy, all the stars are here tonight. We got to take a break. We'll come back. News and weather next year on the Sam Bourquin Show, 1310 WDPN. Stay with us, everybody.
The latest news and the current Alliance area weather forecast are up next on AM 1310 WDPN.
Good afternoon. It's 5:30. After traveling to the Middle East to help celebrate the first phase of the ceasefire in Gaza, President Trump has turned his attention back to Ukraine, meeting with his Ukrainian counterpart in the Oval Office today. ABC's Karen Travers is there, reporting President Vladimir Zelensky traveled to Washington to make his case for procuring American Tomahawk cruise missiles and other military assets as Trump teases a possible breakthrough ending of the war in Ukraine.
At one point, he said that the table is set right now, indicating that he thinks that the conditions are there leading into this meeting with Vladimir Putin. But it's not clear what has changed since the Alaska summit, what is different now in the last couple of weeks that gives him that optimism, especially as he said multiple times that they don't get along. They're not ready at this point to have a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky.
John Bolton has pleaded not guilty in the Justice Department case accusing him of sharing classified information. He was ordered released from custody after making his appearance before a judge in the third Justice Department case brought in recent weeks against a critic of President Trump. Bolton has signaled he will argue he is being targeted because of his criticism of the president, describing the charges as part of a Trump effort to intimidate his opponents. The case appears to have followed a more conventional path toward indictment than other recent cases against perceived Trump enemies. House Speaker Mike Johnson is blaming Democrats for the ongoing government shutdown, now into its 17th day. The speaker blamed Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer for the impasse, calling on him to reopen the government.
And he is the one that has decided to hand the keys to the kingdom to President Trump. When you shut down the legislative branch, the chief executive has the authority to make the decisions in the executive branch. He has no choice. They have turned off the funding streams, and they have to triage the situation with federal spending.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is standing firm against Republican pressure to end the standoff, insisting Democrats remain united. Protecting tax credits for the Affordable Care Act remains a demand for Democrat lawmakers. Prince Andrew says he is giving up his royal title of the Duke of York after his friendship with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein returned to the headlines. The younger brother of King Charles III says he and the royal family decided the continued accusations about me distract from the work of His Majesty and the royal family. It comes as excerpts have been published of an upcoming posthumous memoir from a woman who has alleged she was trafficked by Epstein and had sex with Andrew when she was 17. It's 64 degrees and Alliance at 5:32. This is WDPN News. I'm Jeff Mears.
Now, the Alliance Area Weather Forecast on AM 1310 WDPN.
Forecast for this afternoon, increasing clouds, a high near 65 degrees. Chance of showers overnight tonight with a low near 46, chance of rain 40%. Saturday, a morning showers, a high near 75, chance of rain 30%. Sunday, 90% chance of showers with a thunderstorm also possible, a high near 69. That's your WDPN weather.
High school football continues on AM 1310 this Friday evening at 7. It's the Warriors against the Warriors. Carrollton takes on West Branch with Sam Bourquin giving you the play-by-play action live here on AM 1310 and streaming live on the Q92 Radio Sports Network. Carrollton and West Branch this Friday on AM 1310 WDPN.
Promo, I probably don't need to play that one anymore. We're not doing Carrollton West Branch tonight. We are doing Minerva and Alliance, and we are broadcasting live here. It's an AWP Safety Football Friday edition of the Sam Bourquin Show from the University of Mount Union. And we got the pregame at 6:30 tonight, kickoff at 7. Great story. Minerva Lions coming in here 5-3. The Aviators are 6-2. I just had a chance to catch up with Coach Tim Wolf, who I got to know when I was a substitute in the Perry Local School District last year. And, of course, I got to watch and enjoy watching his son, Luke Wolf, play basketball in Perry and lead them to the championship game last year in high school in down there in Dayton. And Coach Wolf was obviously on the staff at Perry when Zach Slates took the job at Minerva. Coach Tim came over with him, and he is also, I believe, assistant principal over at Minerva, and now he's a assistant coach, and I got to catch up with him a little bit. He was talking about just how excited the town is, how excited the kids at Minerva, the administrators, the teachers, the student body, they're just, hey, man, they have struggled a lot the last several years. And when you struggle that much for that long, you start to wonder, hey, is it ever going to happen for us? And then they brought Coach Slates in, and here we go. They're 5-2. or they're 5-3, and they're 1-2. And I know their wins haven't been against world beaters. I understand that. But in the past, they wouldn't have won those games either. So they got 5 wins. Alliance has 6. It's a great story. And they got a couple more games to go. And dare I say, Minerva, if they win their last 2 and they get a little bit of help, they could maybe sneak into the playoffs. I know it's a long shot. But it could happen. Caleb Norick has joined us in the booth, as he does here on these late Friday afternoons. Well, I'll tell you, man, it feels like week 9, doesn't it? Look where that sun is already, and it's only 5:30.
I know.
It's getting to be that time.
The light's on already, and we're ready to go here.
Oh, my gosh. So I got to ask before we get into some football talk, and we may talk a little MLB playoff. Did you watch the Bengals and the Steelers last night?
I did, and I was out at a high school volleyball match last night. Glen Oak and McKinley, but I was following it. The Icy Hot Bowl.
Turned out to be pretty good for the Icy Hot Bowl, didn't it?
Yeah. I think apparently I watch as much as Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah,
but,
you really believe that the coach Kev wasn't watching that game last night?
There's no way. They play both those teams again, and I have to imagine he wants Joe Flacco to do pretty well too. To kind of stick it to the management.
I think you are 100% correct. Have you been? I know since the Guardians went out, it's been a little bit of a tough watch, but the baseball's been really good, and the home teams have not been good.
Yeah.
Now the Dodgers
besides the Dodgers,
they take care of things tonight, but man, the Brewers they're in big trouble. That series, I think it's cooked.
Yeah, they got Shohei going tonight.
Man, Seattle and the Blue Jays has been wild, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been everything you didn't expect. Offensive outpouring on the road. It should be interesting tonight to see. The Mariners. They haven't won at home since what, 95 in the ALCS. So it'll be a fun one, I think, and then I see that series going 7. I think it'll be.
I kind of do too. I think Seattle wins tonight.
Yep.
And then I think Game 6 and 7 are going to be great theater. I do. I think those are going to be a lot of fun. I can't promise you that they're going to be high scoring or low scoring. I don't know that. I would lean high scoring because the longer you go in a series, the arms are getting tired. Even some of the setup guys. And let's face it, Seattle and Toronto can rake. They can hit the heck out of the ball.
Yep. It's been fun so far. If you were a fan of one of those teams, you've had some really, really exciting nights and some awful nights.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting, and I think the Dodgers will win tonight, and they'll be sitting at home for the next couple of days, trying to wait.
They will be well rested.
Yeah,
they will be well rested.
Well, I think they don't flex the World Series no matter what, so I don't think it starts till.
No, it's locked in.
I want to say it's Wednesday. No matter what,
it's locked in. If the Dodgers would close out Milwaukee, and we think they will, and if they go on to win the World Series, are we going to be having that discussion again of, well, there you go, $400 million payroll, see what happens? Or are some people kind of past that, and they look at the little feel-good stories like a Cleveland, like a Tampa a couple of times? Milwaukee's not a big market. We've had some other teams kind of sneak in there a little bit. Or is it going to be, hey, something's got to happen here, and this collective bargaining agreement, something's got to happen, or it could be a long, long work stoppage.
Yeah, it's hard because you look at the Dodgers. Ohtani hasn't had a great series. Kershaw's nothing for them right now, and Betts has had a decent series, but they're getting production from the other guys. Now the difference being is they have so much margin for error. When you do pay those high end guys, and then you get a Teoscar Hernandez or you get a whatever to come in, and they had Max Muncy all those years, and these guys that can come in and bat 310 and drive in 80 runs. Well, that's all the Guardians can afford to pay for is a Max Muncy type guy, and that's the guy. They Their last big signing, the Guardians, was at Encarnacion 2016.
Was that 3 for $60?
And yeah, I mean,
and that didn't even play itself out. He was gone after 2 years, right?
He was great in 2017, and then he fizzled out. They got rid of him, and now they're gun shy. They don't want to sign anyone, but that'd be the Dodgers' fourth bat, and it was all chips in on him.
Yeah,
and that's the difference between the high end and us.
it is, and I mean, I hate this. I hate it is what it is, but it is. That's where we are. And you talked about the Indians / Guardians being gun shy, and I hate that that's the approach that they take.
Yeah.
Remember when they signed Swisher and Michael Bourne?
Yep.
That didn't work out, and they're like, okay, that's it.
Well, they went and got Napoli. They went and got. I mean, they
Nap worked out for them.
They had a stretch there where, like 2012 to 2018, they would go and get guys. They developed guys. Lindor came up through the system. Jose came up through the system. Bieber and all Carrasco and all those guys. They either came into the system or they got them as AAA guys and developed them. They've done that on the pitching side. The bats just are not there. I mean,
no.
Kefis isn't going to cut it. Manzardo would be a great third bat, but he's not the guy, and so unfortunately, I think it's going to be another long off season for us where we just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've been following what may happen on the horizon as far as the transferring of ownership to the Blitzer family. And look, I don't know how much is in the portfolio for the Blitzer family. I assume it's pretty good, it's pretty strong, but you also want to have the want to go out and do something financially. And I wonder. Gosh, being around the Dolans the last couple of years as he was a minority owner, David Blitzer, he said, oh, hey, you know what? Guys made it this far without I mean, I hope it didn't wash over on him.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to change a little bit of the way that they think and they do business, or this is going to be the peak of what we're going to get. I'm in fear of. It will be a very long work stoppage because they are not going to budge off of a salary cap. It's just not going to happen. The tube is out of the paste, and it's been out for decades. And if you can't have that, I mean, geez, we might be watching. What are we going to be watching?
Softball or something.
I mean. We're going to have to go down to Willig Field and watch softball on Wednesday nights. And I mean,
we're going to move the Little League World Series to
Yeah.
Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, so we can all go watch at PNC Park.
Banana Ball, I guess we'll have that. They're going to be on.
Yeah, they're expanding
They're going to be on tour again next year. But if in fact it does last for quite a while, we've been through this before. It has not been pretty, and fans, they've lost a lot of fans along the way. Now, some eventually come back, especially if their team is exciting and they're in it. But what would the detriment be to the sport if this would happen again? How long would it take for people to embrace and come back to it again?
Yeah, I mean, the younger generation doesn't remember the '94 stoppage. I don't really remember it, but I know the effects of it, and you lose a generation of athletes and fans who they're going to go find something else, and they're not coming back.
No.
And it's going to take, how many fans do you know that are Steeler fans because the Browns were gone for 2 years? Well, they're not just going to sit around and do nothing. They're going to go cheer for someone else,
right?
And whether it be another team or in this case a different sport, and there's lots of young talent in Major League Baseball, and I just fear that those guys get fed up and go play internationally or go whatever, and they don't want to stick around. I mean, there's so much young talent. We finally got a pipeline into Japan with, you got Shohei, but you got, Yakamoto, all these guys that are coming in, and they're just going to go back and play in their league and forget it.
They do have somewhere that they can, they can fall
There's
back
a Dominican league that's really good right now. There's a Central American league. It'll be interesting.
Speaking of the Dominican League and playing at different places, Do you think this is a wrap on Emmanuel Clase?
Yeah,
Is he going to be done?
I think he's
period?
done. I think it certainly sounds like he's done. Which, it's interesting. I get it. He broke the rules, but man, what a message are we sending to our young people? You can beat people, you can get arrested for anything and everything, get 50-game suspension and come back. You can take PEDs, sit out 80 games and come back. But you bet $10 on yourself and you're done for life.
Yeah, it is crazy. Now, I don't know, you probably been reading the stories too. Like, it appears to me that it looks like they have some hard information on him.
And it's a systematic
throwing games.
Yeah.
Like throwing them. Like the Black Sox.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Shoeless Jackson type stuff.
Yeah,
so.
this is not good for him.
No, it's not good. He should be. I think they should be indefinitely suspended. It just sends kind of a weird message when you got all this other stuff going on. You got, guys getting arrested left and right for different things throughout sports as a whole, and slap on the wrist, or we'll pretend that didn't happen type thing. And I don't know what you do about it. You got to punish Clase and Ortiz for. You can't have that. I mean, heck, the Black Sox got blackballed for that.
You're right.
And so Pete Rose, and he wasn't even betting on him. Well, we don't think he was even betting on himself.
Yeah, we don't think. But it's just it's nuts to think what could happen here with a work stoppage, and of course.
I mean, you think you got a Tigers hat on. You think of just the Tigers. You got Kerry Carpenter. You got Tarek Skubal. You got Dylan Dingler. Those guys are young. I think they're all under 25.
Yeah.
You sit out for a year or two. I mean, Skubal's on. Which I know he's young. He's in year 4 or whatever. He's on track for 3,000 strikeouts and 250 wins. Like, that's a heck of a career. And you take away that, he'd have to stay perfectly healthy the rest of his career to do anything when you take away a year and a half.
Right. Especially your prime
which is
years,
what it could be. Yeah.
Getting to your prime years. It's it could be crazy. It really could. Now, are they not? Is the WBC this coming up this year? Or is it how's that going?
Yeah, it should be.
I think it is.
That won't have any effect. They'll still play.
Because that's during the spring training.
Well, it's during spring training, but my understanding is that Major League Baseball doesn't control that at all. That's done by USA Baseball. And so Major League Baseball gives them permission to play. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. But I would think that those guys could still play, and they will. I mean, I know that Trout's thinking of playing again, and they've been DeRosa, I believe, is the new manager for USA Baseball, and now every other country it won't matter. They'll just field their teams like always, right?
It's wild. It is wild. Caleb Lorick joining us here in the booth here on 1310 WDPN, the Sam Bourquin Show, presented by AWP Safety. Jobs at awpsafety.com. That's jobs at awpsafety.com. If you're looking for a new path in life, you want to do a little something different, you want the chance to advance, great learning, great environment, and they'll take good care of you. That's AWP Safety. They are hiring right now as we speak. So high school football, it is week 9. Of course, we've got Minerva Lions here tonight, coverage of 6 other ball games. Next Friday is what we call rivalry weekend. Of course, the big McKinley-Massillon game next Saturday at 2 at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Our live program, our pregame, our big tailgate, it gets underway at 10 a.m. There you see it on your screen. McKinley-Massillon, the Hall of Fame Village, and the fan engagement zone. We want you to be there. Don't just pop in. Come in and hang out with us for a while. Next Saturday, beginning at 2, myself and Keller will be holding down the broadcast. We're going to have yard games, prizes, giveaway, food and drink, interviews. Bring your signs to be featured on the show. The bands are going to stop by. It's going to be really cool. And methinks that this year's edition of the War of 1894 may be one of the best we've seen in a while. Would you agree with that, former Bulldog over there?
Oh, nervously apprehensive about this one. So I think, as a Bulldog, this is the year. It's been a long time.
Okay.
But it'll come down to the typical, of course, I can already tell you now it's going to be rainy and cold, but
oh no,
It's well, that's just my guess. It seems like every year for the last 20 years it's been rainy and cold, and there'll be 55 penalties.
Oh boy, you're not painting a very good picture. Holy cow!
But you got a McKinley team that more than likely, we'll see what happens tonight at Jackson, but win, first round bye, and a Massillon team that win and will probably get a home game. They're sitting at 7, I think, right now,
because they'll get a ton of points to beat McKinley. Now they're not going to get much from beating Warren.
Yeah, they're not going to.
But they're
going to be sitting. I think they're going to be sitting right on the cusp of home game, not home game. They're sitting at 7th in the region right now. Hoover's 6th, Lake is 4th, and beat McKinley, and they probably will host a game. They should be in either way, I think. But it'll be fun. It'll be.
The playoff possibilities are kind of wild this year. Now that we're only doing the top 12, you got the top 4 get the bye. And I was explaining during the show earlier. Now, we're not going to get any more of those 116, 215 games. We're jumping in 5-12, 6-11, 7-10, 8-9, and there could be some really good games the first round of the playoffs. And look, I think it's going to go down to the wire for 2 or 3 teams. And when I say down to the wire, I mean either you're going to be in or you're going to be out. You're going to be hosting or you're going to be on the road, or you're going to have a bye or you're not going to have a bye. There is a lot coming up, and I know you've been looking at you got the computer rankings and the ifs and woulds and coulda, woulda, shouldas, and there's so many scenarios to talk about. After the McKinley Massillon game, we'll know for sure right around 5:30, 6 o'clock next Saturday. But we should have a pretty good idea, I think, after Friday night's games.
Yep.
There probably will be some leeway as far as Division II, Region 5 and Region 7 because of the McKinley Massillon game. But this is going to be fun because there's going to be some unknowns this year. I think the new look at the fresh approach to things. I think it's going to make it a whole lot more interesting. I think than it has been.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I mean, looking just here in the EBC Alliance, if we were to end today in with a home game. Salem in on the road, and then Minerva right now on the outside looking in. It's going to be tough, but they have a shot still.
They do
2 wins and some help. They could sneak in over in the Federal League. McKinley and Jackson are McKinley will have a bye right now. Jackson would be home, but depending on what happens tonight, there's just so much that can happen still, and obviously Hoover and Lake are both sitting. I think Lake right now is sitting with a bye. Hoover would be at home. So Green, Glen Oak on the outside looking in. So
it'll be fun.
Yeah,
it'll be fun. I know we're looking forward to it here on 1310, and of course Q92 Radiosports.com as well. All right, we're gonna head out. We're gonna take a break. We'll let Mr. Caleb go down and get his pregame stuff in, and we'll come back with more 1310 WDPN. Stay with us.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-498-2098 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-498-2098 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-498-2098 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
If I could be you.
And you could be me? For just 1 hour.
If you could find a way
to get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
walk a mile in my shoes.
We are the keepers of the wild, America's original and most invested conservationists. For more than 80 years, we've been committed to conserving wildlife and the natural landscapes that define our nation. From rugged alpine ridgelines to peaceful tall grass prairies, we've supported the conservation of more than 36 million acres of American wildlands. Our funding has led to cleaner water, fresher air, and improved wildlife habitat. From abundant fish and waterfowl populations to robust deer and elk herds, nothing is more important than maintaining wild spaces for adventurers to explore and wildlife to thrive. We are America's hunters and target shooters, stewards of the American outdoors.
America's hunters and target shooters, along with firearm, ammunition, and archery manufacturers, have invested more than $46 billion to help state fish and wildlife agencies manage and protect wildlife and wildlands across America. For more information, visit outdoorstewards.org.
All right, back here at the University of Mount Union, 1310 WDPN, and we are streaming live all over the world. You can check us out on our WDPN X page, our Facebook page, and, of course, the Q92 Radio page on YouTube. You can drop your comments in there, and we certainly do appreciate that. And while you're on YouTube, make sure you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That way you know anytime we pop up, anything that's coming on, anything that's breaking, you're going to get that alert. And you can dial in as soon as you get the alert. And that's kind of cool. Again, Minerva Alliance coming up tonight here at 7. Our pregame begins at 6:30. We'll have coverage and scores of all the other ball games tonight. So we are certainly looking forward to that. We got some baseball games we'll be keeping track of tonight. I think there's 3 or 4 pretty decent college football games tonight. We'll be updating you on those games as well. And then, of course, tomorrow, we will be hitting the road. Myself and Ryan Bevere as the Purple Raiders of Mount Union will be heading to Heidelberg tomorrow. 1:30 the kickoff on 1310 WDPN and all of our social media platforms. And, of course, the Browns and the Finns on Sunday in the rain up in Cleveland. And then we'll turn the page and we'll get ready for next Monday. And it's all about high school football next week, the big rivalry games on Friday, the McKinley-Massillon game on Saturday, our big pregame party, big pregame show at the Gridiron Gastro Pub at the Hall of Fame Village. We'll be telling you all about that. Make sure you check out our social media pages all week long. We'll tell you who the guests are going to be, what you can expect. So it's going to be a big week for us, and, hey, a big week for you as well next week as we roll into Week 10 here of the 2025 high school football season. Okay, we're going to wrap up for now, and we'll take a break. We'll come back here at 6:30 and get you ready for the big pregame show tonight as we are at a weeknight of high school football, and we are glad you are with us right here on 1310 WDPN. Great job by Rainsburg back at the ranch. Thanks to everybody who commented and partook in the show today. I want to thank Nick Shook from NFL.com for joining us, and I want to thank Tim Goodman, head coach of Alliance, and Aaron Sim, the big aviator, offensive lineman, defensive lineman, for joining us today as well. All right, that's it for now. We'll be back at 6:30. Until then, have a great Friday. We'll talk to you soon, 1310.
It's time for high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming on the AM 1310 WDPN Facebook page, X, and the Q92 YouTube channel. The best Stark County football is heard right here all season long. Whether you're in a car, at home, or on the go, the action is live on AM 1310 WDPN. This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Here they go. Touchdown.
Nation City for the Lions and the Aviators. It is homecoming senior night tonight here in Alliance as the senior football players, cheerleaders, and band members and such are being introduced to the crowd. They are making that final walk, so to speak, from one sideline to the next and getting some photos taken. This is one of their first steps in their life, and they'll finish up high school and they'll move on to bigger and better things down the road, but they're being honored here tonight at Cara Stadium. All right, my friend, Minerva Lions, one of the big feel-good stories, I think, in Stark County this year. They're 5-3 overall. I know they're 1-2 in the league, but from where they have come and where they are now, even in a position, Caleb, just to win a sixth game or maybe win a seventh game, fantastic stuff, and I think it's good for everybody. I mean, it's better when more teams are playing better, and certainly Minerva has found the magic juice with Coach Zach Slate's coming over.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about teams they beat don't have amazing records, but you also in the same light you look at their schedule. Crestwood, Springfield, Sandy Valley. Those are three teams that they lost to last year. So you can say what you want about the opponents. Minerva's had opportunities against these same teams in years past, and 1-9 a year ago, 0-10 the year before that, 0-9. It's been tough sledding. And so for Coach Slates and the Lions, it is the feel-good story of the conference. And to get to that 5 wins, first time in over a decade to not have a losing season, and first league win. I was talking with him before the game. It's been since 2019 that they've won in this conference, and they picked up that win, last week at Marlington. Doesn't look very pretty on paper, but it doesn't matter because it starts with a W.
That's right. It was a 7-0 ball game, and it may not sound like it. That was a humongous win for Minerva. And I know Marlington wanted to get it. They've been battling some injuries, and they're working through the starting quarterback, and he's going to be really good. I think a young man out with an injury for the year. But that was a big win for Minerva on so many fronts, and the fact that they got the win, they pitched the shutout, and now Coach can say, "Hey, look what we can do. Look what we're capable of." If we just keep doing what we're doing, you keep buying what I'm selling, and every day, every practice, every snap, every series, everything involved with the football program is going to be taken up a notch. I was able to talk to one of the assistant coaches, Tim Wolf, before the game, and he says, "I got to tell you, when we first came over, we were a little worried because the football program was not in a good state, and what they have done in a very short amount of time is nothing short of remarkable. Man, you talk about a building block. How much are they going to be able to build off of this season moving forward?"
Yeah, and at the very least, what this does is it helps build confidence to say, you know what, we can win. You think of Minerva, you think of tough sledding with football, and that seeps into the little league, that seeps into the middle school, that seeps into, you got a class of kids. I mean, they just graduated a class that won one game in their entire high school career, and you don't think they have brothers, cousins, friends on that are now playing, thinking, well, we're not supposed to win. And you come and you start, you win that game that you didn't win last year, and then you win that conference game. Well, you're sitting at 5 wins. You have a chance to get to 7 wins. And the fact that they're even talking playoffs in week 9,
right,
is it doesn't matter if they make it or not. Just the fact that they're in consideration is it can change the tide and the momentum of a program.
And just imagine how many more kids that were just like, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to walk the halls here at school. Now they're starting to say, program is starting to win. It's fun. It's rallying the student body. The alum are coming back. Everybody's in a good mood. Maybe I'll go out and try this thing called football, or I'll go back to it again because I haven't played in a couple of years. Pretty soon you'll see the numbers on this roster now. No longer will Coach Slates have to say, geez, I've only got 28 kids, or geez, I've only got 31. Give it a couple years, you're going to have 35, 40, 42, 45. The numbers are going to grow, and then watch things flourish. That's just how it goes.
Yep, for sure.
All right, we got
senior night. I'm sorry, Alliance has 17 captains today.
I was going to say, they're all seniors tonight. Minerva's got 6 captains out there. Of course, this being a home game here at Alliance, the Aviators have got all 17 of their seniors out there, so a pretty good scene here before the coin toss. Before tonight's ball game. Don't forget, we've got up pregame stories, pregame interviews. We've also got pregame previews for 6 other big football games coming up here tonight. So we invite you to keep it here on AM1310 WDPN and, of course, Q92 Radiosports.com. And if that's not enough, we are on the WDPN Facebook page, our X page, and you can check us out on those social media platforms as well. Crowd is coming in. Should be a pretty nice one by the time we get cranked up for the Lions and the Aviators coming up here on 1310. We'll take a break. Our first break, we'll come back with more pregame here from Kara Stadium on the campus of the University of Mount Union. Caleb and I will be back with more after this.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable. Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise credit cabin or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know. Looking for quality glass and mirror work you can trust? At Cardinal Glass and Mirror in Canton, we handle it all, residential, commercial, and industrial. From window replacements to custom glass and custom mirrors, we've got you covered. We're a small, locally owned business, and we live by one promise. If we won't put it in our home, we won't put it in yours. Call today, 330-478-0075. Visit us online at cardinalglassmirror.com or stop by at 1857 Whipple Avenue Northwest in Canton.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want. The Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM1310 WDPN.
We are back on 1310 WDPN. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick. It is week 9. Tonight, our big ball game as Minerva and Alliance. The Alliance are 5-3. The Aviators are 6-2. Alliance postseason aspirations. They should be able to get there. They might even be able to host a game, depending on what happens tonight and next week against their rival Marlington. Minerva obviously needs to win tonight. They need to win next week and get a little bit of help. But hey, as far as they have come, for them just to even utter the word playoffs is a really big deal. So we'll see how it plays out for Coach Slates and Minerva here at the end of the 2025 regular season. Also, tonight during our ball game, we will be updating you on all the other high school football games in and around the area. We'll also let you know what's going on with the Major League Baseball playoffs. By the way, Blue Jays and Mariners at the bottom of the second, no score in Seattle. Later on tonight, the Brewers and the Dodgers. There is also a handful of college football games tonight. Louisville, Miami, Nebraska.
I'm Mike Dixon, joined by Ryan Rowland for Q92 Sports Network, presented by Shoreline Auto Group. Northwest comes into tonight's game 4-0 in the Pac-7, sitting 7th in Region 13. The Indians were able to grind out a 13-12 win and a Week 8 win over Tuslaw. The Indians' offense has been led all season long by QB Braden Venables, 834 yards passing, 6 touchdowns, but 7 INTs. He also has 285 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. His number one target and playmaker at receiver is Logan Allman with 365 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns. But the guys that get the offense rolling are 4 young men that split time in the backfield. Joey Medor, 108 carries, 607 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Connor Stevenson, 43 carries, 260 yards, 1 touchdown. Kellen Renford, 24 carries, 138 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And Jacob Garber has 14 carries for 132 yards and 1 touchdown. The Fairless comes into tonight's matchup 0-4 in the Pac-7 and 3-5 on the season, getting wins over Sandy Valley, Waynedale, Tusky Valley. The Falcons are coming off a 31-14 loss in Week 8 against Canton South. Fairless offense has been led by a stout backfield with Trey McVicker with 59 carries, 344 yards, and 1 touchdown. Jack Kirby has 44 carries, 320 yards, and 3 touchdowns. QB Mikey Rittenbeck is also a playmaker with 208 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns, but he can also throw the ball just as much as he does rush. He has 1,633 passing yards and 16 touchdowns, but also has 12 interceptions. Both teams are ready to kick off Week 9 here in this Pac-7 battle between Northwest and Fairless. Kickoff is 7 p.m. For Q92 Sports, I'm Mike Dixon.
It's the penultimate week, week 9 of high school football on Q92 Radiosports.com, and we are at Blue Streak Stadium in Uniontown for the Federal League matchup between the 7-1, 3-1 in the Fed North Canton Hoover Vikings and the 6-2, 2-2 in the Fed Lake Blue Streaks. Federal League Championship implications on the line tonight with North Canton Hoover having just that one loss. They need some help from Jackson tonight, who will be the Vikings' opponent next week. And Hoover needs a McKinley loss and to win their last 2 games to have a share at the Federal League Championship. The Vikings are coming off a 35-21 win last week over Perry and has them in good shape for postseason play, with Hoover currently 6th in Division II, Region 7. The Hoover offense runs through senior receiver Jack Andes. Andes leads Stark County with 16 touchdowns overall. We'll keep an eye on senior quarterback John Collins, who has been suffering an ankle injury through most of the season. He has still been productive, 5 touchdowns in the last 2 weeks and 13 total touchdowns on the season. After starting off the season 6-0, the Lake Blue Streaks have suffered 2 straight losses. Last week, a 21-24 loss to Canton McKinley. Despite those 2 losses, Lake is currently 4th in Division II, Region 5. Lake senior quarterback Alex Quire has thrown 13 TD passes this season. The offense has been helped along by senior running back Davis Madsen, who has 670 yards and 8 touchdowns rushing on the season despite missing the first 2 games. Last season in Week 9, Hoover beat Lake by a score of 18-17, and then Lake knocked off Hoover in the first round of the playoffs 28-0. Hoover leads the all-time series 21-17. Join me, Ryan Keller, and my broadcast partner, Antonio Hall, for all the action on the Q92 YouTube channel. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock from Blue Streak Stadium in Uniontown. Ryan Keller, Q92 Sports.
The Massillon Tigers are one of the most accomplished high school football programs in the country. They've won 25 Ohio State titles, with the most recent coming just 2 years ago, and have been recognized by the Associated Press as high school football national champs 9 times. And they've also won 8 or more games in a year since 2016. So this season has been considered as an up and down year in Tiger Town. With all games so far coming at home, they've had a 21-14 win over Ohio powerhouse St. Edward, but have also dropped an uncharacteristic 34-2 loss versus a team from Canada. All in all, it results to a 5-3 record through 8 games for the Tigers, but Massillon comes into tonight's annual home matchup with the Warren G. Harding Raiders, winners of 2 in a row, and things are looking up. Last week, Massillon took down the Cornerstone Christian Warriors out of San Antonio 45-20. A player to watch for tonight is running back Xavier Owens. If he rushes for 140 yards this evening, then he will eclipse 1,000 yards on the year. On the other sideline, the Raiders come in with a record of 3-4 and have dropped their last 2. Last Friday, they lost to Cardinal Mooney by the final of 7-3. With an injury to quarterback James Jones, Harding has become a run-heavy team, and a name that will be called into the microphone a ton tonight will be Mekhi Brogdon, as the Raiders running back has over 300 yards and 6 touchdowns on the year. A week from tomorrow will be the Tigers matchup with McKinley. Can Massillon head coach Nate Moore get his team to 6-3 heading into Canton next Saturday, or will the Road Raiders play spoiler? Find out at 7 o'clock as Robert Coleman and I will bring you all the action. From Paul Brown Tiger Stadium in Massillon, Matt Corrali, the Q92 Sports Network.
Good evening, everyone. It is week 9 of this Ohio high school football season on the Q92 Sports Network, brought to you by the Sarshone Auto Group. I'm Jay Wilhelm, and I'm live inside Wakefield Stadium in Perry Township as the Perry Panthers take on the Green Bulldogs in this Federal League showdown. The Bulldogs and Panthers have been headed in opposite directions the last few weeks. Green comes in with a record of 3-5, 2-3 in conference play. They have won back-to-back games for the first time this season, as they seem to have found themselves late in the season. Led by star quarterback Tyson Hunka, the Bulldogs had their breakout game in Week 7 by dominating Glen Oak 51-24. Then last week got their signature win of the season by defeating a very good Louisville team 27-14. Perry comes into tonight sitting at 4-4, 1-3 in conference play. After a blazing hot start to the season under first-year head coach Spencer Leno, the Panthers have come back down to earth, having lost their last 2 games, albeit to 2 of some of the toughest opponents on their entire schedule in Austintown Fitch and the Hoover Vikings, respectfully. They are led by an opportunistic defense and a hard-nosed rushing attack. They will look to get back into the win column tonight and finish the season strong. Join myself and my broadcast partner, Mike Voorhees, as we'll have the call live with kickoff scheduled for 7 p.m. Bulldogs versus Panthers tonight live from Wakefield Stadium. I'm Jay Wilhelm with the Q92 Sports Network.
It's a late season EBC battle tonight here in Beloit as the 7-1 West Branch Warriors host the 3-5 Carrollton Warriors here on the Q92 Sports Network. Carrollton comes into tonight's game on a 2-game losing streak in the EBC after consecutive losses to Alliance and Salem. Their lone EBC victory was a win over Marlington. In Division III Region 11, Carrollton is currently sitting at the 14 spot. And of course, with changes in the playoffs this year, they've got to get up to the 12 spot to get in. Carrollton does not control its own destiny. They'll need to win out and get help if they'd like to get into the playoffs. And they'll be leaning heavily on their senior quarterback, the 6'4", 205-pound Hunter Allison, who's been one of the leaders throwing it and running the ball this season. Of course, the ground game's truly led by their junior running back, Levi Kiko, whose name you'll hear a lot tonight. As for the West Branch Warriors, they're in great shape right now. They've clinched a playoff spot and are currently at the 2 seed in Division IV Region 13. They also haven't lost since Week 1 at Canfield and are undefeated in EBC play, led by senior quarterback Grady Hurst, who's thrown for over 1,900 yards this season, 20 touchdowns to only 2 interceptions. And senior wide receiver J.R. Thomas, who's collected 46 catches for 705 yards this season and 8 touchdowns. And you can hear all the action at 7 right here on the Q92 Sports Network. Carrollton and West Branch. For Q92 Sports, I'm Christian Bigglesworth.
Kansas-McKinley looks for its 7th straight win as it visits Jackson. The Bulldogs clinched at least a share of their 4th straight Federal League crown last week with a 24-21 win over Lake. The win also clinched a playoff spot for the Pups, who are 3rd in Division I, Region 1. Kylan West had over 100 yards and a touchdown again last week and leads the league in rushing with 960 yards. Quarterback Trent Hayden has thrown at least 1 TD pass in each game. He threw for 191 yards and a score on 17 for 22 against Lake. Darius Hill caught 10 passes for 106 yards and a score. The McKinley defense continues to impress, holding opponents to just over 15 points per game. DB Lanaz Brown returned an interception for score against the Blue Streaks. Jackson held off a stubborn Glen Oak team last week, 21-10, for its 4th win in 5 games. Federal League's 2nd leading rusher, Corey Jacobs, ran for 154 yards and 2 TDs, while junior quarterback Carter Mulliman threw for 2 scores. Jacobs has 6 straight 100-yard games after being moved from wide receiver. Mulliman has filled in well for starter Lucas Eckerman, who could be back this week after missing 2 games with a concussion. Leading receiver Max Cowles has 26 catches for 439 yards and 5 touchdowns. The Polar Bears are giving up more than 25 points per game in league play and have given up more than 30 points 4 times on the season. They can keep themselves in contention for a share of the league title with a win. A Region 1 playoff spot was clinched last week. Jackson broke a 17-game losing streak to McKinley with a 20-7 win in Canton last season, but the Bulldogs got revenge with a 35-32 win at Jackson in playoff action. McKinley leads the all-time series 24-4. The Polar Bears are the hosts again this week. For the Q92 Sports Network, I'm Clint Scroggs.
All right, Clint, thank you, and thanks to all of our broadcast teams tonight scattered all over the county as we bring you 7 big ball games tonight between 1310 WDPN and, of course, Q92 Radio and Q92Radiosports.com. All right, we're getting closer and closer. We got about 10 minutes before we kick off. They've had the alma mater. They have had the national anthem. They've had the senior night activities as we get ready for tonight's game between Minerva and Alliance. The Aviator Band is on the field. They got the big sign for the players to run through, and the crowd continues to come in here tonight to Karis Stadium. Week 9, it is 59 degrees, and the sun is set. The lights are on full go, and we're getting ready for football here tonight on 1310 WDPN. Don't forget Garth Evans, the outstanding athletic director at Minerva. He is going to come up and chat with us for a couple of minutes at halftime. I was going to have him on this afternoon. We had kind of made text plans to have him on the show this afternoon. So I reached out to him last night. I sent our graphic, Alliance Minerva 1310 WDPN. I said, what time can you pop up? He says, how about 6:15? I said, no. I said, we're on 3 to 6. And I just sent the old laughing emoji. I said, tell you what, if you can come up at halftime for a couple of minutes, we can make that work. So Garth will be coming up at halftime to tell us about what's going on at Minerva and football program and how things have gone under Coach Slates and the excitement in the community, and looking forward to that. Minerva band is here. They're fired up to our right. The Alliance band is here. They're on the field getting ready to welcome their team onto the field. The other ball game tonight, Carrollton at West Branch. The Warriors 3-5, 1-2 in the league. West Branch is 7-1, 3-0 in the league. I still can't get over what happened last weekend with Salem and Carrollton. I mean, I did not see that coming. Salem they had their way with the Warriors. And I thought Carrollton played Alliance pretty tough here a couple of weeks ago, the game we had on WDPN. But, I mean, gosh, I think West Branch probably handles their business tonight, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Just, of course, we don't know anymore because we saw Carrollton and Salem and never would have predicted that Salem score. But I'll tell you what we saw last week. West Branch looked like a well-oiled machine. They were ready for that big game with the Lions, and they came out firing on all cylinders. And had a little bit of a letdown third quarter there, but the sign of a good team is responding to adversity, and they were able to finish and come away with the win, and that's why they're sitting at the top of the conference and where they've been for a while now. That's
true. Also in the EBC tonight, 3-5 Marlington at 5-3 Salem. The Quakers 2-1. The Dukes are 0-3. Marlington has just had one injury after another. When they lost Cam Evidence, I thought, oh boy, that's gonna make a dent, and it did. And he's out. Got a fractured arm. Tyler Walter, the freshman quarterback, has done, I think, a phenomenal job for being a ninth grader and starting all these games under the bright lights. The running game has come along, but they just don't have that. They had that playmaker, and now they don't because of injury. And then we were just talking about Ron Johnson's Salem team. They can score, but man, they could give up a few too. So we'll see what happens tonight with Marlington and Salem over at Salem. Here come the Minerva Lions onto the field for the first time tonight, led by head coach Zach Slates and their outstanding coaching staff. And we'll be telling you about their coaching staff here throughout the night. Aviators getting ready to come on the field to our left. We're getting closer and closer to kickoff here on AM 1310 WDPN. Tell you what we'll do. We'll take a break. We'll take our final pregame breaks. And when we get back, we'll set the tone and put the ball on the tee. It's Minerva and Alliance coming up on AM 1310 WDPN and Q92radiosports.com.
Do you need a tree removed, trimmed, or a stump ground into oblivion? Call Bowman's Tree Service, your friendly family-owned tree experts serving Carroll and Stark counties. They don't just chop and trim, they also deliver all-natural mulch, compost, and seasoned firewood to keep your garden blooming and your fires roaring. Whether you're tackling that troublesome tree or prepping for cozy nights by the fire, they've got you covered. Quality work, no hassles. Call them 330-704-3399 and let's make your trees and worries disappear.
RG Drag, Stark County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
Craving something fresh in Alliance? Head to Pulp, where every day starts with in-house fresh squeezed juices, packed with real fruits and veggies. Need a boost? Try our wheatgrass or ginger shots. Small shots, big energy. Hungry? We've got you covered with crave-worthy bowls and wraps, loaded with flavor and made fresh just for you. Come visit us on 450 West State Street in Alliance. Healthy never tasted this good. Fresh flavors made just for you.
This is head coach Zach Slates from the Minerva Lions. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network.
All right, Zach, thank you very much. And we are back, Caleb Lorick and myself here at Mount Union. Teams are ready. Officials are ready. We've got to wait for the countdown here as we get down to triple zeros before we can put the ball on the tee. Minerva with the white jerseys tonight, white pants, the silver helmets with the red lion on each side. Silver, or I should go gray and red striping on the pants and around the shoulder pads by the forearm area. Aviators in the red jerseys tonight, white pants, baby blue helmets, white numbers and letters trimmed in the light blue and red. And we are just about ready to go here at Mount Union. Speaking of, the Purple Raiders on the road tomorrow. And Heidelberg will be there, 1:30. As Mount will take on the Student Princes. You can join me and Ryan Bevere tomorrow afternoon right here on 1310 WDPN as we make the trek to Tiffin tomorrow morning. A little shorter trip than Wilmington. So that's a positive. Mount a 59-0 shellacking of the Quakers last Saturday.
This one just happens to be to the middle of nowhere. Lots of cornfields.
Yeah, Heidelberg, there is not much on the way to the home of the Student Princes, but we'll be there tomorrow at 1:30 and hopefully bring back another win. All right, the Purple Raider. Here, I did it already. The Alliance Aviators are going to receive, and they will go left to right here at Mount Union Stadium, Cara Stadium. Minerva's got the ball teed up at the 40, and they will go away from the big scoreboard here. 59 degrees, and I would say partly cloudy skies as the sun has set here at 6:59 Eastern Standard Time. Xander Fitzpatrick has the ball teed up at the 40-yard line, and we're just about ready to go here in Alliance. 6-2 Aviators, 5-3 Lions. Don't forget, next Friday, Alliance will be at Marlington, their season ender, their traditional rivalry game. That'll be next Friday at 7. We'll have it on 1310 WDPN. And, of course, you got Hoover Jackson next week. You got Perry Glen Oak. You've got Lake and Green. Of course, McKinley-Massillon on Saturday. So it's gone in the blink of an eye, let me tell you. All right, ball's on the tee for Xander. And the Aviators are back deep, just inside their 10-yard line. I believe we've got Nicholson and Burton back deep for Coach Goodman's Aviators. And we are officially underway. Short kick, scooped up to the 22-yard line. That's going to be Ravon Hawkins trying to go to the wide side of the 30, 35 of the 40. Hawkins got a block to the midfield stripe and out of bounds at the 48-yard line. Then returned by Hawkins, and the Aviators will set up shop first and 10 to go left to right here in the opening quarter of play. Scoop that ball up at exactly the 21. Did Ravon Hawkins. And boy, he got the corner turned, didn't he?
Yeah, if you're going to do kind of a kick like that, it only works if you keep contained on the outside. Got a little antsy there, and Hawkins had an avenue.
Tell you what, Burton and Brisker were leading the way for Hawkins to get that outstanding kickoff return. Here we go. J.R. Jackson and company, first and 10 at their own 44-yard line. Player in motion. J.R. throws. Jaron's got it at midfield. Breaks a tackle, and he's upended at the 49-yard line. Pretty good open field tackle by Nathaniel. Yeah, that was 3. So Linkus with the nice open field tackle at the Minerva 49-yard line. Nathaniel Linkus, he will be the young man toting the mail tonight for Coach Zach Slates. Aviators with a second down and 3. Twins to the left side. Hawkins over the right side. He'll pound his way down to the 45 of Minerva, and that will be an Alliance first down. Tonight's game is brought to you in part by Beatty Sports of Louisville. Of course, the Friends and Family Credit Union, always a good time to bring a friend into the family. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick just getting cranked up on this Friday night. Week 9 from Mount Union. Wide right, left, slot left. JR is going to get the snap and roll left. He fires on the run. It's caught inside the 40, inside the 35, down to the Minerva 33-yard line. And that's going to be enough for another first down. You know, they're playing, I don't know what, they're playing catch over there on the far side on the track. And every time the ball goes up in the air, it looks like it's a flag from over here. And I keep thinking that the officials just threw a flag way up in the air and it's on its way down. But it's some youngsters playing football. And well, how about that? How about that?
On cue.
On cue. How about that official getting demonstrative with that offsides call? 5-yard penalty on Minerva. It'll be 1st and 5. Well, I haven't seen that all year. He really got into it.
He was ready to make that.
That was almost like
got some pregame stretching too. There, it looked like an early game stretch.
It's almost like a preamble to a dance move or something. Hawkins gets the ball left side, 25-20. Ravon kicks it outside of the 15, spinning his way down to the 12-yard line. Sean Scott brought him down, the senior number 72, but it's 1st and goal for the Aviators inside the RG Drag red zone. RG Drag, learn, earn, and succeed.
Yeah, the test here early, well, in all game for the Minerva defense here is just, as we've commented all year, there's so many athletes on this Alliance offense, and keeping them in front of you, and we'll see how that
Aviators
goes.
pull the guard, pull the tackle, give it to Ravon Hawkins, leaning his way inside the 2 and down to the 1-yard line. So Ravon Hawkins almost took it into the end zone. Will be 2nd down and goal. I'm looking down here at Minerva. Caleb, what do you think they go? So we got 11 on the field. Well, we got about 20 maybe on the sideline. Look like they're dressing about 32, 33, which is up a little bit from a couple of years, but still kind of hard to go. 2nd down and goal. Hawkins walks his way up to the goal line and pounds his way in, and a touchdown for the Alliance Aviators. Ravon Hawkins from a yard away with 9:55 in the opening quarter. It's Alliance 6 and Minerva nothing.
Yeah, that was pretty easy for the Aviators. Minerva's got to figure out some things on defense on that 1st and goal there play. He just walked right in. All 5 linemen, really good down blocks, and they had a convoy right into the end zone.
D'Angelo Fisk in for the extra point. Snap spot. D'Angelo's kick is up, and it's good. So we'll keep it here. 9:55 to go in the opening quarter, and Alliance has taken the early 7-0 lead over Minerva. Check a lot of the other scores here coming up throughout the afternoon. Hey, I want to thank everybody who tuned in today on our social media platforms to watch the outstanding speech and talk of Pro Football Hall of Famer Dwight Stevenson today over at the Nash Center at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. A lot of folks dialed in to watch that today. Appreciate Dwight coming down and doing a great job for the Pro Football Hall of Fame Lunch Club. By the way, Monday, there's been a little switch. Ray Boom Boom Mancini, the great boxer from Youngstown, was supposed to be the speaker on Monday. He had to cancel out. So now former Jackson, former Massland, head basketball coach, and now Coventry boys basketball coach Larry Taylor. He'll be the guest speaker at Tozie's on 12th on Monday, a little bit after 12 noon. All right, J.R. Jackson's got the ball teed up at the 40. Alliance has taken the early 7-0 lead. Back deep for the Lions. Schick and Linkus are back to receive the kickoff by JR, and he'll just punch it. It's touched by an up man, and the Aviators had it. They lost it, and Minerva gets it back at the 48-yard line. That is not how that was supposed to happen, but the Minerva Lions will keep the football. Keegan Shingleton was at the right place at the right time, and Minerva will go first and 10.
Yeah, the Aviators had it. Matter of fact, the three guys that were with him started to celebrate that they had the ball, and they were pointing, and they didn't realize their buddy, he let it slip through his hands, and so the Lions fall on it, and they get the ball at the 46-yard line.
That was wild. Cannon Kirkpatrick is under center for the Lions. He will turn and hand it off over the left side, 45-50, and out of bounds at the Aviator, 47-yard line. Nice little run by Timothy Kirkpatrick. The sophomore doubles up as a linebacker for Coach Zach Slates. So they don't give us the heights and numbers for Minerva, but we'll try to guess our way through there. But.
Yeah, really good job there. And all 11 guys at the line of scrimmage, and they just sealed off the left side. Got a gain of 7 there on first down.
So Kirkpatrick 4, Kirkpatrick 12. There's our official. You see how he gives that little, offside.
I've never been so excited for offsides in my life.
So the Aviators jump the ship, and that's going to be a 5-yard penalty and a first down for the Minerva Lions. As Cannon Kirkpatrick, a freshman, getting a little baptism here in 2025. Of course, young man over at Marlington, Adler, freshman as well, starting all the games this year. And we got another whistle. Holy smokes. The penalties this year have been incredible. And, most of them have been false starts on the offense.
Yep. Well, the offsides gave him a first down, so now we're going to have 1st and 15.
So procedure on the Lions, 9:45 in the opening quarter, 7-0 Aviators here at Cara Stadium at the campus of Mount Union.
First down 15 at the 46.
Lions in that quasi-wing T, handoff around the right side to Kirkpatrick. He'll plow his way inside the 42, down to the Alliance 41 for a gain of 5 yards on the play. So Cannon Kirkpatrick, the freshman quarterback. Timothy Kirkpatrick is a running back. You got Nathaniel Linkus. He's the bell cow. He wears number 3. Keenan Shingleton is your tight end. He'll also double up as a defensive end. Minerva, like a lot of the smaller type schools, a lot of, more than a few guys going both ways. Sometimes week 9 and week 10, third and fourth quarter, that can weigh on you a little bit. Here come the Lions. Linkus around the left side. 40, bangs his way down to the 37-yard line for a gain of 4. So you got in there on that tackle for the Aviators. Big number 73, DJ Geiselman was in there. 6 foot, 245-pounder.
Third down 6 at the 37.
Well, if this is any indication, Caleb, we're gonna see a lot of running by the Minerva line. This is Zach Slates bringing that offense over from Perry, trying to style it, tail it to what he's got here, and it looks like it's going to be definitely a run-first operation. Kirkpatrick under the gun. Linkus goes in motion. Kirkpatrick to Kirkpatrick. He'll find his way down to the 36, and that's it. That's going to bring up 4th down and around 5 for the Lions with 8 minutes to go in the opening quarter of play. 7-0 Aviators here on 1310 WDPN. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Lorick with you tonight from the Carnation City. And no question here, they're gonna go. Motion to the near side. That should be a heading upfield too early. They didn't call it. Pass is caught inside the 30, down to the 29-yard line. And that is going to be a first down for the Lions. Lane Hawk, the senior, with the catch and the yards and a first down. Minerva got away with one there, though. They had their man in motion started upfield about a second before the snap.
Yeah, they've done that a couple times tonight.
Didn't catch that. That's okay, though.
Got away with it.
We don't need any more 5-yard false starts. Kirkpatrick under center now. It's going to be a strong run to the right by Linkus. Inside the 30. Linkus inside the 25. down to the Alliance 24-yard line. I'll tell you what, this offensive line is moving some people out of the way. Sean Scott, a senior. Again, we don't have heights and weights. I'm impressed with number 72 down there wearing that white jersey.
Yeah. Well, and this drive is doing two things. It's they're moving the ball down the field and taking lots of time. And the key for Minerva tonight is obviously to score points, but to keep the ball out of the Alliance offense's hands.
And this offense that they run, that is the perfect elixir if you're a Minerva fan. Second down at about 6. Going to bring it back this way. Going to be taken down at the 25-yard line. Was Hawk. So they sent some bodies to the right. They came back on a little counter to the left, and Hawk was gobbled up and taken down just inside the Alliance 25-yard line. Quick scoreboard check. Glen Oak has taken an early 3-0 lead on Mansfield. Battle of 1-7 teams over in Plain Local tonight.
Bulldogs are up 7-0 on Jackson. Massillon up 7-0 on Warren Harding, both early in the first.
Cannon Kirkpatrick in the gun now. Linkus in motion. They'll give it to Linkus on a little jet sweep, and he's going to be derailed right at the point of attack and brought down at the 25-yard line. So, again, it's going to be a 4th down possession play coming up for the Minerva Lions of head coach Zach Slates in his first year. 5 wins already on the season after a tenure at Perry. Talking to Coach, or athletic director Garth Evans, months ago when the move was made, they said as soon as they found out of what happened at Perry, they called Zach Slates immediately, gauged his interest. They had some talks. They got together, and they said, let's do this. 4th and 5 for Minerva, and the Lions are going to call a timeout with 5:08 to go in the first quarter. And the Aviators in front by a score of 7-0. I was happy that Zach got a second chance and he got it quickly. And not to say that he got a raw deal with Perry. I just think it just wasn't working how they thought it was going to work. I think everybody thought, especially within the Perry community, thought, look, he was an understudy of Keith Wakefield for all those years. He played for Wakefield. He was an assistant coach for him, that it would naturally just progress into where they wanted it. And for whatever reason, it just didn't get there in the time maybe that they were looking for it to work. And it was kind of like, okay, let's make a move. Let's make a change. It's worked out for everybody. I mean, Zach over here at Minerva, and of course Perry, brought the assistant coach over from Massillon. He brought some guys over, and Perry's having a pretty nice year. All right, let's see what the Lions do here now. 2nd and 4th and 5 at the Aviator 25. They're going to go back to throw it. Kirkpatrick on the run. He throws. It's caught. Hawks got it. And did he get enough for the first down? Did he get enough? Lane Hawk. No, he did not. Just short of the first down, and the Aviators will take over 1st and 10. Boy, a good drive by Minerva, but they turn the ball over on downs with 5:04 in the opening quarter of play.
Yeah, just short of the line to gain by probably half a yard, but it is short, and here comes the Aviators.
West Branch 7, Carrollton 0. Jeremiah Thomas on a 5-yard touchdown run. That's about right on schedule. There's a dump pass out in the flat 20-25 out to the 28-yard line. Is that Brisker? 21, you handed the ball to the official. That was Brody Fast. Have to check here we go. Nope, that's not the replay I'm looking for. Here come the Aviators. Hawkins got it. You know what he's going to do. 30, 35, 40, 45. Spinning and twisting his way out to the 46-yard line. That's an 18-yard gain and a first down. Ravon Hawkins and the Alliance Aviators, 1st and 10.
The Aviators have been so conditioned this year 3 of the linemen after that big run all just turned and were kind of looking to make sure there was no flags on the field.
Oh, that's funny. Here come the Flyers now. JR Hawkins coming to the near side, 45. Ravon bouncing it across the 50, spins and goes down at the Minerva 46-yard line. You know what I love about the way he runs? Obviously, he can truck you if he has to. He can avoid you if he has to. He has a really good way of being tackled. Yeah. Like how he goes down, he never takes the full brunt, and he never hits the ground hard. There's an art to that, and that young man has found a way. Aviators tunes left, slot right, play action. Jackson, well, he was looking for his wide receiver, Nicholson, but Tajay hadn't turned around. Incomplete pass, second down. Third down.
Miscommunication on the route there. Nicholson was running a kind of a fade there, and he thought he was going to go to a little comeback route. Ends up right into the hands of a ball boy on the sideline.
3:36 to go in the opening quarter of play. 7-0 Alliance on 1310 WDPN and streaming at Q92 Radiosports.com. Here comes Hawkins, 45-40. He's gone. Nobody's catching him. 10-5 touchdown. 46 yards from the tailback, Ravon Hawkins. And it's 13-0 Aviators.
Yeah, he just went right up the middle, and no one was going to catch him, although the safety did get a good angle and did the best he could, but Hawkins, with his speed, was off to the races. And he's got a second rushing touchdown early here in the first quarter.
Burton to hold. Fisk on for the extra point. Snap, spot, kick up good. And we'll take a quick timeout. 3:28 to go in the first quarter. Alliance is off and running. The Aviators 14, Minerva nothing. Caleb and I will return with high school football at AM 1310 WDPN.
High school football exemplifies the true meaning of teamwork. At Friends and Family Credit Union, our team of local friendly professionals offer the same true spirit for our members. With a wide array of products from vehicle loans to personal loans, family secure checking with ID Protect, mortgage, home equity line of credit, and more. For over 60 years, we have the game plan for your financial well-being. Visit any of our 3 convenient locations, online or mobile banking. Now, more than ever, it's time to bring a friend into the family.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
J.R. Jackson with a kickoff. Lions return to the 10. Left hash 15 to the 20, 25. Up to the 27. And no further. Down at the 27-yard line. So 3:20 to go here in the first quarter of play. It is Alliance 14 and Minerva nothing. I'll tell you what, Caleb, we have learned that if guys like Hawkins or Blair or Burton or a combination of both, once they get past the front line, nobody with a silver helmet is going to catch them.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the list doesn't stop there. You got Nicholson, you got Jackson, you got so many weapons. Got Cash Burton. They're able to pour it on from so many different ways.
Here come the Lions. Kirkpatrick hands it off over the right side. That's Skiles Lab on the carry. He'll be taken down at the 28-yard line for a gain of 1. That's Lab's first carry of the evening. Skiles, a senior, wearing number 23, also doubles up as a safety on defense for Coach Zach Slate.
You mentioned this offense coming over. This is kind of what Perry ran. And, for a team that you don't see this all year, it can be frustrating as a defense. You're used to things going north to south, and this goes so east to west. You think you have an opening, and all of a sudden you got a wingman that comes in and just whacks you.
There's a handoff right up the middle, twisting and turning is Timothy Kirkpatrick, and He got back to the line of scrimmage. That's about it. The entire interior defensive line, Alex Hartman led the way for the Aviators. Johnny Belts had a really nice year. Number 4 for Alliance on the defensive side of the ball. Obviously, this Minerva offense team, like a lot of the Lake Perry teams, not adept at coming back from 2 and 3 score deficits. That's kind of where Minerva finds themselves in right now. Kirkpatrick under the gun. Alliance is daring him to throw the ball, and they will. Kirkpatrick rolls left. He's going deep. He's got a man incomplete at the 42-yard line, and a penalty flag comes out. They tried to hit Skylar Lab on a flag pattern, and I'll tell you what, Kirkpatrick put it out there, and they drew the flag. Smart play, good play, Minerva Lions.
Yeah, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the receiver there, in the college level, they teach this. Maybe Coach Slate does teach this, but when you don't think you're going to be able to catch the ball, you put your arms up kind of early. The DB can't see it, and so he'll maybe swipe down. That's exactly what happened. The ball was still about a second and a half away when the receiver put his hands up, so the DB kind of panicked and kind of clubbed down, and the official threw the flag right away.
A nice execution there. And the Lions just put the ball on the carpet. It's loose at the 39-yard line, and it's picked up by Minerva. But that would have been a disaster if the Aviators would have took it over there. But Minerva falls on the ball, and they're going to put that down at the Lion 39-yard line. $1:37, clock running in the first quarter of play here in Alliance. Aviators lead Minerva by the score of 14-0. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Robertson's, by Lisa's Dream Getaway, and Cardinal Glass and Mirror. Mariners 1, Blue Jays 0. Top of the 5th in Seattle. Hawk in motion. Kirkpatrick's going to go back, steps back, throws a BB tipped up in the air and incomplete. J.R. Jackson got his hands on it. Went to the turf, incomplete. Owen Schick was the wide receiver that ball was intended for, and then we'll bring up 3rd down and 13 now for Minerva.
3rd down, 13.
Yeah, I like that route there that Minerva ran. They kind of using that wing back to kind of curl out of the backfield there, just a little high. Couldn't bring it in.
So let's see what they dial up here. 3rd and 13. Not crazy to think they won't run the ball here and try to kick themselves and get good field position, but Kirkpatrick's going to go back and throw it down the right seam, incomplete. Lab, the intended receiver. One of the Aviators went down at about the 42, so he was no longer a part of the defensive back package. The young man was Edwards. He went down, but the ball did sail high, incomplete, and the Lions will bring in the punt team.
Yeah, that's the 3rd pass already we've seen just a little high, doesn't give his receivers a chance because he was open there, and it would have been enough for a 1st down, but needed to be a whole lot taller if he's going to catch that ball.
I'll tell you what, though, this young man, he doesn't look like a freshman, does he? No. Cannon Kirkpatrick. Got a bright future ahead for him the next couple of years. All right, the Lions will punt it away. There's the boot. High, out of bounds. That's going to go out of bounds around the 37, maybe the 38. See where the official comes up and marks it with 55 seconds to go in the first quarter of play. Aviators have jumped out to a 14-0 lead. Where did the official finally mark this ball?
Ball was out of bounds at the 42-yard line.
They're going to say the 42 is where the Aviators will take over 1st and 10. Next Friday, Alliance at Marlington, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock kick, 1310 WDPN. Get you some scores on some other games coming up here. J.R. Jackson back to throw, steps up. He's going to go for the hole. Enchilada, incomplete. Jaron Blair down at the 25-yard line. Well, he gave it a good try, did Jaron. Ball overthrown by a couple of yards. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, I think Blair wasn't thinking he was going to get it. He kind of let up about 2/3 of the way through his route, and then he saw, oh, crap, the ball's coming. Made a really, really great effort to get to it, but just a little outside of his reach.
Like Hoover and Lake getting ready to go over at Uniontown. Here comes JR around the right side, 42, 43, 44. Breaks the tackle, 45. Midfield, ducks out of bounds at the 48-yard line. Going to be close to a first down. Let's see where they mark him. First down. Aviators. JR is so smooth. I mean, he can stop and start with just no effort whatsoever. It makes it look so
Two different
easy.
Lions thought they were going to get them both. Overran, ended up on their sideline, and JR was just tiptoeing down the sideline, got another 3 yards.
Be anxious to see how that Lake Hoover game goes tonight. We heard maybe Ty DeGeorge was going to suit up for the Blue Streaks tonight. Not sure on that yet. Jackson play action, dumps it out in the flat, incomplete. Brody Fast forgot the pumpkin.
Yeah, got his head looking to where he was going to go before he brought it in. He had an opportunity to get a nice little gain there, but forgot the first thing, bringing the ball.
After one, Hoover leads Lake 7-0 over in Uniontown. Pops over Jackson, 7-0. Massillon 7, Warren 0. Glen Oak over Mansfield, 3-0. Play action to Hawkins. JR is going to keep it. Flag down. JR out of bounds at the 35. He just ran 13 yards in about 1 second, but there's a penalty flag back here at the 47.
It's going to be a hold on the Aviators, but man, is he quick.
Oh, my gosh. Blinding quick. JR coming into tonight. Tell me how these numbers sound. 138 of 190 for 1,974 yards, 19 touchdowns, only 3 interceptions. Then you go to the ground game. He's rushed for 553 and 7 touchdowns. Oh, he also leads the team in interceptions with 5. And he kicks off. And he punts. And he recruits guys off the soccer team to come kick. He does it all. JR rolling to the left this time. He'll step back. He'll fire. Oh, it's incomplete at the 28. Had a man wide open. The Cash man. Cash Brisker. But you know what? It was probably going to come back anyway.
No, I think it's going to be off.
Holding. Or we got offsetting. Yep, you're right. Offsetting. Or did they just decline it? Was there a flag on Minerva too?
3rd down 19.
I'm thinking maybe they declined the penalty. I don't know. It's 3rd and 20.
Yeah.
Alliance at their own 43. We got 28 seconds to go in the opening quarter. Aviators in front of Minerva, 14-0 here at Mount Union.
There's a lot of motions coming from the official. I'm not quite sure what they all meant.
West Branch up 13-0 on Carrollton. Jackson to throw. JR steps. Little bubble screen. 50, 45, 40. Off to the races as fast as the 20, 15, and he's out of bounds. At around the 15-yard line.
There's a flag. I think that the Alliance was illegally lined up. They had too many men in the backfield, or an illegal man downfield.
Looks like a legal man down. And look at Coach Goodman. He is about 8 yards onto the field. He wants to know, got his hands out. What are we calling now, he says. And again, these self-inflicted wounds continue for Alliance.
Yeah, JR is asking for an explanation from the official.
You say you thought somebody was lined up?
Yeah, the tackle was off the line, so I thought maybe they were calling that. But then the other tackle got down the field pretty quick, and I'm assuming that the official was saying he was more than there's a little bit of a gray area that they'll let you get away with, but he was probably outside of that. And that wipes off a really nice play. It looked like a draw fake screen, if that makes sense, is kind of what they did there. But one of the linemen got too far downfield.
Officials did not have the ball marked correctly. Now it's going to go back to the Alliance 37. Holy smokes. 3rd and a country mile for the Aviators. They're going to give it to Jared Blair on a little pitch toss. 35, Blair to the 40. Blair got caught up in traffic and will be taken down at the 40. So a gain of 3 for Jaron Blair. And that'll bring up 4th down and 22 when we get back. 1 quarter in the book here in the Carnation City. It's Alliance 14 and Minerva nothing. Caleb and I will be back with more high school football right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise credit cabin or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
There's a punt traveling down inside the 10, down to the 9-yard line, and that's where the Minerva Lions will take over first and 10. Welcome back, 1310 WDPN. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick with you tonight. High school football from the University of Mount Union, Cara Stadium. 14-0 Aviators with the lead. Get some more score. Oh, scores are coming in like wild. Perry leads Green 7-0. West Branch. Tell me if you heard this already. 20-0. First quarter over Carrollton. Hoover still leads Lake 7-0. We'll update the scores throughout the night. Here come the Minerva Lions. Hawk coming around the right side. 25, 30, 35, 40. He's off to the races to the 40, to the 45. Hawk is taken out of bounds at the 48-yard line. That's a 38-yard run for Lane Hawk. And a first down for the Minerva Lions. Nice run.
Yeah, great job there. Just found an opening and off to the races. Just getting ready to comment the yards being really lopsided. 155 yards of offense already for the Aviators to 31 for Minerva, but that one will more than double it on that run alone.
Here comes Minerva. First and 10 at their 49. And Kirkpatrick under center. He will hand it off to Timothy Kirkpatrick, and he'll squeeze his way inside the 48 down to the Alliance 47-yard line. Looks like a gain of around 4. We'll call it second down and 6. Johnny Belts in there defensively. DJ Geiselman was down there, number 73. For Coach Goodman's Aviators. Good to catch up with Coach Goodman. And Aaron Sim were our guests today during the show in the 4 o'clock hour. Appreciate those guys coming up and hanging out with us for a little bit today. Second down and 6. Counter coming back this way. That's Hawk, and he got drilled, and he will go down at the 47. No gain on the play. Number 32, Grady Fast on the tackle for the Aviators. Grady 6'2", 255. Sports that number 32 on the back of his home red Alliance jersey. Well, they've given us every uniform combo I think they've got in the closet this year. I love it. Third down and 6 for Minerva. Fumbled snap. Kirkpatrick picks it up, gets a quick handoff in there, and that's going nowhere. Maybe a yard to the 46, and that's it. Was that who got their hands on that? That was who was that?
Alex
12.
Hartman
That was
in there
Kirkpatrick
for the tackle, but
got a little equipment issue with one of the Aviators. It looks like a helmet problem for Brody Fast, so he'll come out. And for Coach Slates and Minerva, they'll go here. 4th down and 6 at the Alliance 46-yard line. Aviators 14, Lions nothing. Second quarter. 9:32. The clock runs here in week 9 of the high school football season. My, has it gone fast. Hawk goes in motion. Kirkpatrick in the shotgun. Goes back to throw. Incomplete. J.R. Jackson almost had his 6th interception of the year, but it fell to the turf, incomplete. And Alliance will take over 1st and 10. Man, he is everywhere.
First down, Baytown.
Yeah, it looked like just a miscommunication there. Not a good throw, but for the young guy, off to a decent start here. So that big run does help flip the field a little bit.
A little bit,
Lions
yep.
will start in their territory.
Big game down in Franklin County tonight. Hilliard leads Olentangy Orange 7-3. Tell you what, the Olentangy schools have been getting better and better and better every single year. Whether it's Liberty, Orange, Olentangy. I mean, all they do is just keep building schools.
Yeah.
And they keep filling them up.
Yep.
And they've got some really, really terrific sports programs down there.
Yeah, there's some,
and Hilliard, too.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's some really good football down in Columbus.
Hilliard Darby, Hilliard Davidson.
Dublin schools have been good.
Scioto, Kaufman. The population down there is just, it's incredible. J.R. Jackson, play action. Going deep, got a man wide open. Holy cow. 15-10-5, bang, touchdown. Tajay Nicholson got free, and J.R. found him, and Nicholson pranced into the end zone. 20-0 Aviators. Well, it's been big play after big play for Alliance, and they do it again.
Yeah, Nicholson just ran right past the corner. And really nice pass from JR there. And we mentioned this, and I will probably say it again. The Minerva, DBs are just not able to keep up with some of these athletes from Alliance.
D'Angelo Fisk with the extra point, up and good. And we'll keep it here. 8:37 to go in the first half. It's Alliance 21, Minerva nothing. End of the first in Tiger Town. Massillon 14, Warren Harding nothing. You give this Minerva team another 3 years. That way you get a whole cycle of kids coming through, freshman through senior. And Zach will build this up, and they're going to be just fine. It's not going to happen overnight, even though it looks like it kind of did.
Yeah.
But the coaches know. They know the long term, and they know how they're going to have to get there that way, and it's going to be an experience for them, I know. But I think they're going to come out the other end, and I think we will be able to say in 2029, Minerva football is back, and I believe that. JR to kick it away. It's rolling, bouncing. Tumbling, bumbling, picked up down there at the 18-yard line. Lukens has got it, and he's going to be taken down around the 23-yard line. So Nathaniel Linkus with the return. That's where the Alliance will go 1st and 10. 8:31 to go in the first quarter. Alliance in front by a 21-0 score. Oh, my goodness. West Branch has scored again. The 27-0 Warriors. Jake Weingart, a 12-yard touchdown reception. Early in the second quarter, and the Warriors are off and running.
My question
the West
is,
Branch Warriors, not the Carrollton Warriors.
My question is, has the light show even ended over there in Beloit, or is it just on repeat?
Right? There might be a short in the lights tonight over there. What an atmosphere we had last week. I mean, the whole night was just, it was so much fun. Not necessarily sitting on the stool, but the rest of the night was really, really good.
Yeah, we joked with one of their stats guys that they put lots of money into it, not in the press box. But that's right. It's not about us. The field looked great. The lights were great. The atmosphere was great. It was fun.
I don't know about you, but I woke up about 15 times in the middle of the night, and I kept hearing boom, 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 boom. Guy on the drum. But you know what? It worked. It was outstanding. Speaking of outstanding, McKinley 21, Jackson nothing in the second quarter play at Robert Fife. So it appears that the Bulldogs not looking ahead to Massillon. They are handling their business tonight over in Jackson.
And now it'll be an outright Federal League title with the win tonight, right?
Yep.
Since they beat the likes of Hoover, Lake, and Jackson with the win tonight.
How about the job Reggie Parnell has done with the Bulldog football program taking over in his first year? Kirkpatrick back to throw, gives it off the Hawk lane to the 30, plunges ahead of the 32. That ball come out?
He did, but he reached out and pulled it back in.
He did. Now,
big hit. It was ground protect the ground, forced it.
Good news is,
watching the replay,
Minerva recovered the fumble. The bad news is they've got a fourth down coming up. Or they get a first down.
They're moving the sticks. There we go. Okay. So they gave him to the 33, and they needed the 33 and a half.
Okay. All right. First down, Minerva. They'll take it. 6:58 to go in the first half. Lions are down 21-zip. Kirkpatrick in the gun. He's going to hand it off the lane, coming around on a jet sweep, and Hawk is going to be taken down at the 34. That will officially be a gain of 1, and we'll call it second down and 9. 6:42 clock running in the first half of play here in Alliance. It's 21-0 Aviators. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick with you on 1310. And, of course, streaming live at Q92radiosports.com. And you can check us out on our X page and our WDPN Facebook page as well. Not a huge gathering here tonight, but decent. I wonder if the folks got up today and they said, there goes Kirkpatrick across the 45, got a first down to the 46-yard line. They said, it's supposed to get down to the 30s. Maybe we'll take a pass tonight. We'll stay home and listen to
of course
1310. I'm sure that's what it was.
Feel a little fire in the backyard, turn on 1310.
There you go. That's all you need to do. 59 degrees when we started. We'll be in the 40s by the time we head home tonight. First down, Minerva at their own 46-yard line. Kirkpatrick under center. They're going to pull the guard to the tackle. Here they come. Linkus has got it, and he's running across midfield. Got to the Alliance 49-yard line. He is a tough runner, Nathaniel Linkus, the senior. Good-looking young man. What is he about? What do you think? 6?
Yeah, he's about 6'2". I was
6'2", about 200.
Standing next to him pregame, and he's a workhorse. And it's kids like that can help change the culture of a program. Even a play like that, hitting the backfield, but just keeps turning those legs, turns into a gain of 3. But those are the type of attitude and effort that can help shift the culture.
Second down for Minerva. Give to Hawk coming around the right side of the great tackle at the 49-yard line by the Alliance Aviators. And that was Williams on the tackle. Michael Williams, 5'10", 210 pounds. You quoted the great Keith Wakefield right there. Attitude and effort. That's all Coach would ever say.
Yep.
How about, I got a great story about Coach Wakefield. You know Keith and how he is and how he operates. And
I got some stories too, but I can't share them on the air.
I've got one I am going to share here after this play. Third down and 5. Minerva at the Alliance 49-yard line. There goes Linkus around the left side, cuts it up. He's going to be close to the first down. He had to get to the 44 of Alliance. Looks like he's going to be about a half yard short. So, as you know, Keith Wakefield, longtime coach at Perry, left, went to St. Vincent St. Mary, came back to Perry. He was an assistant coach here at Mount Union for a number of years under Coach Larry Karras. And, of course, Matt Campbell played his high school ball at Perry, played here at Mount Union, was an assistant. And Matt is now up with Iowa State, got a 4th down and 1 and a carry, and that's going to be a first down for Minerva. So over the last couple of years, Coach Matt Campbell, again, Iowa State head coach, has invited Wakey up to several games and gives them the VIP treatment, gives them the on-field passes, the all-you-can-eat, and gives them the grand tour and everything. And I honest to goodness, I have on good authority, Wakey's been at some practices too. And he was actually scolding some of the Iowa State assistant coaches how they were coaching on the field during the week.
That sounds like Wakey.
That's a true story.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine? Wakey over in Ames, giving it the you-know-what to some of the coaches during the week? Coach Campbell's probably like, just let him go. Here comes Hawk around the right side. Johnny Belts has got him. Drills him. Officially, they're going to mark him down at the 42-yard line of Alliance. They'll ring up 2nd down at about 9. 3:13 to go first half. Aviators in front, 21-0.
I know Coach Campbell well enough, too, to know that he echoes Coach Wakefield, though.
Yes.
And I guarantee he went up to that assistant and said, yeah, no, he's right. You got to do that. Whatever you're doing, you're not doing right.
I don't know who your head coach is around here, but Wakefield's telling you the right thing to do. 2nd down and 9 for the Lions. Kirkpatrick cans it. Hawk trying to get somewhere. So that's Kirkpatrick with the carry. I'm sorry, Timothy. Timothy's your running back. Cannon's your QB. Timothy was able to get to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Johnny Belts again was in there for Alliance along with Xavier Lilly, number 78. 3rd down and 9 coming up.
Alex Hartman tried to draw a late hit from one of the Lions, did a nice little flop in front of the official and didn't get it, but Kirkpatrick just ran over and helped pick him up, and we saw that one. So.
Kirkpatrick back to throw off his back. Fun, it's batted up in the air and incomplete, almost intercepted by Michael Williams. Don't forget Garth Evans, the outstanding athletic director for Minerva, will be joining us for a couple of minutes here at halftime.
Warren Harding on the board. Field goal, 14-3 Tigers. West Branch scored again. 34-0.
34 now. Yeah, those lights are going to have a short circuit over at Clinton Heacock Stadium tonight.
It does look cool, though.
Yeah, it does. It does. All right, Minerva's going to put it away. Lane Hawk is back at his 45-yard line. Coming up on 2:09 to go here in the first half. Aviators in front, 21-0. Now the officials say hold everything up here. Zach Slate's had a quick little discussion with one of the officials. Looks like everybody's happy, mostly happy, and ready to go. There's the boot. High. Let that one go. Burton will let it go, and the Lions will jump on it at the Alliance 22-yard line. Well, how about that? Exactly. Got our own little homemade 2-minute warning here. 2 minutes to go in the first half. 21-0 Alliance. Aviators will take over 1st and 10. Stick around. As we mentioned, AD from Minerva, Garth Evans is going to join us. We're also kicking back to the studios of 1310 WDPN. Get the latest with Jeff Mears on the news, sports, and the weather before we come back here in the second half. Northwest trailing Fairless at halftime, 7-0. A little bit of an upset there.
Been a tough year
if you're
so
Minerva,
far for
you cannot let Alliance score a touchdown here. Jackson back to throw. JR's going to tuck it, and he's going to run, and he got away once, got away twice. Now he's trying to get away a third time. He did. He fumbled the ball. He picks it back up at the 20. He's hit at the 25. All that running around for about 3 yards for J.R. Jackson. How about that ball just bounced right off that turf right back? It was almost like he planted.
Yep.
Clock at 1:30. JR to throw. Slant caught. First down, Aviators. Nope, they gave the first down back. They retreated, the wide receiver did. That was Cash Brisker. He retreated, and so he gave himself up about a half yard. That's going to bring up a possession play, and now we got whistles, and we've got what?
I think the officials, there's disagreement on whether he got the first
On
down.
where they spotted the ball.
referee signaled first down, but the side judge said he was short, so now the chains need to move. So get things set.
I think he had it, and then I think he gave himself up.
He did. The official on the sideline said no, but the referee said yes. So they got to get referee. The white hat gets the final say.
White hat gets the final say. JR to throw. Out pattern. That is caught. That's Burton spinning and twisting like he's on a merry-go-round, but he's finally taken down by Hawk, and he'll be taken down at the 35, and a timeout by Alliance with 54 seconds to go in the first half. This timeout brought to you by Friends and Family Credit Union. It's always a good time to bring a friend into the family.
If you're Minerva, you're totally good with this right now. Minute 6 off the clock. They've gone 16 yards. You're okay with that. Keep it in front of you.
Don't forget to support those
Absolutely.
who support us.
Let them get some yards, but
Lions Grain and Plumbing LLC.
keep them off the board.
Almost Heaven Ice Cream. Doug's Classic 57
Oh, wow, almost having ice creams here tonight. Where are they? Come on, Todd Truex. Send some of that stuff up here.
Floor number 3, booth at the end.
That's right. We'll be here.
We're not picky. Whatever you got.
Whatever you got. Yeah, Todd's a good guy. Yeah, their ice cream is
heavenly.
Incredible. It is heavenly. Spent many a night on the picnic patio tables out there on Middle Branch. Here we go. 2nd down to 9. Aviators. Play action. JR to throw. JR to step up. And there he goes. 40, 45, 50. Jackson to the 45 to the 40. He'll tiptoe out of bounds at the 38-yard line. First down, Alliance. He knocked it out of bounds over here on the near side by Nicholas Wandel. But a first down for the Aviators and still 44 seconds to go in the first half. And I tell you what, I think I could just watch J.R. Jackson run for like 6 hours.
Yeah, a casual 28-yard run there.
Timeout situation. The Aviators with 2. Minerva's got 2. Flyers will go twins right, slot to the left is Nicholson. JR will roll right and step up in the pocket. Oh, he fires it. He's got a man incomplete at the 3-yard line. Off the hands of Tajay Nicholson. Well, that was awfully close to
really
another
good route
touchdown.
by Nicholson. He cuts to the inside, and then really good footwork as he cuts back towards the sideline, and he was open. And just a touch too much there from J.R. Jackson.
Almost another touchdown. How about this wild one? Lake and Hoover, 14-14. 2 minutes to go in the first half. Here come the Flyers, 2nd down and 10. Jackson to throw, steps up in the pocket, throws it deep on the far side, caught inside the 30. Burton gets out of bounds at the 24, and that's a first down for Alliance. And Burton goes out of bounds with 31 seconds to go in the first half.
Well, and there's the maturity of J.R. Jackson because he had a lane to run. He was going to. And he stopped right at the line of scrimmage because he saw his man open over at the sideline who could get the first down and get out of bounds. It's a real smart football play there by J.R. Jackson.
31 seconds to go in the first half. Minerva and Alliance battling. Aviators up 21-zip. Jackson to throw. Steps up, jukes to the right. Jackson looking downfield, fires. Caught. Nicholson out of bounds at the 16-yard line. He picked up 7 and got out of bounds to stop the clock with 24 seconds to go. Top of the 6th inning in Seattle. Blue Jays and Mariners 1-1. Dodgers and Brewers will be underway in about 45 minutes. And Chavez Ravine. And a chance to sweep the NLCS. Trips to the left, wide to the right. Jackson to throw. JR's got a man out there on the right. Leaping. Nicholson incomplete. And that's a real nice defensive play by Minerva. That was by Owen Schick, number 10. Good job, young man.
Yeah, it was a great play. Timing was a little bit off there. Nicholson jumped early, but good defensive play to knock it down. And
so 3rd down and 3 for Alliance.
Goodman wants a timeout here.
Going to call a timeout. 20 seconds to go in the first half. Stick around. Halftime activities coming up here on 1310 WDPN. Halftime, how about Perry? 7-0 over Green. They've just gone to the half up at Bulldog Stadium in Green. Thought there might be a few more points in that ball game tonight, but so far only 7.
West Branch 34, Carrollton 0.
McKinley still pounding Jackson 21-0 over at Robert Fife. Of course, McKinley, Massillon, they will renew the greatest rivalry in all of high school football next Saturday at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Kickoff at 2, but we'll be ready to go at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. from the Hall of Fame Village over in the fan engagement area. Gridiron Gastro Pub. Be there or don't be. Jackson Foes caught. Cash Brisker's got it inside the 10 to the 9, and that's a first down for the Aviators. And Tim Goodman comes on the field and says, "Give me a timeout, Mr. Official." And they'll stop the clock with 14 seconds to go, and that's the Aviators' third and final timeout, brought to you by Friends and Family Credit Union. It's always a good time to bring a friend into the family. We also need to tell you that the Aviators are once again inside the RG Drag Red Zone. RG Drag, you earn, learn, and succeed. All right, Coach Caleb, you're out of timeouts. You're first and goal at the 9. You can easily run 3 plays down here.
Yep.
Maybe 4 if you want to.
I'll throw one up to Nicholson here. You got a guy like Alex Hartman who's got the size down here. I would not be surprised if they try to run it with a guy like Hawkins too. Spread it out and just you either score or we go to halftime.
Well, let's see. Ravon is out there. Here comes JR. Nicholson's going to go wide to the left. Aviators are going to go trips to the right. They're on the left hash. Jackson looks, fires slant, caught at the 3. They're not going to get up. They're not going to get it off. They got to get up and spike it. 4, 3, 2. Oh my goodness, that was risky. It was risky.
Good clockwork there. I mean, it could have been bad, but I'm impressed. The composure. They all knew what to do.
Now, if you're Coach Goodman, what are you going to do here? You're going to go for 3 to make it 24-0, or are you going to try to pop one into the end zone and take what would be an insurmountable 4-touchdown lead? They're going to go.
I trust my size here and give it to Hawkins. And, again, you either score or you don't.
Here we go. 2 seconds left to go. 3rd and goal. J.R. Jackson running around the right side. He got into the end zone. Touchdown, Aviators.
And they used Hawkins as a lead blocker there and just said, you know what? We trust that J.R. can get to the corner before you can, and he did.
And he did it as time ran out here in the first half. So no time left, but we will have an extra point. And the Aviators with that's a finisher right there. Hate to say that in the first half, but Angelo Fisk is on for the extra point. It's up, it's good. And with that, the end of the first quarter here at Cara Stadium at the campus of the University of Mount Union. Your score after the first 2 quarters of play, it's the Lions 28, Minerva nothing. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Garth Evans, the outstanding athletic director at Minerva, will join us. Then we'll get it back to the studio for news and weather and sports. And we'll come back here for the second half. Keep it here, 1310 WDPN.
Looking for quality glass and mirror work you can trust? At Cardinal Glass and Mirror in Canton, we handle it all, residential, commercial, and industrial. From window replacements to custom glass and custom mirrors, we've got you covered. We're a small, locally owned business, and we live by one promise. If we won't put it in our home, we won't put it in yours. Call today, 330-478-0075. Visit us online at cardinalglassmirror.com or stop by at 1857 Whipple Avenue Northwest in Canton. Do you need a tree removed, trimmed, or a stump ground into oblivion? Call Bowman's Tree Service, your friendly family-owned tree experts serving Carroll and Stark counties. They don't just chop and trim, they also deliver all-natural mulch, compost, and seasoned firewood to keep your garden blooming and your fires roaring. Whether you're tackling that troublesome tree or prepping for cozy nights by the fire, they've got you covered. Quality work, no hassles. Call them 330-704-3399 and let's make your trees and worries disappear.
Craving something fresh in Alliance? Head to Pulp, where every day starts with in-house fresh squeezed juices, packed with real fruits and veggies. Need a boost? Try our wheatgrass or ginger shots. Small shots, big energy. Hungry? We've got you covered with crave-worthy bowls and wraps, loaded with flavor and made fresh just for you. Come visit us on 450 West State Street in Alliance. Healthy never tasted this good. Fresh flavors made just for you.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise credit cabin or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know. Looking for quality glass and mirror work you can trust? At Cardinal Glass and Mirror in Canton, we handle it all, residential, commercial, and industrial. From window replacements to custom glass and custom mirrors, we've got you covered. We're a small, locally owned business, and we live by one promise. If we won't put it in our home, we won't put it in yours. Call today, 330-478-0075. Visit us online at cardinalglassmirror.com or stop by at 1857 Whipple Avenue Northwest in Canton.
Hey, sports fans, want the latest local sports news, game photos, coach and player interviews, and live play-by-play coverage? Then follow Q92 Sports on social media now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, Threads, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Like, follow, and subscribe today. Catch the highlights, relive the moments, and stay connected to your hometown teams. Q92 Sports, your home for everything local sports. Real teams, real action, real coverage. Follow Q92 Sports on social media.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Welcome back, 1310 WDPN, Q92 Radiosports.com. Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick. Halftime activities continue. All Flyers tonight. Right now, Alliance 28, Minerva nothing. We'll get back into the halftime activities here in a minute. But I got to tell you, the Stars are out tonight. Tim Wolf was up here earlier, and now it's the AD at Minerva. Garth Evans, kind enough to spend a couple of minutes with us here up in the press box. How you doing, partner?
Good, Sam. Glad to be here. Doing great.
Good to see you. Congratulations on everything that's been going on. And I guess, how's the school year been going so far from the day you guys turned the lights on and opened all the doors up again for everybody? And here we are. We're not that far away from Thanksgiving, for crying out loud.
No kidding. Time's flying, right? It's been great. New superintendent, Mark Scott, comes over from Malvern. Been real great to work with. Gary Chaddock was great to work with. So second year has been real nice. I got my feet wet last year. I know what I'm doing, I think, sometimes. But athletically, we've had a great fall. We had our girls golf
team
go to state. Represent first time in a long time. Obviously, we have a strong cross country. They're going to Cambridge tomorrow,
Okay.
so they'll go to districts, and so we'll be traveling down there to watch. Volleyball is having a great year. Girls soccer just got knocked out of the tournament, but was above 500. Boys soccer struggled a little bit, but they were young. They were playing freshmen and sophomores. So, it's kind of tough. But, 8th grade volleyball won the EBC tournament. Boys golf won the EBC tournament. So we've had a great fall with athletics. I got a couple coaches of the year with my golf coaches, player of the year, Peyton Bow marriage in golf. So it's been real good. And you know what? Football.
Hey,
They're winning. They're winning.
This is one of the best stories of the year, and it's been a struggle. Okay, a lot of people that have been following. It's been a struggle, and those that remember that are able to go back to the '80s remember the Leon Powells and all the great teams at Minerva.
Sure.
Heinz Stadium was just a rocking hot ticket, and then there's been some struggles for a while. But to go from that to 5 wins and the culture's changed.
Absolutely.
You're going to have more kids are going to want to come out and play now.
Absolutely.
The numbers are going to go up. It's just going to keep on going and going. And, man, what a great start, though.
Yeah, and it's been real personal. I had let's face it, I had it good at Sandy Valley. I really did. It was a great place, great people. But you know what? My dad was a teacher at Minerva for 33 years. My dad was a head coach at Minerva. And when the job came open, it intrigued me. I wanted to do him proud. So, it was Tom Walters, then my dad was the head coach, and back then, and of course, Lynn Mullen,
Hall of Famer.
Fred Johnson, it was smash mouth football.
Fred, yeah.
They just smashed you. And that's what I was looking for when I came back. And regretfully, we had to make the coaching change, but we got Zach Slates. I played for Keith Wakefield. I knew what Zach was going to bring. Just that pride. I spent so many days on the sidelines with my dad and Tom and Lynn, and I was the ball boy and watching it going, wow, that's awesome,
Yeah.
So it was this was a personal hire. I mean, I'm going to look good or I'm going to look bad. And jury's still out, but right now we're turning things around. We've got a lot of work to do,
Sure.
We got to get kids in the weight room. We got to get them working out because you go to these matches in every sport, and we've got some of the smallest kids. And so, one of my goals has been, let's rejuvenate that weightlifting program for all sports. And I've put it on my coaches. I've challenged them for all sports. Get the kids in the weight room. Find ways to motivate them. I don't care what you do, but get them in there. So, and it's changes happening slowly, but it's happening, and that's what we need to do. And I'm real happy with Tim Wolf and all the coaches and Zach, and we got some old-time Minerva guys that have played, and they understand. They didn't play for my dad, but they played for Lynn, and they understood what it means. So we're grabbing that history, acknowledging it, but we're building our own. And that's what I wanted, and I've been real proud of them.
Oh yeah, as you should be. They're definitely restoring the roar back in Minerva. Garth Evans is our guest, athletic director for Minerva. A couple of minutes, and we'll let Garth go, and he can get back to being athletic director on a road game here on this Friday night. The football program people are so proud. The town, the city, the village of Minerva, they're so proud. What has it been like, especially after the 5 wins this year, whether it's been home or on the road? Take us through 9:30 on a Friday night until everybody decides, okay, that's enough for the night. Let's get ready for tomorrow. It's got to be really neat to watch this all happen.
Well, the first couple of weeks was people didn't know what to think, and there was a lot of, boy, what are we going to get? So there was a lot of unknowns, and we had a tough first week loss against United, and the team didn't really, but they responded in week 2. And, it was great to see those kids ring the bell. Funny story is they went to ring the bell, and the bell had dry rot in the rope, and we couldn't ring the bell because the rope tore. So they're jumping up and hitting it. We had to get out the next, Monday after our first win. We put WD-40 in there, a new rope with the hope. I mean, things that you don't think about as an AD, but I had to do it. And I'm out there on a ladder. I bought the rope and put it up there and WD-40'd it. But it's been great. You're seeing more and more people buy in. And homecoming, we had one of our biggest crowds that I've ever seen. And it was not quite standing room only, but it was awesome. And the vibe and the feel. And we've had great weather. Let's face
Oh,
it.
yeah, that helps.
That helps
That
huge. And people are buying in, and the kids are buying in. And I'm telling you what, Fridays in Minerva, we're getting education done, but the band plays every lunch period, and there's kids, they're smiling, and they're having fun, and they're doing all the things that a kid in high school needs to do. It's a great experience for them. This week, we're coming up to that dreaded Carrollton, our big rival. We're going to beat them. So we're going to, we're really, the cheerleaders have done a great job of getting signage up, and they're going to be putting it all through the school. It's going to look like a McKinley-Massillon in Minerva, all about beating Carrollton. We're crossing out C's throughout the school.
Doing it up.
We're reviving that rivalry, and, it's been awesome. It's just, and the community has been so supportive and so great, and people stepping up, hey, I'll buy them a team meal, and the cheerleaders and the band.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's excited. It's totally different from last year, where it was just, oh, well, here we go. Let's just go through the motions. And last year was different. This year it's just positivity, and it's so fun to be around.
Yeah,
it's just
great.
exciting.
It is cool to watch it from our perspective, and I know you got a great seat for it. We appreciate you coming up. Congratulations on everything that's been going on. Hope the family is well, and I know we'll be in touch, and we appreciate you tuning in during the week too.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
sir.
Appreciate it.
There you go. That is Garth Evans, the athletic director at Minerva, joining us here at halftime on 1310 WDPN. Let's take a break. Let's get you a little news, a little weather coming up. Stay with us, everybody.
Looking for your home for local sports? Head over to Q92Radiosports.com, the official website of Q92 Sports Network. Catch every live broadcast of high school games and Mount Union sports. Stay up to date with the latest local sports stories. Check scores from around the area and never miss a game with our full broadcast schedule. It's everything sports all in one place. Q92Radiosports.com, your local sports connection. Do you need a tree removed, trimmed, or a stump ground into oblivion? Call Bowman's Tree Service, your friendly family-owned tree experts serving Carroll and Stark counties. They don't just chop and trim, they also deliver all-natural mulch, compost, and seasoned firewood to keep your garden blooming and your fires roaring. Whether you're tackling that troublesome tree or prepping for cozy nights by the fire, they've got you covered. Quality work, no hassles. Call them 330-704-3399 and let's make your trees and worries disappear.
RG Drag, Stark County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
From the newsroom, I'm Jeff Mears with this halftime edition of AM 1310 WDPN News. Union employees at Metallus are scheduled to vote on a tentative contract with the Canton-based steelmaker October 30th. United Steelworkers Local 1123 represents 1,200 employees at the company's Canton operations. The union and Metallus announced the tentative 4-year agreement earlier this month. Details were not released. The current contract was set to expire September 22nd, but was extended through October 15th as negotiations continued. A fourth man is charged in a home invasion. 43-year-old Ricky Lee Martin of Canton was arrested in Bainbridge Township and charged with complicity. An Amish man in Geauga County's Middlefield Township told police 3 men had entered his home, robbed him, assaulted him and his 8-year-old son with a stun gun, and took the boy hostage. The child was able to escape. 44-year-old William Hatfield of Massillon and 36-year-old Randall Cromer of Doylestown were apprehended on kidnapping charges at a Canton home Wednesday. 33-year-old Bradford Hosler was arrested in Canton Saturday. He is charged with kidnapping, aggravated robbery, and aggravated burglary. The repository reports the Stark County Board of Elections will tighten ballot proofing after erroneous absentee ballots were sent to 58 voters. Some voters not in the Massillon Public Library District were sent ballots containing a replacement library levy. They were informed their votes on the issue would not be counted. Some voters in the Canton Local School District received ballots for school board with no candidates listed. There are 3 candidates running for 3 seats. Affected voters will be sent new ballots. A Stark County grand jury has indicted a man on child sex charges. 24-year-old Joshua Barnes of Jackson Township is charged with 2 counts of unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. The indictment was issued in May, and he was arrested Wednesday. Barnes was arraigned today in common pleas court. He posted bond and was released from the county jail. Barnes allegedly took part in sexual conduct with a girl who was at least 13 years old, but under the age of 16. The activity occurred between October 2023 and April 2024. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for October 27th. Robertson Heating Supply has begun expansion of its distribution center in Alliance. A groundbreaking ceremony recently took place for the 93,000 square foot addition. It will be located at Robertson's headquarters on West Main Street. The new facility will serve as a warehouse and storage space and have 24 additional loading docks. Completion is expected by December 2026. The financial operations and procedures of Perry Township's fiscal office are the subject of an independent review. Trustees agreed to pay attorney Julie Jack Meades to conduct the investigation. The cost will be $10,000. According to the repository, fiscal officer Craig Chesler believes the probe is retaliation for his criticism of the board. In April, trustees gave pay raises to road department employees and issued health savings account cards to township workers. Chesler has served as fiscal officer for 6 years and says he's had clean audits and balanced budgets. Trustees did not cite specifics related to any wrongdoing or mismanagement by the fiscal office or Chesler. More news after this.
The Q92 Sports Network brings you more high school football and basketball games than anyone else, by far. But did you know that you can go back and listen to our broadcast again? Simply go to the Q92 radio page on SoundCloud. We posted the games we broadcast for everyone to go back and relive. We have playlists filled with our high school football broadcasts from 2016 to this season. So go to SoundCloud now, follow Q92 Radio, and listen. And thank you for listening to all of our sports broadcasts of high school football and basketball on the Q92 Sports Network.
An East Liverpool man who allegedly used knives to attack a man in the city August 23rd has appeared in court. 27-year-old Grant Goodballet was in Columbiana County Common Pleas Court Tuesday for arraignment. He was indicted on charges of felonious assault, intimidation, and domestic violence for 3 separate incidents. Goodballet is accused of swinging knives at a man on Bank Street. The victim suffered multiple cuts. Goodballet also allegedly called a woman September 21st and told her he would kill the assault victim and his children if he didn't drop charges. Goodballet is accused of pulling a woman's hair while she was driving and throwing a lit cigarette at her in East Liverpool July 21st. A preliminary hearing is set for October 23rd. The Highway Patrol continues to investigate a Thursday crash in Canfield Township that took the life of one of their troopers. Around noon, 40-year-old Nicholas Caton responded to Route 11 to assist a disabled semi in the northbound lanes. The truck's driver had struck an object in the road. Caton was in his cruiser with his emergency lights on when another semi rear-ended his vehicle. The collision sent the cruiser into the disabled truck, hitting the driver. Caton died at the scene. The disabled truck's driver, 65-year-old Nelson Vasquez of Florida, was flown to a local hospital. His condition was not available. The other driver, 35-year-old Ryan Rock of Canfield, was not injured. A Mahoning County Common Pleas Court jury has found a woman guilty of unlawful restraint, child endangering, and domestic violence, but acquitted her of kidnapping. The verdicts were issued Thursday in the case of 51-year-old Stacy Gilmore of Youngstown. The charges were filed after she was arrested by Boardman police in 2023. Gilmore was accused of kidnapping a 5-year-old child. They were removed from her home by Children's Services after they discovered evidence of abuse. Sentencing is scheduled for December 2nd. It's off to jail for a Warren woman convicted in connection with a shooting. 33-year-old Lucretia Green was sentenced Tuesday by Trumbull County Common Pleas Judge Ronald Rice to 2 years behind bars. She pleaded guilty to 1 count of improper discharge of a firearm on or near a prohibited premises, which included a gun specification. The charge resulted from a March 29th incident at a bar on Elm Road Northeast in Howland Township. Green opened fire following an argument with 2 people in the parking lot. A vehicle was struck by bullets. We'll return you to the stadium for the second half of tonight's game, but first a look at the forecast. For the overnight, a slight chance of showers, otherwise partly cloudy and cool, a low of 47. Mostly cloudy skies to start your Saturday, gradually becoming sunny with a high near 77. Saturday night, another chance for showers, mostly cloudy with a low dipping to 62. Sunday, showers and thunderstorms possible during the afternoon, a high of 71. Monday, mostly sunny with a chance of morning showers, a high of 60. For AM 1310 WDPN News, I'm Jeff Mears.
Of all the ways to get ahead in life, we're one of them. And we're legal. The John Tesh Radio Show.
I'm John Tesh, and we couldn't be happier about bringing you intelligence for your life every day. We have a room full of researchers gathering the information and ideas you need to make your life simpler and better, and to make you the smartest person in the room.
You're just trying to be better. We're just trying to help. The John Tesh Radio Show.
Join me for music and intelligence for your life, 10 to 3, Monday through Saturday, only on AM 1310 WDPN.
It's intelligence for your life.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want, the Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM1310 WDPN.
Peace of mind. It's one of the most important benefits that we can offer at Friends and Family Credit Union. Welcome to Family Secure Checking. It offers unrivaled security to protect your everyday finances and purchases, as well as comprehensive identity theft protection and reimbursement coverage, credit file monitoring, benefits for travel, shopping rewards, and cell phone protection that includes repair or replacement for up to 4 phones on your cell phone plan. It's time to bring a friend into the family.
Craving something fresh in Alliance? Head to Pulp, where every day starts with in-house fresh squeezed juices, packed with real fruits and veggies. Need a boost? Try our wheatgrass or ginger shots. Small shots, big energy. Hungry? We've got you covered with crave-worthy bowls and wraps, loaded with flavor and made fresh just for you. Come visit us on 450 West State Street in Alliance. Healthy never tasted this good. Fresh flavors made just for you.
Hey, man, good to see you. What brings you out here today? Need to pick up a few tools. You? I need new kitchen cabinets, countertops, maybe even a whole new kitchen, but I can't get any help or find what I need in this place. You need to go to Robertson's for that. Robertson's Kitchen and Bath Gallery is an American Standard plumbing registered showroom, and their knowledgeable consultants have the training and expertise to actually help you get what you need without breaking your budget.
Visit Robertson Kitchen and Bath at 2155 West Main Street in the Alliance Industrial Park, or visit them online at robertsonkitchenandbath.com, where amazing meets affordable.
Missed the big game? Don't worry, Q92 has you covered. Check out our SoundCloud page where you can relive every exciting moment. From high school football, basketball, baseball, and softball to Mount Union football and basketball, we've got it all. That's every broadcast from this season, and even classics going all the way back to 2016. Follow Q92 Radio on SoundCloud and never miss a play, a call, or the thrill of the game. Q92 Radio on SoundCloud, your home for every game, every season.
Hey everyone, it's Rex Combs, Rex in the Morning on AM 1310, inviting you to tune in Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for unforgettable favorites, music news, and more. With myself, Clint Marshall on News and Sports, and Mark Johnson from News 5 giving us the weather forecast. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10 a.m., Rex in the Morning, it's all about the music right here on AM 1310 WDPN.
When it comes to sports, Sam Bourquin brings the heat. Catch the Sam Bourquin Show weekdays from 3 to 6 p.m. on AM1310 WDPN and streaming live on the WDPN Facebook and X pages, plus the Q92 YouTube channel. From the Browns to the Buckeyes, the Guardians, Cavs, and your local high school teams, if it's making headlines in the sports world, Sam is talking about it. It's the local sports talk you want, the Sam Bourquin Show, weekday afternoons on AM1310 WDPN.
Back here at
This is
Terrace
your head
Stadium.
coach, Tim Goodman from the Alliance Aviators. You're listening to high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and the Q92 Sports Network.
Sorry, Coach. Didn't mean to cut you off there. 28-0 Alliance as we get ready to go for the third quarter. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Norick on 1310 WDPN. Aviators 28, Minerva nothing. We'll get you all the other scores coming up here in just a few minutes. Couple of close games tonight, couple of blowouts around the area. Jackson's got it teed up at the 40, and we're underway here in the second half. Minerva return from the 10. Left hash 10 to 15, 20, across the 30 to the 34-yard line. Linkus with a nice return for the Lions, and Minerva will set up shop first and 10. All right, let's hit the scoreboard here. Mogador 33, St. Thomas nothing. These games are all in the third quarter. Glen Oak 9, Mansfield 6. Northwest and Fairless 7-7. Triway just put one on the board. They lead Central Catholic 14-0. Perry 7, Green nothing. Malvern 49, TCC nothing. Garaway 49, Sandy Valley nothing. Massillon 28, Warren Harding 3. carry over the right side of the 35 by Kirkpatrick.
Brought down by Johnny
West Branch 41, Carrollton 7. East Canton leads Buckeye Trail 14-6. Hoover and Lake in a dandy, 14-14 third quarter. LaSalle out of Cincinnati leads Louisville by only 4. Lancers on top 14-10. Canton South leads Tuslaw 21-7. McKinley 21, Jackson 3, and Salem 27, Marlington 6. You're all caught up on the high school scoreboard. Here it's 28-0 Alliance, just underway in the third quarter here at Mount Union. Lincoln's in motion. It's going to be a handoff. Kirkpatrick coming around the right side, and the Aviators are going to bring them down at the 39-yard line. Let's see, 21-12 combo of Raymond Edwards and Brody Fast on the tackle for the Aviators.
in 4. Third down 5 at the 39.
Aviators come in 6-2, 2-1 in the EBC. Minerva 5-3, 1-2 in the EBC. So for all intents and purposes, the Eastern Buckeye Conference was pretty much settled last weekend with West Branch beating Alliance in that thriller, 34-28. Kirkpatrick to Hawk 40, got a little head of steam midfield and out of bounds at the Alliance 48-yard line. Tackled by Brandon Edwards, but a first down for the Minerva Lions.
A good run there, got to the edge, and really nice block there by number 3.
Yeah, Lincoln did throw a nice block there. You love when your running backs are not afraid to stick their nose in there and make a block for their other ball carriers on the team. First and 10 Lions at the Flyers 47. Kirkpatrick hands it off to Kirkpatrick, and Kirkpatrick, number 12, is going to be taken down for a loss back at the 50-yard line. Loss of 3 on the play for Timothy Kirkpatrick. That'll bring up second down 13. Barton led the charge for Lions. A couple of other area scores. Youngstown Cardinal Mooney 24, South Range 8 in the third. Or St. Ignatius. St. X 27, St. Ignatius nothing in the second quarter. What has happened? I know Chuck Howe retired, but what has happened to that program? Hawk in motion. Cannon Kirkpatrick to throw. Almost intercepted by Williams at the 45-yard line. Tried to hit Linkus. And old number 5 for the Aviators almost stepped in front and stepped it into the end zone. Third down.
Yeah, Kirkpatrick has shown some signs of being a freshman here tonight. He's got the talent, but decision-making and confidence is not there yet, but he's young. Like we talked about with Marlington quarterback, these guys are 15 years old trying to lead their teams. It's a tough task.
Young man over at Marlington, he was 14 when the season started. Kirkpatrick to Kirkpatrick. And Timothy running hard, but he's going to be taken down at the Alliance 45. That was a heck of a run. That was 5 of the hardest yards he's going to gain all year. Johnny Belts was there first, and he looks like he may have hurt his right elbow. He is in a little bit of pain over here. And there's an official timeout with 9:29 to go, and they're calling for the training staff of Alliance to come over and take a look at Belts. I don't know. Probably won't get a replay there, but to me, to the naked eye, it looked like he may have he came down on that right elbow, and then I think some weight came down on him, and he just kind of kept driving him into the turf. And there's no give.
Yeah, they're checking the elbow and the shoulder, so we'll see.
Sam Bourquin, Caleb Norick with you, 1310 WDPN, streaming live at Q92radiosports.com. Q92 radio page on YouTube. Good to be with you on this Friday night as we've pretty sure we dipped into the mid to upper 50s right now here in Alliance as Belts is going off the field. Coach Goodman out there to take a look as well. And he's kind of holding that right arm a little bit like there could be a little damage maybe to the elbow, but hopefully Johnny's going to be okay. 55 degrees right now. Fair skies in Alliance. Next Friday will be at Marlington. The Dukes, we were there week 1 and week 3 and week 10. We'll be there for the big rivalry game next weekend. The Dukes and the Aviators on WDPN. Hawk in motion to the left side. Cannon Kirkpatrick to throw. He fires left side for Hawk, incomplete. We'll bring up second down.
Kirkpatrick intended for Lane Hawk, incomplete.
Wait a minute, what are they doing here?
First down, Alliance.
Scoreboard had second down and 8 on that last play. Clearly that was a fourth down play. And the Aviators are going to take over 1st and 10 at their own 45-yard line.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what was going on
and
there.
the down marker said third down.
Yeah. Everybody was on the wrong page, so to speak. If you're looking ahead to next Saturday, McKinley-Massillon, 10 a.m. it all begins. 60 degrees and partly sunny next Saturday for the Bulldogs and the Tigers. I'll take that. Take that right now. Jackson hands off. Ravon Hawkins, 50. Ravon to the 47 to the 45. He'll be just short of the first down, Ravon Hawkins. How about tomorrow? It's going to be 80.
Yeah.
But then, yikes. The bottom's going to fall out.
The wind gusts are going to be 80 on Sunday for the
Right,
Browns.
right. So we're going to have it might be a little toasty up in Heidelberg tomorrow. Windows will be open at Horniman Field. I can guarantee you that tomorrow afternoon. Second down and 1 for the Aviators. Play action. Oh, look at this. Wide open. Cash Brisker inside the 30, down to the 25, to the Minerva 22. First down, the Aviators, a 24-yard hookup. Brisker from J.R. Jackson. First down.
Yeah, that was a great job by JR. He recognized it was cover 2 before the snap. And his receiver just went past the corner in front of the safety and first down.
Remember, once it gets to 30-point deficit, it'll be a running clock if we get there. Jackson gives it off to Ravon. Went left, nothing. Went right, nothing. And the Minerva Lions bring him down back at the 35-yard line. Nice job down there by the big man, Sean Scott, number 72. Got a little help from Caden Almasy, the senior defensive lineman. Got some good-looking players on this Minerva team. They just don't have a lot of numbers, so to speak. Only maybe dressing 30, 32 kids, but they'll get there. JR to throw. Deep slant. Tip, incomplete at the 15-yard line. Tried to hit Burton on a deep cross-in.
Jackson's pass intended for Tajay Nicholson. Incomplete.
And Nicholson says, I need to get over to the sideline.
Yeah, he got hit up top and down low at the same time and kind of got twisted awkwardly. It's good to see him walk off on his own power, but he's hurting.
Yep. He's going to have to keep walking that off, Tajay. Now he goes down, and trainers will come over and take a look. Try to get them all squared away. Meanwhile, Alliance 3rd and 14, and what we got? Officials timeout. 8 minutes to go, third quarter. It's 28-0 in favor of Alliance. Tim Goodman now having a little conversation with the white hat on the far side of the field.
Yeah, I don't think they officially gave him an injury timeout until the play clock ran out.
Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe coach wanted to get a reset. Tajay's down there on the out of bounds around the 5-yard line. I think he's trying to.
And I think the
officials he's been cramped up. Maybe.
Well, I think the officials are now asking for him to kind of get out of the way because he was right on the white there.
So it looks like we're ready to go now. 3rd down and 14, Alliance at the Minerva 25-yard line. 8 minutes to go, third quarter. Aviators up 28-zip. JR to throw. Jackson rolling right. Now he's going to come back left. JR's going to fire. He got a man in the end zone, wide open, touchdown. You can't be any more wide open than Jaron Blair was right there. Touchdown Aviators, 7:42 to go. We got a running clock and 34-0 Alliance. Well, they don't waste any time with a running clock here, do they?
No.
It's rolling. Well, not what the folks from Minerva were hoping for. They knew they were, pretty big underdogs here tonight, but hoping they can make it a little bit more competitive as the extra point is up and good by D'Angelo Fisk with 7:19 to go in the third. And now it's officially a runner. Alliance 35 and Minerva nothing. We'll keep it here. Glen Oak is taking a lead over Mansfield now, 16-6. Triway 21, Canton Central Catholic nothing. These are all third quarter scores. Perry 7, Green nothing. Maslin 28, 3 over Warren. Hoover Lake still 14-14. That's all the updates we have right now. As soon as some more of them come in, we will be sure to pass those along to you.
Toronto takes a 2-1 lead over Seattle, bottom of the seventh.
About the Blue Jays. Drop both games at home. Might win all three at T-Mobile Park and a chance to go back to the Rogers Center and win the American League Championship. How about the job by Shane Bieber the other night?
Yeah.
6 innings, 8 strikeouts.
Followed by a good performance from Scherzer.
Yeah. How about him the other night?
Getting life out of those arms.
Manager come out, he says, "You're not taking me out of this game."
Yeah.
Stayed in there and finished
That's the
deal.
clean version of what he said.
Right. How about that ball? Stayed in and roped the sidelines.
Yeah, that's going to be.
And Linkus picked it up. He's going to be taken down about the 13th.
Well, it's going to be an illegal touching on them as well because he stepped out of bounds and then came back in and touched it.
So that's going to really pin Minerva deep as we are again in a running clock in the third quarter, 35-0 Alliance. That ball just hugged the sideline to the right on the kickoff from Jackson. And I think Linkus said, "You got to be kidding me. There's no way this ball is not going to go out of bounds." And it did not. He eventually had to pick it up, but you're right, he was out, came back in, and then all the fun ensued. Perry 14, Green 7, 5:53 to go in the third. So they got a good one cooking up in Green. Boy, you and I have not had a lot of close games.
No. 6-yard line.
I mean, last week ended up close.
That's all right. We've seen lots of penalties.
How about you finding the silver lining? Here comes Kirkpatrick around the right side. He'll be taken down at about the 8-yard line. So maybe a little bit of a loss there, maybe 2 yards. So
of all the penalties we've seen, though, I'm with you. I've never seen movement like we did from the official tonight on that first couple calls.
Right.
We haven't had an offside since, so I don't know if maybe he's gotten a little tight or what. But
I think maybe he's looking at the scoreboard too. He's saying, "Oh, let's see."
Yeah,
here.
he's not really offsides. We'll just put this away.
We're about this far away from getting out of here. Lions, second down at their 8-yard line. Going to keep it on the ground. That is Kirkpatrick. Across the 15 to the 16 for a gain of around 8 yards on the play. Nope, that was not Kirkpatrick. That was Skylar Lab on the carry. He's got a couple carries tonight, number 23 from Minerva. 4:50 to go, 35-zip. Aviators on senior night tonight here at Mount Union, home of the Mount Union Purple Raiders, and, of course, for a long, long time, the Alliance Aviators. Somebody asked me the other day, has Alliance always played their home games here? And I don't know if that's true. I mean, did they ever have a on-school property stadium, or have they always played here at Mount Union? Because this stadium's been here for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure of that one.
I mean, I know they got their own baseball field there. They have their own gym, obviously.
Soccer complex that they use.
Yeah, so I don't know if they've ever played football on campus per se. But, hey, next best thing, come right down the road and play here. Can't beat it. Hawk coming around the edge, 20, 25, got a block. He'll rumble across to the 30 to the 31, get a first down. 13 yards by Lane Hawk. They'll move the sticks for the Minerva Lions.
Maybe a late hit, too.
Flag on the play.
Now, the beauty of the running clock, it keeps running. No matter how many flags or how many officials conferences there are, it keeps on chugging. It's going to be a 15-yard penalty on Alliance, by the way. How about Perry, a 55-yard flea flicker for the touchdown. Panthers 21, Green 7, third quarter. I would have never said flea flicker pass with Pete Wakefield or even Zach Slates.
Yeah.
But it's a whole new ball game now with Coach Spencer Lino in the PTO.
Greens have a tough season.
Yeah.
They've been in every single game, but it's been tough sledding.
Cannon Kirkpatrick in the gun. He'll go back to throw. He's going deep, incomplete. That's really good coverage down there by Brandon Edwards. Now, the Minerva fans will disagree. I thought that was pretty good bump and run coverage. Incomplete pass. He tried to get it to Skylar Lab.
Yep. A lot of times the officials are okay with contact if it's not affecting anything, and there's a little bit of hand swiping there, but you let that go.
Lake 20, Hoover 14, third quarter.
The big one for both those programs who are kind of in the hunt for seeding now in the playoffs. They're both going to be in, but where and who do they play?
A lot of points on the line computer-wise for both those teams, both in Division II, both in Region 7. And it's crazy to think we have 3 Division I teams in the entire county.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that last week on your show.
McKinley, Jackson, Glen Oaks.
Yeah,
that's it.
And Glen Oaks ranked dead last right now. It's been a tough year for them. So you got Jackson and McKinley. I think they're 3 and 6.
Yep.
And that's it in
D1.
D1.
That is really crazy. Cannon Kirkpatrick rolling left, throws across his body. Caught! First down by Schick. Down at the Alliance 39-yard line. That's a nice little catch. Throwing catch and a first down for the Lions. Speaking of McKinley, they've tacked one on against Jackson Bulldogs 27-3.
First down, Minerva.
Yeah, McKinley not looking ahead yet. They're taking care of business, and Coach Parnell maybe get one more on the board, get some of your guys some rest, and get healed up and healthy for the Tigers.
Under a minute to go, third quarter, 35-0. Here comes Hawk around the right side. Got a nice little block. Got inside the 25 and the 24, down to the 22-yard line. That's a gain of 14 yards by Lane Hawk and a first down.
Lane Hawk on the field.
Officials timeout. Going to take a look at bring on Edwards over here, who went down at the 19-yard line.
He got rolled up on in the tackle. We're looking at his lower body.
So 32 seconds to go, third quarter, 35-0 Alliance. Next Friday, Aviators at the Dukes, 1310 WDPN. Will be McKinley Maslin on Q92 and Q92radiosports.com. Next Saturday, the fun begins at 10 a.m. at the Gridiron Gastro Pub at the Hall of Fame Village. It is going to be best tailgate party, best pregame show in town.
It's always a fun one. So many great athletes, coaches have come through that rivalry. McDaniels and the Millers and there's got Renzi Parnell. It's his first taste of that rivalry.
Yeah.
Of course,
that'll be
being at Hoban, he's been a part of some fierce ones, but nothing like McKinley Maslin.
Nope. Hawk coming around the right side, 20. Belts comes up and gets him at the 17-yard line. Minerva doesn't look like they're in a big hurry. That looks like that will be the final play here in the third quarter. Yeah, Renzi Parnell, of course, longtime assistant coach, defensive coordinator, Archbishop Hoban. They had their holy war with St. Vincent St. Mary, of course, the last couple of years. They have not.
Yep.
St. V decided they didn't want to play anymore.
They don't want any part of that.
And so that series kind of went by the boards. And now Renzi's going to get a taste of McKinley Maslin on the front line for the first time, and I think he'll do a fine job. All right, 3 quarters in the books here in Alliance. Aviators 35, Minerva nothing. High school football continues after the break on 1310 WDPN.
Do you need a tree removed, trimmed, or a stump ground into oblivion? Call Bowman's Tree Service, your friendly family-owned tree experts serving Carroll and Stark counties. They don't just chop and trim, they also deliver all-natural mulch, compost, and seasoned firewood to keep your garden blooming and your fires roaring. Whether you're tackling that troublesome tree or prepping for cozy nights by the fire, they've got you covered. Quality work, no hassles. Call them 330-704-3399 and let's make your trees and worries disappear. Looking for quality glass and mirror work you can trust? At Cardinal Glass and Mirror in Canton, we handle it all, residential, commercial, and industrial. From window replacements to custom glass and custom mirrors, we've got you covered. We're a small, locally owned business, and we live by one promise. If we won't put it in our home, we won't put it in yours. Call today, 330-478-0075. Visit us online at cardinalglassmirror.com or stop by at 1857 Whipple Avenue Northwest in Canton.
Second down and 6 as we start the fourth quarter. Kirkpatrick hands it over on the left side to Timothy Kirkpatrick, and he is running down to the 11-yard line, to the 10-yard line. Gain of 7, and that's a first down for Minerva. 35-0 Aviators, but the Lions are not going without a little bit of a roar here in the fourth quarter of play. We welcome you back to high school football here on 1310 WDPN. Perry 21, Green 14, third quarter.
Another penalty flag down.
Maslin McKinley handling their business here in week 9, which sometimes over the years can be a little tricky. It looks like the Bulldogs and Tigers are going to be able to get through the muddy waters of week 9 and get ready for the big game next Saturday at Tom Benson at 2 p.m. Come on, fellas, that clock's supposed to be running here. First and goal at the 10-yard line. Cannon Kirkpatrick under center for Minerva from the left hash mark. Play action, counter back. Coming the other way. That's Hawk. He'll be tripped up at the 11. That'll be a loss of 1. Second down. And goal from the Alliance 11-yard line. Tonight's game brought to you in part by the Friends and Family Credit Union, by Cardinal Glass and Mirror, Bowman's Tire Service, Robertson's Pulp on State Street in Alliance. Thanks to Bowman's Tree Service as well. There's Skyler with the carry. He'll whittle his way inside of the 11, close to just inside the 10-yard line. I want to thank Lisa's Dream Getaway, RG Drag, and, of course, Friends and Family Credit Union. And Robertson's been with us all season long. Third and goal, Minerva from the Alliance 10-yard line. 10:22. Clock runs in the fourth quarter of play. Alliance has been in command from the opening kick tonight. Aviators 35 and Minerva nothing. You know, Minerva desperately wants to put one in here. Going to run around the left side. That's going nowhere for Timothy Kirkpatrick. A lot of baby blue helmets down there. 5-12 combo of Williams and Edwards. Johnny Belts, King, number 17, was in there for the Flyers. That's what you call gang tackling and running to the football. And now it's fourth and goal, Minerva from the Aviator 12. Obviously, the Aviators, you want to keep your shutout intact and keep the Lions out of the end zone. Fourth down and goal. Lane will go in motion. Kirkpatrick back to throw, tipped up in the air, incomplete, and that'll give the ball over on downs to Alliance as the Aviators will take over 1st and 10 at their own 12-yard line.
Looking ahead to Massillon McKinley, Sam, who was the last McKinley coach to get a win in their first game against the Tigers? I'll give you a hint.
I'm going to go Brian Cross.
You would be right. My hint was going to be your son probably wasn't even alive yet.
He was not. I was thinking about Coach Cross today. He had sent me a happy birthday message on Facebook, and he and I mean, sometimes new coaches you hit it off, and sometimes you don't. And for whatever reason, we hit it off gangbusters when he took the job at McKinley. I was working over at the Canton radio station at the time. Obviously, we're doing a lot of McKinley games. Aviators take over 1st and 10 up 35-0 in the fourth quarter. And I remember the first time I met him, and we did an interview. And I'm sure you've been up in the Turk Center.
Yep.
You go upstairs, and there's the coach's office, and we did our first pregame interview. And I was just like, wow, this guy is just the greatest. And we developed a really cool relationship, and kind of stayed in touch a little bit after he went. Eventually, we'd go down to Olentangy, and he would coach down there at one of the new I think it was Orange he went to, one of the new schools that were being built down there. And we kind of stayed in touch a little bit. I thought he did a real good job with McKinley. Not exactly sure why things ended the way they did there. But Brian Cross is good people. He's hard-nosed football, but he's one of the kindest human beings you're ever going to meet. So it's good to hear from Coach the other day, and hope he's doing well. I think it's the first time I've got a trivia question right in 15 years.
Any guesses who the last? Of course, Coach Moore can't do it this year, but the last Tiger coach to win their first version of the game.
Oh, I'm going to go Lee Owens.
No, it's been since then. 2008. Of course, both coaches were new this year, so someone had to do it.
2008. Would that have been Rick Shepis?
No, Jason Hall.
Jason Hall. Wow, okay.
Jason had replaced Tom Stacy.
Right.
Ron John had replaced Brian Cross, so in that version, someone was going to win their first game. And
right.
The Tigers won that one 17-0, so Coach Hall won his first game in that rivalry.
Jason Hall now the AD up at North Royalton, doing a nice job there. He was a Westlake guy. He actually went to Westlake after Massillon, then he ended up over at North Royalton. Aviators with the ball, 6:50 to go in the game. They lead at 35-0. We'll have a quick post game tonight. Caleb will do what Caleb does when he's at this stadium. He talks to the winning coach, Tim Goodman, and grabs a couple players, and those interviews and videos will be up on our social media platforms a little bit later on tonight, so make sure you're checking those out as well. 6:28 to go in this one. All Alliance tonight, 35-0 here at Terrace Stadium.
You named a couple great coaches that have coached in that game. Lee Owens and Tom Stacy.
Oh, yeah.
And Rick Shepis and Bob Cummings coached in this.
Jack Rose.
Of course, Coach Stacy and Coach Owens went over to Ashland.
Ashland, yep.
Great run there at Ashland for Lee Owens. He stepped down a couple years ago.
Of course, I thought Lee did a fantastic job at the University of Akron.
Yep.
When he was there. And he went down to Ohio State as an assistant coach for Coop. Remember John Moranto? He was a coach at Massillon, I think, after Mike Currents had his contract not renewed, which was one of the biggest farces in all of Massillon, Washington football. There goes Williams for Alliance. Kevin going 30, 20, out of bounds. That's a big old gain for number 16. Kevin Williams, the sophomore, 5'10", 170 pounds. The thought was back then, Mike Currents was getting very close to breaking the all-time wins record held by Paul Brown. And it was rumored and storied back then that the townsfolk did not want to see that happen, because obviously Paul Brown walked on hallowed ground and one of the greatest coaches of all time. And they got enough action via the school board and members of the community, and they pushed Mike Currents out, and I was just I was a fledgling high school football fan at the time, but I thought it was terrible what happened. And so he was out, and I think John Moranto was the coach to come in to replace Coach Currents. Coach Currents' wife, Judy, was my school nurse at Central Catholic when I was there. Great family.
Of course, Earl Bruce coaching that game.
Earl went 20-0, didn't he?
I think so. Two
years,
and then
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out on my terms.
Ohio State? Okay, yeah. They had a couple stops before that. But
is that the call from the 614? I think I'm going down there. Alliance quarterback Caden Sanders back to throw, incomplete at the 12-yard line.
Tom had 2 runs for the Bulldogs. Of course.
Yeah. Kerry Hodakovic, of course, got the second championship after Coach McD got the one. He went to be director of physical activities at Kansas City Schools, and then Kerry Hodakovic came in and won with Tom's son, Ben, who was the quarterback for the state title that year, as they knocked off, was it X? They beat Moeller the one year, and they beat X both games, ironically, at Paul Brown Tiger Stadium.
Ben's still coaching somewhere in the NFL, isn't he? Yep. He was a receivers coach, quarterbacks coach at one point.
Sanders back to throw. He's going to run, and it'll be twisted out of bounds at about the Minerva 17-yard line.
Of course, Josh is still in the league, back with the Patriots. It's like a yo-yo. This keeps coming back.
2:50 to go in the ball game. Obviously, a running clock here in the fourth quarter. Alliance leads Minerva 35-0. Sam Bourquin and Caleb Nork, thanks for hanging out with us on this Friday night, 1310 WDPN, as we try to keep things semi-interesting here during this fourth quarter of play.
Well, there's all sorts of fun ones next week, not just McKinley-Massillon.
Oh, yeah.
I know. If you're in Minerva and Carrollton, that rivalry is just as big as.
A big one. Get down south a little bit. You got New Philadelphia Dover, which is a classic. They're both struggling this year. That's been a while since they've both been struggling a little bit, but that'll be fun down there in T County. I think this year's game is at Woody Hayes Quaker Stadium, if I'm not mistaken. Well, they're both the exact same stadium, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Both companies built the same stadium back in the day.
Hoover and Jackson. Clint's got that one on Q92 next week. That one will be a fun one.
Yeah.
Both teams may be coming off disappointing losses, but that's okay. Alliance Marlington will be there. Tuslaw and Fairless.
Battle for the Blue Cup. That's always fun.
Yep. Lake and Green. That one's always a fun one.
Yep. How about Central St. Thomas? You're going to be 0-9.
Someone's going to win that one. Malvern and East Canton should be a fun one.
Yep.
Week 10's always fun in high school football.
It is. You talk about how fast the high school football season goes. By the way, Avia is going to try a field goal here. It's going to be about a 35-yard attempt for Fisk. It's on the way.
Not going to get there.
It's going to be a little short and no good. So Minerva will take over with 2 minutes to go, down 35-7. But we talk about how fast the high school football season goes. How fast does the Monday of Week 10 go? And it's just Saturday.
Yeah.
It feels like 2 days, but it's been 5 or 6.
Yeah, we're spoiled here in Stark County with so many great games coming up this week, and it's always fun to see the schools get into it. It'll be Spirit Week for everyone, and I know McKinley-Massillon, they got the annual blood drive going on right now, and saw a food drive over at one of the local schools. It's fun. You know, the kids, even though not on the football team, not in the band, they still get into it. They look forward to it. I mean, heck, Central and Aquinas, they're going to have all sorts of fun. They're both having terrible years on paper, but it'll be a fun week and
it'll be a
fun game, and
different theme days for the kids, how to dress that certain day, and they'll have bonfires. Of course, McKinley and all the schools get all decorated. The students will actually go in there Sunday to a lot of the schools, and they'll decorate. The kids will walk in Monday morning and be like, holy cow, where did all this stuff come from?
Yeah. Again, a little spoiled growing up in Canton. McKinley-Massillon is one of a kind, but I know it happens elsewhere too. But they got the breakfast this week, and they got the mayors will go to the luncheon club, and the coaches will be there. And it's a fun one for sure.
You got dinners, lunches, breakfast, rallies, parades, bonfires.
And somehow they do schoolwork in between all of them.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Now the Mariners, boom, 6-2 over Toronto in the bottom of the 8th inning. That came out of nowhere. Linkus carries it for Minerva up to the 40, down at the 41-yard line. 45 seconds left to go. Dodgers lead the Brewers 3-0 in the top of the second. College football, I forgot about a couple of games going on tonight. Louisville surprising Miami 17-10 in the third quarter. Minnesota 7, Nebraska 3. Minerva's probably going to snap it one more time, and that's going to be it.
Cal Raleigh with a solo shot and then a grand slam by Anguino Suarez.
I think it's carried that ball from Minerva, got outside the 46-yard line. It'll be a first down for the Lions, but it looks like that is going to be the final play of the night. Final seconds kick off the clock here at the University of Mount Union. And that is all she wrote. Aviators in control all night long. Your final score, Lions 35 and Minerva nothing. Stick around, the post-game show and more coming up next right here on 1310 WDPN.
RG Drag, Star County's premier career center, offers programs that prepares its students at the high school level for careers and continued education beyond high school. Upon completion, RG Drag students have an immediate opportunity to obtain a well-paying job in many exciting career fields. We offer everything from culinary, dental assisting, engineering, sports turf and landscape, welding, and so much more. Contact RG Drag to find a program and career that's the perfect fit for you. RG Drag, where careers begin.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency is a locally woman-owned travel agency helping you see the world. Lisa books any and all types of travel, honeymoons, all-inclusive, cruises, Disney, along with bachelor and bachelorette trips and destination weddings with low deposit, and you set your monthly payments. Mention Q92 to get $50 on board cruise credit cabin or $150 off your non-canceled vacation or honeymoon. Call 330-428-0610. Lisa's Dream Getaways Travel Agency. If you don't go, you won't know.
This is high school football on AM 1310 WDPN and streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube.
Is that the Alliance wind cannon that just went off? Or
I guess.
What else is happening over here? 35-0, your final score. Alliance wins it. They go to 7-2, 3-1 in the EBC. Minerva drops to 5-4, 1-3. In the league, Aviators went out quick here tonight, Caleb. It was 14-0, just like that. And they cruised to the running clock win of 35-0. Next weekend, Alliance at Marlington. And Minerva's got their rival Carrollton next Friday. So,
yeah, great.
That's where it's at.
Aviators almost 400 yards offense and essentially took the fourth quarter off with the running clock. They only got a couple snaps. And should be a fun one next week. We got Marlington and Alliance. Talked about all those great rivalries. That'll be a fun one.
That's always. Of course, Minerva Louisville used to be the biggie.
Yep.
Years ago, week 10, and then Louisville kind of got bounced out of the conference, if you will, and had to go independent. Now they'll be going into the All-American Conference here in a couple of years in football. All the other sports will begin in the 26th school year. But yeah, so now you've kind of had to find new rivalries here a little bit. And obviously, Carrollton, Minerva, not that far from each other. That's a big rivalry game. Alliance Marlington, what are they, 4 miles apart from each other?
Yeah.
The high schools. So it'll be fun. Lots of great games next weekend. We got you covered here, 1310, and of course, all across the Q92 Sports Network, and of course the big one, the beast, McKinley Maslin next Saturday, 2 p.m. at Tom Benson. That'll be on Q92 and all across our social media platforms. And don't forget the big tailgate party, the big pregame show, live at 10 a.m. next Saturday at the Gridiron Gastro Pub. Myself and Keller will be holding it down. We invite you to come on by and join us for a great morning and a great afternoon. Get you ready for the Bulldogs and the Tigers as they renew the war of 1894. Aviators break their little huddle at the 30-yard line, and they'll get a little cheer and head off to their locker room. Minerva players have lined up here on the sideline from about the 35 down to the 15, and they got the Minerva alma mater going on as we speak. We'll give you a couple of quick score updates, and we'll get on out of here. Perry over Green, 21-14. Triway, 21. Central Catholic, nothing. Bulldogs, 34. Jackson, 9. Holy smokes. LaSalle must have heard us. 35-10. LaSalle over Louisville now. East Canton on Buckeye, 14-6. Quakers of Salem lead Marlington 27-6. Malvern up big in their ball game. And let's see here. Massillon up big. Mogador beat St. Thomas 33-0. That's the final. And be sure to check us out on all of our social media platforms tonight and tomorrow as we bring you the greatest high school football coverage here in Stark County. Caleb, your final thoughts before you take your Starbucks and hit the road.
It was a good senior day for Alliance, and it's the 7 wins. So we talked about Minerva and the story that they have, but Alliance was 4-6 last year, looking to turn the corner, and so they were able to get that 7th win, opportunity to get 8 next week, and set themselves up for a nice run in the playoffs. For Minerva, tough one, but it's been a good year, and they got a chance to come back next week and get win number 6. And so Alliance just at this point with Minerva and their roster size and where they're at, just didn't have the athletes to stay with Alliance, and that showed, and they'll get there. It's going to take time, but they'll get there.
They'll get there. They'll get there. All right, partner. Thank you very much. Great job as always. And we'll see you Friday. Now, will we see you Saturday? Coming over?
We'll see.
TBA. to be announced by my man Caleb. All right, that's going to wrap up our coverage here from Kara Stadium. Your final score, Alliance 35 and Minerva nothing. For my partner Caleb Norton, all the great staff here at the University of Mount Union, and thanks to all of you for listening tonight. Once again, week 9 of the high school football season about to be put to bed. Alliance 35, Minerva nothing. You've been listening to High School Football on AM 1310 WDPN, streaming live at Q92RadioSports.com. Don't forget tomorrow, Mount Union at Heidelberg to kick off at 1:30 right here. Have a great weekend, everybody. So long.